Well, hello everyone. Sorry about this. I'm just going to get this stream going real quick. For you guys, all this breaking news coming in. Russia started war with Ukraine. So we're going to be streaming all day. I'm on the phone right now, so I'm going to talk on it real quick, but I'll be here if anyone has any questions or has a different screen they would like me to put up, just let me know.
Not seen the initial report myself, but Mark says, according to the Union Ukrainian news outlet,
Sorry about that. I forgot to turn on the volume.
Russian troops have seized the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Staff reportedly taken hostage. So, Chernobyl is not a functioning plant. There's an exclusion zone around it because of the radiation, but there's been reports of fighting in the area. So again, I have that. I just have that report. That's from a Ukrainian news outlet, apparently. That Union is a real Ukrainian news outlet. I haven't seen the Union report myself, but I do follow Marx, so I don't think he's making this up that he saw it. But I'll let you know more about that if I hear more. I don't have really details on what's going on. There's been reports of fighting at Chernobyl, in the Chernobyl area today. Chernobyl is north of Kyiv, so there's lots. I would say a number of analysts and governments anticipate, including the U.S. government, I believe, that Russia's going to try to take Kyiv or attack Kyiv in some way, the capital. And Chernobyl is here, and Russia. So and it's between Belarus, where Russian troops are coming in, and Kyiv. So I don't know if the fact that there's fighting in Chernobyl is because troops are working their way down to Kyiv. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know, but I'm just passing that along. President Biden will be speaking in 15 minutes. President Biden will be speaking in 15 minutes. We'll have that live for you, Let me just keep checking for updates here. It's a fast-moving situation. There's all kinds of things going on. Let me know what you're hearing at Lookner on Twitter. And hold on a second right now. I've heard a report of Trey Yingst. Guys, look. What it sounds like in Kyiv right now from Trey Yingst with Fox. I don't know if that's distant explosions or planes or what, but that's from Fox's Trey Yingst. All right, hang on a moment here. So again, there's a report that Russia has captured the Chernobyl power plant. A Ukrainian news site posted that. I'll let you know what else I hear about that. People are saying it's planes. Some people in our chat are saying that was planes. Oh, now here's an update. Look at this. This is a different report about Chernobyl. Elizabeth Campbell, she's with Face the Nation. She says Ukrainian ambassador to U.S. says Russian forces made an attempt to steal the Chernobyl power plant, and a fight is going on there right now with the Ukrainian National Guard protecting the Chernobyl station from the attack. And this is in an area, you know, I'm guessing the troops would have to have some sort of protection from the radiation there. And there are concerns I've seen that fighting in that area could disturb the ground and stir up more radiation. So again, Union, Marks, who I follow, says the site Union is reporting that Russia has taken the power station. But again, it's just not clear right now what's going on there. So, and that would be on the way from Belarus to Kyiv. So we will keep an eye on the Chernobyl situation as well. And Neil Howard says same thing, aircraft heard in the skies over Kyiv. So again, President Putin will be speaking. Guys, President Biden will be speaking in 13 minutes. Okay, see, this is also, look, Bash Karma, this is unconfirmed. He's followed by a bunch of people I follow. He says that employees are reporting Russian troops have taken over Chernobyl power station, nuclear station. Look, I don't know. As I mentioned, there's apparently a report in Ukrainian media about this. So I will keep trying to get you more information. AirLive says a captain from Antonov Airlines confirms that Hostomel Airport has been seized by Russian forces. Hostomel Airport would be an international cargo airport and testing facility in Ukraine. Not far from Kyiv. So that's like a cargo airport and testing facility near Ukraine, Hostomel Airport. Hang on a moment, guys. Updates from what a U.S. Dan Lamothe says, a senior U.S. defense official says, we would describe what you are seeing as an initial phase of a large-scale invasion. Cautions the U.S. will not have perfect visibility of what is happening. No U.S. aircraft overhead. They're making a move on Kyiv, senior U.S. defense official says. What they're doing with Kyiv is hard to say. That's from Dan Lamothe. Further quote from U.S. senior defense official. We would describe what we are seeing as an initial phase, and it's likely we will see this unfold in multiple phases. How many? How long? We don't know. But what we are seeing is the initial phases of a large-scale invasion. I have been saying for weeks, I told you last night, I think this is going to be unthinkably horrific for the Ukraine people, because it looks like what Putin wants to do is fundamentally change the nature of Ukraine as a country. He did a big speech 3 days ago where he acted like a crazy person, and he said that Ukraine had no right to exist, basically. So it really seems like if he's put 3/4 of his army roughly on the border of Ukraine, and he's taking all of this risk and risking all of these negative consequences, that he would have major plans a reasonable guess is that while Ukraine right now, he doesn't like that Ukraine is a pro-Western, pro-European, developing democracy that wants to join NATO. He doesn't like that. He wants the country to be different. The people there don't want that. So how's he going to fundamentally change Ukraine? This is just the logic of the situation. We've been talking about this for weeks. How's he going to fundamentally change Ukraine? How's he going to make Ukraine into the kind of country he wants and that the people don't want? Well, I would think the only way he can do that is by killing people, torturing people, putting people in jail, and terrorizing people. Unfortunately, that's how he'll do it. Or that's probably, that would be the plan. This has been the logic of the situation for weeks. This is why people like Michael Kaufman and Rob Lee have been saying for weeks, this is going to be a major invasion. It's just the logic of the situation. He's not taking all this risk and putting that huge force out there for nothing. He wants to make a major change in Ukraine. It's going to be a change the people there don't like and don't want to go along with. And he is most likely planning on forcing the 44 million person country of Ukraine to live in a country they don't want to live in and live in a way they don't want to live. And he's going to force them to do it. That would be the most likely scenario right now, in my opinion. And that's why I've said this is going to be absolutely horrific. Not just me, there's plenty of other analysts who say this. But I hate to break it to you, if you haven't been following the situation, that's the logic of the situation. It's the logic which suggests it was going to be a big invasion, and it was. Been saying it for weeks. So all signs are that this is going to be a catastrophe. And who knows how it affects the rest of the world? Who knows about other countries being drawn in? And as I've said repeatedly again, this, to me, for him to do this is crazy. I've shown you analysts who say it's crazy. I would say most analysts a month ago didn't think he was going to do this because they just thought it'd be crazy for him to do it, out of his own self-interest to do it, just from his perspective. I don't know, if you think about this, so if he really does want to fundamentally change the country, I mean, he can't go in. If he goes in there, so suppose the Russian troops go to Kyiv tomorrow, and they have a TV ceremony, and they have Zelensky in handcuffs, and they say, people of Ukraine, you can see your ruler Zelensky's in handcuffs. This is your new government, and they present some other people to run the country. Well, the people in Ukraine are going to be like, well, we don't want to listen to those people. And if the Russian troops just take off, the country's going to go back to the way it was. So I don't see how Putin changes the country permanently, which I'm sure he wants, except by having lots of his Russian security forces in the country, killing, torturing, jailing, and intimidating and terrorizing the population. Now maybe they recruit some collaborators from Ukraine, but it just seems like this whole thing is a recipe for Russia getting involved in a long-scale occupation of Ukraine, and then gradually there's more and more resistance, and Russia keeps having losses, and the population in Russia suffers economically, and they keep losing people there, and they keep getting more upset. It just, to me, it doesn't seem like forget morally, it's repulsive morally, it's absolutely evil, it's one of the most evil things I've ever seen in my life, but just from self-interest, there's a great argument to be made that it's not in his self-interest. So I've said now for weeks, if he does this, he's crazy, and what else is he crazy enough to do? His mental state now seems just crazy. So I'm very concerned about what else he might do. It's very concerning. The whole situation is very concerning. So, unfortunately, I hope I'm wrong. I was telling you for weeks, I said, I hope I'm wrong, but it looks like it's going to be a really huge invasion. Well, it was right. I hope I'm wrong. I think it's going to be an absolute unthinkable disaster for the people in Ukraine. And beyond that, how does it interact with other countries? I have no idea. But this is a really bad situation. It's a really bad situation. I'm seeing a report that a Ukrainian official is saying that Russia has captured the Chernobyl power plant. Let me just check on that, because I've seen some reports. I don't have the report myself. Breaking news, Biden's remarks moved to 1:30, guys. Biden's remarks moved to 1:30. I'm not sure why. They were supposed to be at 12:30. Now they are at 1:30. So President Biden will be, that's from Sahil Kapoor. President Biden will be speaking in an hour and 4 minutes. Let me try to get you confirmation of this Chernobyl report. I keep seeing people saying that Chernobyl has been taken by the Russians, but I haven't seen like a reliable source say with the government statement. Oh, update. What is this? Hold on. Is he there, Tom Much, or not? Yes, he's there. Hold on. Guys, Tom Much is in Ukraine. Hang on, let me show you this update from Tom Much, who's in Ukraine. He says, explosions continue near the Antonov airport near Kyiv and Russia's military assault on Ukraine. So I believe he took this video. 7 minutes ago he posted it. Actually, I don't. So he is in Ukraine, right? I don't know if he took this video, but he's there. He posted it because there's a video he took earlier today. Look, this is 36 minutes ago. This is Tom Much's video. Neil Howard, sounds of the battle for Antonov Airport west of Kyiv this afternoon. This was earlier, from Bucha town 3 kilometers away.
Не слышно, конечно, но это
All right. What I really want to get you is this. Oh, what is this? What is RT? Is that Russian government? Yeah, I want to find a good. Yeah, hang on a second here. Maria Romanenko says, we were just watching the video of apparent battle near or at Antonov Airport. Maria Romanenko, who I follow for Ukraine stuff, she says, I swear the military airport Antonov near Kyiv is becoming something of a second Donetsk airport in terms of battles for it. I hope it won't repeat Donetsk airport's fate, though. So a lot of fighting apparently at this airport, Antonov Airport near Kyiv today. Right, look at breaking news. Look at this. Guys, Reuters is reporting. Breaking news. Chernobyl power plant captured by Russian forces, advisor to Ukrainian presidential office says. That's from Reuters. Chernobyl power plant captured by Russian forces, advisor to Ukrainian presidential office says. So Chernobyl is on the way, a direct route from Belarus up here, where Russian forces have been coming in from, towards Kyiv, the capital. So I'm wondering, are they basically just working their way directly towards the capital, and they went through Chernobyl and they just took it? Okay, so but there's an exclusion area at Chernobyl. Let me show you this. So somebody just said, why Chernobyl? And what I was saying is, well, maybe they're just taking a direct route to Kyiv, and I believe it was being defended, I don't know how strongly defended, by Ukrainian troops. Chernobyl exclusion zone. The Chernobyl exclusion zone is an officially designated exclusion zone around the site of the Chernobyl nuclear reactor zone. This is from Wikipedia. Blah, 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 blah. The exclusion zone covers an area of approximately 1,000 square miles. Where radioactive contamination is highest and public access and inhabitation is restricted. So they said they've taken the power plant. CNN's Frederick Pleitgen was just showing a video on CNN. He's at Frederick Pleitgen is up here. He's on the border just outside of Ukraine. Frederick Pleitgen from CNN is doing a live shot at the border here. And he was just showing trucks crossing the border heading towards Kharkiv, these military trucks and tanks and stuff. And he says they've been doing this all day. So it looks like Russia is just bringing in men and armor constantly today to Ukraine. Remember, last night was just the tip, just the beginning. Putin, the best guess is that he wants to fundamentally change the country. What's going to happen with the cities? What's going to happen with the cities? That's a huge question. We don't know what the plan is. I showed you a senior defense official saying this is the first stage of a bigger plan. We don't know what the plan is. Let me know what you're hearing at Lookner, but see, look, Deborah Haynes, UK intelligence says Russian forces based in Belarus are advancing towards Kyiv, the capital. Defense intelligence also says Russian troops conducted an air assault on an airfield on outskirts of capital. UK says Ukraine's military is fighting back, heavy casualties on both sides. But ultimately, the Russian military is quite superior. So it's not a question of Ukraine defeating Russia in a head-on battle. That's not going to happen. And I just want to hang on a second here. There's a lot of unconfirmed stuff floating around. This is an unconfirmed report. I follow this account. I and a lot of people I follow this account. But this is an unconfirmed report. An unconfirmed report that there's intense fighting at Gostomel Airport, which is in a suburb of Kyiv. Unconfirmed report, Russia is trying to secure the airport so it can begin landing thousands of additional troops there that would storm Ukraine's capital. So this is unconfirmed, but we've been hearing some concerning unconfirmed stuff about Russia. The U.S. We've been hearing some unconfirmed stuff today that Russia might have an action underway today to invade Kyiv, take Kyiv, something like that. Last night, Marco Rubio, I believe, said Kyiv was a goal. Let me just show you this real quick. It's coming from the U.S. government, and I'm also seeing other reports as well. So this is very important right now with the capital. So let me just go back to last night. If we go back to last night, Marco Rubio said that Russia was working on a pincer movement to trap Ukrainian forces in the east and cut them off from Kyiv. An attempt to look, Marco Rubio, and he's the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said Russia was going to make an attempt to decapitate Ukrainian government by targeting government buildings, leaders, and command and control systems. And I think he said other stuff about Kyiv too. Because that's not really, oh, look here. Russia's airborne forces are attempting to take control of the airport in Kyiv. See this? This is from last night. From this morning. Marco Rubio said Russia's airborne forces are attempting to take control of the airport in Kyiv so they can fly there, so they can fly in forces to occupy the capital city, okay? And that's similar to that other report we just saw. And then a senior defense official today said, here, Jeff Selden, senior defense official, says they have every intention of decapitating the Ukraine government. U.S. seeing 3 lines of attack. One of them is north-central advance from Belarus to Kyiv. Maybe that went through Chernobyl, which is why they took Chernobyl. I'm not sure. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's other specific stuff about Kyiv. Look, they're making a move on Kyiv. Senior defense official a couple hours ago. What we're seeing is an initial phase of a large-scale invasion. They're making a move on the capital, Kyiv. And then there's this, a viewer sent me this. I had missed this when it came out. There's this concerning report relating to Kyiv from this person here. Hang on, folks. I thought I retweeted it. Did I not? Oh, here it is. Christo Grozev, who I follow for Ukraine stuff, Bellingcat executive director, he heard, this is a couple hours ago, again, unconfirmed, Ukrainian government sources tell me 18 Il-76 planes have left Russia, direction Kyiv, will arrive in about an hour. He says the only plausible goal would be to capture and subordinate Kyiv and install a puppet government today, while the world is watching and doing almost nothing. So I have no idea if this is happening. But the U.S. government says Russia's going to make a move or making a move on Kyiv, the Il-76 planes are these strategic airlifters, by the way, like this. That's an Il-76 plane. I don't know how many people they can carry, but it's big. Let's see. Let's look at this. Il-76 capacity. 60 passengers. The Il-76 can carry 60 passengers, says Antarctic Logistics. So assuming that's correct, if they were flying 18 of those, that would be roughly 1,000 troops. I can't say if that's happening, but this is concerning. The rumblings we're hearing about Kyiv are concerning. There is fighting going on near Kyiv at one of the airports. We just saw reports of that. So are we seeing some kind of plan by Russia to march on Kyiv, fly troops into near Kyiv, decapitate the government? You know, this is what U.S. officials are saying is going to happen. We're seeing other reports suggesting this. So we'll keep you up to date on this. Natalia Vasilyeva says she is in Moscow. A number of people have been protesting the war in Moscow, and a lot of people have been getting arrested. She says about 1,000 people at this anti-war protest right now. They're taking away protesters indiscriminately. I was briefly detained, even though I was saying repeatedly I'm a journalist. So protests in Moscow over the war, but they're arresting people. She says, I have not been to a protest in Russia where I saw so many women crying or on the verge of tears because of what happened. Look, Max Seddon says some Russians are protesting Putin's attack on Ukraine despite a total ban on protesting and immediate heavy crackdowns from riot police. Here's a gathering of about 200 in St. Petersburg. Look at this. Another update about Chernobyl here. This is from Christopher Miller. He says, ugh, awful development. After a fierce battle, Ukrainian control over the Chernobyl site was lost. The condition of the former Chernobyl nuclear power plant, confinement, and nuclear waste storage facilities is unknown. That's the advisor to the head of the Chernobyl plant. Again, advisor to the head of the Chernobyl plant, Christopher Miller passes this along. After a fierce battle, Ukrainian control over the Chernobyl site was lost. The condition of the former Chernobyl nuclear power plant confinement and nuclear waste storage facilities is unknown. Okay, unconfirmed report here. Amichai Stein, who's a reporter in Israel, says the Russian army has captured Antonov Airport of Hostomel, 20 kilometers from Kyiv. So this is unconfirmed. But again, we've heard reports, including from the U.S. government, that Russia is making a move on the capital, Kyiv. We've heard an unconfirmed report that Russia is flying a bunch of planes towards Kyiv. We've heard reporting saying that, as I mentioned, a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Vice Chair Marco Rubio, said last night that Russia was going to try to take control of airports near Kyiv to land troops in order to try to take, Kyiv or, decapitate the government or whatever in Kyiv. Amichai Stein says if this is true, this will allow them to land more forces. This is fast moving. Remember, guys, what you saw last night was just the beginning, and also you did not see the big ground incursion last night. It was widely predicted that Russia would first take some steps to take control of the skies, use a lot of long-range fires like missile strikes to take out Ukrainian defense capacity. We're hearing about a lot more ground incursion today. And as I told you, Frederick Pleiken from CNN, he's been seeing mechanized vehicles, tanks and other vehicles moving across the border where he is towards Kharkiv all day, and he showed live video of it happening. So it really looks like Russia is really moving a lot more of its forces now into Ukraine. U.S. defense official told Jeff Selden, this is just the start. What you've seen is just the start of a much larger plan that is underway. Very, very concerning what's going on. Hold on, guys, breaking news. Brian Yennis, he is with Fox News Channel. Pentagon senior defense official on background tells reporters Russia's mission is to decapitate the government and install their own method of governance, which would explain these early moves towards Kyiv. So again, that's coming from the U.S. government. I'll try to get you some confirmation about that airport near Kyiv. Let's see here. Kylie Atwood says, she's with CNN, a senior defense official says the attacks on Ukraine overnight are part of an initial phase of a Russian invasion to the country, per a senior defense official. The official says multiple phases are expected. All right, trying to get you the latest. Oh, look, here's something, guys. Here's something about Hostomel Airport. This is from Miroslava Petsa. Miroslava Petsa with BBC Ukraine, I believe it is. Is it BBC Ukraine? Yes. Ukraine loses control over Hostomel Airport near Kyiv and Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Advisor to the president's office. So this is an airport near Kyiv, Hostomel Airport, and as Amichai Stein was saying, that would allow Russia to land more troops. If I can find the airport here, that would allow Russia to land more troops near Kyiv. And there's an unconfirmed report that they're flying a bunch of planes, 18 cargo planes towards Kyiv. I believe that's it. See, there's an airport right there. Maybe that's it right there. Yes, that's at Antonov International Airport. So there's Kyiv, and this is about, I mean, that's the center of town there. And if you go to the airport, it's about a distance of 15 miles to that airport. So Russia could fly planes to that airport just fly them in from wherever in Russia, and then land the troops here at Antonov Airport, which apparently they've just taken over. We saw some videos of fighting there in recent hours. I was showing you some of those videos before. Apparently Russia has taken over this airport, according to the Ukrainian government official. So now they could fly cargo planes in there and dump off whatever, and it's a short ride to Kyiv. So it's very concerning what we're hearing about Kyiv. This is very concerning. Hang on one second here. Yeah, I was saying this last night, and I'll say it again. What happened last night was terrible, but it wasn't, and it was people. So I'm sure people got killed and people got hurt, but for the average Ukrainian's life, the state hadn't changed. There was danger to Ukrainian people last night from falling bombs and stuff like that. But what hadn't happened yet is the country in which Ukrainians lived in, the town in which they lived in, the government they were under hadn't been affected. Now, we could be reaching this phase where that changes, where if you live in Ukraine, I assume this is what Putin wants to do. We could start seeing those changes that for some people in Ukraine, they now don't live under the same government. They can't go out and protest if they want to. By the way, also, we've heard again and again and again warnings from experts, intelligence analysis, governments saying that Russia would be expected to target certain people in Ukraine, people who might be people who expected to resist or to lead a rebellion. This is something to be very concerned about too. But last night, again, was just the very, very beginning of what I've been saying for weeks, and I know some others have been saying for weeks, will be unspeakably bad. All right, let's keep bringing you updates here. V. Douglas sent me this. I believe this is one of the sanctions that was announced by the UK. Russian airline Aeroflot, effective tomorrow, aircraft on a scheduled service which is owned, chartered, or operated by a person connected with Russia or is registered in Russia are banned from UK airspace. Russian airline Aeroflot operates a daily service to London. So Russia has stopped Aeroflot from flying to the UK. Basically, Russian-owned or Russian-connected aircraft are banned from UK airspace. That's from Flight Radar 24. Thanks to our viewer for sending that in. J. Don McCain sent me this. Reuters. Phil Stewart from Reuters. Biden has been presented with a menu of options for cyber attacks designed to disrupt Russia's ability to sustain military operations in Ukraine, NBC News. Let me see if I can find also... You know, I'm guessing that would be something where you'd want to balance out the benefit from doing it from different costs. You know, and here, I'll retweet this. But, you know, I've seen a number of commentators and analysts say they're concerned about what Putin could do in response to other countries' actions against him. So if, for example, the U.S. takes certain actions against Russia, would Russia take actions against the U.S.? This is, sorry, I'm just grabbing my plug here, but that's a big unknown right now. Oh, sorry, hold on a second. Marco Rubio, again, vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I think our viewer sent me this, had posted this, oh no, I just found it here. But look, he posted this yesterday. Putin's escalation ladder for Ukraine sanctions includes cut off U.S. space from parts made in Russia, send nuke-capable sub to U.S. East Coast, disrupt natural gas to Europe, cyber attacks on economy, interfere with space satellites, military basing in Latin America. Some things you could see from Russia, for example. Oh, thank you, April Renee Symes sent me this from Jennifer Griffin. Gostomel, or I think it's Hostomel, it's spelled different ways, Air Base, a cargo airport 45 minutes out of the center of Kyiv, the scene of a Russian airborne attack. As many as 20 Russian helicopters part of the assault. Reports that Russian soldiers on the ground have taken the airbase. 18 Russian cargo planes headed to Kyiv. So Jennifer Griffin is giving that report we've heard elsewhere, that these unconfirmed reports of 18 Russian cargo planes heading to this airport near Kyiv. Where is Zelensky? Is Zelensky in Kyiv? Is the Russian government, is the Ukrainian government in Kyiv? Has the Ukrainian government been moved out of Kyiv? I'd be interested to know. All right, hang on a moment. And again, in case you missed it, a Ukraine official says that Russia has taken control of the Chernobyl nuclear site after a fierce battle. That's from AP Mike Balsamo. Oh, look at this. Footage of Russian forces in Chernobyl from Tadeusz. This is Intel Crab. Hold on a second. Tadeusz Gizkan. The first video from captured Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Ukraine's prime minister has confirmed the exclusion zone and all the NPP nuclear power plant facilities have come under the control of the Russian forces. Now, this is from Tadeusz Gizkan, who I follow, Belarusian journalist. So I assume this is legit. I can't confirm the video. I'm assuming it's legit, but just to be clear, also it was retweeted by Intel Crab as well. But just to be clear, I'm assuming it's legit. We do know that a Ukrainian official has confirmed that Russia has taken the plant. This would be from earlier today. See, Michael Horowitz, who's a security analyst, says, major battle in Hostomel is key. Apparently Russia has taken over. We've seen reports that Russia has taken over the Hostomel airport. from a Ukraine government official. If Moscow can hold on to the airport and continue to achieve air superiority, the latter is very likely. It will most certainly use the airport as an entry point to attack Kyiv. He also says that he believes this is from Chernobyl as well, this video we just saw. All right, bringing you live coverage here, very concerning. This is an update from Richard Engel. Moscow is willing to negotiate terms of surrender with Kyiv, says Kremlin press secretary. In exchange, Ukraine would give a guarantee of neutral status and the promise of no weapons on its territory. I'm guessing that's not going to happen. Also, I'm guessing that they might be skeptical that Russia would just let them be. Michael Weiss says, I'm old enough to remember when they tried to convince everyone they were peacekeepers. I think what Michael Weiss is saying is that he doesn't think that Russia would leave them alone and let them just be. I think maybe. But look, I don't think they're gonna agree to that anyway. Hold on, update. Joe Truzman posted this. A couple updates here. Multiple government websites in Russia, including the Kremlin and State Duma, have fallen offline. The incident comes amid a spate of cyber attacks targeting neighboring Ukraine. And then someone down here in the comments says, it appears Russia is geofencing itself. Somebody else says, from Western countries it looks hacked, but from Iron Curtain countries it looks normal. So some people in the comments are saying that this might be Russia like separating its internet from the rest of the world or something. So I can't say. NetBlocks posted that. They also posted, I didn't see this before. Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, continues to take the brunt of network and telecoms disruptions, leaving many users cut off amid scenes of destruction as Russia targets the nation. Kyiv is currently less impacted by outages. That's 4 hours ago from NetBlocks. I told you there's a significant disruption. Internet disruption has been registered in the strategic port city of Donetsk. The incident comes amid reports of civilian casualties and the loss of telecom services for many. I'm going to retweet that thing from 4 hours ago about Kharkiv. All right, bringing you the latest updates here, guys. Hang on. Hold on a second here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. Rajib Soylu posted this. You're not supposed to be protesting in Russia. They've been arresting tons of people for anti-war protesting, but still some people are going out. Rajib Soylu says, look at the size of anti-war protesters in St. Petersburg, Russia. Wow. That's originally posted. That video was posted by another reporter. I saw the original post. It was posted by Eilish Hart. Eilish Hart. Riot police on Palace Square in St. Petersburg. 16 minutes ago, footage of anti-war protesters in St. Petersburg. These people are all taking personal risk by going out there, because you're not supposed to do that in Russia. Hey, a quick thank you to our moderators. I really appreciate it. Linda Belk is over there moderating on Twitter. Thank you, Linda. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Danny James, as well. And also thank you to Lexa Fulmer and Angel Shark, who are moderating. They are amazing, our moderators. They're all volunteers. Give it up for them. They're why we can have these chats. Thank you, moderators. President Biden will be speaking in a half an hour, in 28 minutes. Thanks also to our Twitch moderators. A Moment of Lovely, Bastion Girl, Sorero, Duxor, Mark and NC, Muse, Papa Bear, Schulthei, Smoke, and Toby. Thank you so much. We are bringing you the latest updates. Michael Kaufman posted this. He says, unclear, but looks like Russian armored column potentially in Chernobyl exclusion zone. We've heard a report from a Ukrainian official that Russia has taken the Chernobyl power plant and the surrounding area. The Political Room posted this. So apparently, this is a column from earlier today. A column of the Russian army enters the Chernobyl zone from Belarus. I mean, I can keep, look at it, the video is long. Okay. And again, very concerning reports of possibly Russia making a move on Kyiv. We've heard some U.S. officials suggest that's going to happen. Russia has apparently taken an airport near Kyiv. There's some unconfirmed reports from that Russia, including from Jennifer Griffin of Fox, that Russia is flying 18 cargo planes into that airport. So this is very concerning. And again, U.S. defense official, senior defense official said to, I show you multiple reporters who said this is a first phase. What you're seeing is just a first phase of a much larger operation. And we've heard it from U.S. government officials, multiple saying that they expect Russia to try to decapitate the Ukrainian government. By the way, Russia's stock market went down 35% today. Earlier it was 45%, but it finished the day at 35% down. Financial Times, Russia's stock market dropped at a record-breaking pace and the ruble plunged hours after Moscow launched a full-scale invasion of neighboring Ukraine. For the day, it was down 35%. The stock market, the big stock index there. FT Financial Times says the scale of the shock to markets suggests that investors had expected the Russian president to back down in his plans to invade Ukraine. You have the panic button being hit right now, said this analyst. I wonder if when Putin invaded, it wasn't just about the invasion. They were like, wow, we're really being ruled by an insane person. Russian stocks plunge and ruble hits record low after a Ukraine invasion, Financial Times. This analyst said, you have the panic button being hit right now. I don't think the market was pricing in the risk of proper military conflict. For the time being, it's hard to see what could be a trigger for the market to stabilize. Sberbank, the most actively traded Russian stock on the London Stock Exchange, plummeted 73%. Gazprom tumbled 37%, while Lukoil was down 72% in one day. At this point in time, people are saying, get me out and get me out at any price, said this analyst. The vast majority of people are expecting the next round of sanctions to be impactful on their ability to invest in Russian stocks. Okay. President Biden will be speaking in 24 minutes. Christian Trebert posted this. Satellite imagery, courtesy of @Planet, shows smoke rising from Chuhuv, a Ukrainian airbase near Kharkiv, reportedly hit by a missile attack. Russia last night apparently was targeting a lot of military sites, but unfortunately, I mean, it looks like they're bringing in a lot more ground forces today across the border. And again, U.S. says what you've seen so far, U.S. officials, at least one senior defense official that addressed the press said it's part of a much larger plan. U.S. not sure exactly what that plan is. Look at this. Look at this. Michael Kaufman, who he's had it right the whole time. I've been showing you him for weeks. He's had it right the whole time because he's been thinking very clearly and logically about this. He says, this is still a fraction of the actual Russian force being committed. What we're seeing is now, I think now he means, is very early hours of the campaign. Just a fraction of the actual Russian force being committed so far. Politico has an article about sanctions. New U.S. sanctions on Russia not expected to severely target energy sector. It's still unclear if the sanctions will be this full sweep of measures or target Putin himself. The U.S. and its allies, says Politico, are expected to impose major new sanctions on Russia, punishing Putin for ordering a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, but stopping short of targeting some critical sectors of his nation's economy. Two people familiar with the plans, including senior administration officials, said Russian energy giant Rosneft is not expected to be a target of the new sanctions package. The administration is concerned about global energy markets, one of the sources said. Another person familiar said the focus of the sanctions will be on financial institutions. Another senior administration official says, it's down here at the bottom, says no option is off the table, but starting out with energy could actually benefit Putin and pad his pockets. Given high oil and gas prices, cutting off Russian oil and gas will drive prices up to Putin's benefit. And as we've said repeatedly on the record, on background and off the record, our sanctions are designed to harm Russia's economy, not ours. Asked if sanctions to be announced on both sides of the Atlantic will be big, a European official simply said yes. President Biden will be speaking in 20 minutes. 20 minutes, we will be carrying that live for you. You can reach me at @Lookner on Twitter. That's where you can reach me, @Lookner on Twitter. Hang on. Sorry, I'm checking some of the stuff people have sent me. There's a lot of stuff, so I'm trying to go through some of it and check it and get you the latest updates here. I appreciate you sending stuff in. April Renee Symes, our viewer, sent me this from Howard Feynman, who said, got to assume that every CIO, is that Chief Information Officer, who would be responsible for cybersecurity? Chief Information Officer. Got to assume that every Chief Information Officer at every big company and agency in the West is on high possible alert. Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder if Putin will respond to Western sanctions with his own response, like cyber, with some kind of retaliation, like cyber attacks or something. David, our viewer, says, protests in Russia is a ray of hope. If Russian people are willing to risk their lives, then you know they see this the same way the West does. Now, I don't know, I can't speak for all Russian people, certainly, but it's noticeable that there are sizable protests going on in several Russian cities where people they're arresting a lot of people. You're not allowed to do this in Russia, basically. And you're doing it at significant personal risk. All right, hang on a moment here. Just again, checking through some of the things people have sent me. Steve Cudmore says, I have not heard a word, our viewer, I've not heard a word about the largest nuclear station in Europe, Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Hopefully that means nothing bad has happened there. I'll certainly pass along information that I get, if I get big info about that. "15 minutes, President Biden is speaking. Let me get you the latest updates here. So Trip Gabriel says Russian military forces are moving in to decapitate the Ukrainian government in Kyiv, the Pentagon said today, in a grim assessment of the first stages of President Putin's invasion of Ukraine. The first stage. New York Times, Pentagon gives a grim assessment of the first stages of Russian invasion. Russian military forces are moving in to decapitate the Ukrainian government in Kyiv, the Pentagon said today in a grim assessment of the first stages of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. A senior Defense Department official said 3 lines of Russian troops and military forces were moving swiftly towards Ukrainian cities, with 2 of them headed towards Kyiv, the capital. The forces are making their way to Kyiv from Belarus in the north and Crimea in the south using missiles and long-range artillery, the official said. Our assessment is that they have every intention of decapitating the government and installing their own method of governance, the official told reporters in a briefing at the Pentagon. He said the Pentagon does not have perfect knowledge of the Russian troop movements, but described what he characterized as the initial phase of a large-scale invasion. Russia has used some sea-launched missiles from warships in the Black Sea, the official said. We haven't seen a conventional move like this, nation-state to nation-state, since World War II, and if it unfolds the way we hereto believe it will come to, it has every potential to be very bloody, very costly, and very impactful on Europe's security writ large, the official said. That's from New York Times. Very scary, very, very scary situation. Which I believe, and I've been saying for weeks, will be unspeakably horrific for the Ukrainian people. Please keep them in your thoughts. I do want to point this out because I want to just, there's a point I want to make. I think Michael Kaufman mentioned it too. If I can find it here. Give me 1 second here. Michael Kaufman says, I made a basic map with red arrows, which I have held off from posting because I believed it would not be responsible to put something out like that unless it was clear the war had begun. This is just one very incomplete estimate of what the Russian op plan might look like. And he also said he believes on the whole so far it looks relatively close as a representation of where Russian units are attempting to advance. So this is from military analyst Michael Kaufman. He says, just to emphasize, the Russian campaign does have maximalist war aims. It is about regime change and a multi-axis ground offensive. There's no evidence it will stop at the river. He means the Dnieper River, halfway through this river here. So here's the map that Michael Kaufman made. You can find it at his Twitter, at Kaufman Michael. So it says, you know, we have heard from the U.S. government that they believe there's an offensive coming from Belarus towards Kyiv, coming from both sides of the river. He says it's going to come from both sides of the river. Kyiv is on the west side of the river. Also attacking Kharkiv, and forces definitely coming in from Belgorod this way. Attempt at encircling the best Ukrainian forces and the most Ukrainian forces, which are near the line of contact here in eastern Ukraine. Forces coming up through Crimea. He says they'll be going over to. He says he thinks they'll be going over towards Odessa. Maybe possible landings. Blockade. Naval blockade, and forces going up from Crimea towards Zaporizhia. Potential limit of Russian advance. He has a line drawn here. So there's this question. Russia's putting in a lot of forces. Would they put forces in the whole country? Would they leave a rump, smaller part of the West just by itself as a remaining part of Ukraine, like including Lviv, where they don't really go in too much? Don't know. I just retweeted that if you're looking for it. Oh, I want to... Yeah, I want to point this out, he said too. This comment he pointed out, he said too. I want to point this out. He says the intelligence community got this right and deserves a round of applause. If I had $1 for every inane comment I heard regarding failed intelligence in Iraq, as though mistakes meant that our intel and analytical community doesn't get things right. It got this one 100%. So what he's saying is, when the U.S. was saying, look at the satellite photography, for example, look at the videos and everything else we say, they've been saying it all along. Russia's building up. Russia is ready to attack. They're getting into attack position. We're seeing all the signs of an attack. You had people going, what about Iraq? What about the WMDs? What about the WMDs? As if there weren't like tons of satellite footage and videos showing the force. Like as if the government was making it up that Russia had this much force there. As if there wasn't plenty of open source evidence suggesting this was the case. But what about the WMDs? Ridiculous. I had to listen to that for weeks. They got so are those people acknowledging that the government got this exactly right? The people who said the government's are always wrong, are they acknowledging now? Are they like I'm wrong? Also, by the way, I still have yet to receive a single apology message or email from anyone who said I was fear-mongering, from anyone who said this was not news, from anyone who is yelling at me saying, why are you covering this? They're not going to attack. I have not received a single apology email. Oh, sorry. They're doing some testing of fire alarms today. I hope it doesn't happen in here. We should be fine, but that's what you're hearing there, a voice saying we're doing some fire alarm testing.
Just a test. Please disregard any alarms you may hear. Thank you.
So this is what happens. Had to listen to that for weeks. Yeah, you might hear there's a little alarm going off in the distance. That's fine. It's just a test. So I can hear it. I can hear it in my ear. If you guys hear a bit of an alarm, it'll go on for a few minutes. It's fine. Nothing big is happening. Let's keep going here. President Biden is speaking in 8 minutes. If it's on time. Hang on a sec, there's 9 million things open on my desktop. Why are there that many things open? Let's see here. Moscow correspondent for Wall Street Journal, Evan Gershkovich. Nearly 1,000 people detained so far at anti-war demonstrations in 44 cities across Russia. These are brave people, given protesters have received multiple years in prison for such serious acts of civil disobedience like tossing a plastic cup at a cop. And I've shown you analysts, Russia's military is far superior to Ukraine's. So, but we've talked about this before. If you wonder, well, what could Ukraine do? A number of analysts I've seen have said, well, what Ukraine would want to do would be to draw out the conflict. As the conflict goes on, unfortunately, there'd be more Russian casualties. Also, it could hurt the Russian economy more and more. And maybe the Russian people, more and more of them, are unhappy about a drawn-out conflict. So that would be one strategy that Ukraine might pursue. Oh, I know what I gotta get ready to show the president's remarks. So give me 1 second here, guys. Let me just get ready to show this. Yes, so President Biden will be speaking shortly. We will have that live for you. There it is. I will probably take that chance to eat something while President Biden is speaking. Look at this. View from the Kharkiv subway. Wow. I guess people were sheltering there today.
Я никогда не думала, что в моей жизни будет происходить вот такая хуйня, если честно. Ну, блядь, посмотрю, что будет дальше. Я никогда не думала, что в моей жизни будет происходить вот такая хуйня, если честно. Ну, блядь, посмотрю, что...
Just crazy. Again, looking for updates here. Hang on a second. You can reach me on Twitter at Lookner. President Biden will be speaking in about 5 minutes if it starts on time. Seeing a lot of the same things. Michael Horowitz says explosion sounds reported moments ago in Kyiv. I'm looking at one. I don't have the Kyiv live stream from last night I was looking at. I see one stream of Maidan Squared. Oh, hang on one second here. Again, earlier today, Ukrainian government officials said that Russia had taken the Chernobyl power plant in the surrounding area. Russia also, apparently, according to a Ukraine government official, took this airport near Kyiv, and it is believed that Russia may be flying 18 cargo planes there with the intention of moving into Kyiv, decapitating the government in Kyiv. So very, very concerning. Oh, here's something about the IL-76. This is a different number that I see. Hold on. Where is it here? So he says, I showed you. So there was a person with Bellingcat I showed you before said that he had heard 18 planes were being flown from 18 IL-76 planes were headed towards Kyiv from Russia. It was Christo, and Jennifer Griffin from Fox said the same thing. She said the same thing. Jennifer Griffin, 18 Russian cargo planes headed to Kyiv, she's heard. Gostomel Air Base, a cargo airport, 45 minutes out of the center of Kyiv, the scene of a Russian airborne attack. As many as 20 Russian helicopters part of the assault. Reports that Russian soldiers on the ground have taken the airbase. 18 cargo planes from Russia headed to Kyiv. And those cargo planes specifically were said to be IL-76s by the Bellingcat person. And Amikai Stein says, I was wondering how many they can carry. I looked it up and I got the number 60. But he says it can carry 128 paratroopers or over 200 combat-loaded troops. So maybe I had the wrong number, because I had read 60. I might have just gotten that wrong. I messed up. I apologize. I should have done a better job. I should have done a better job on that and checked another source. So I apologize. I got you the wrong number of capacity. Well, this is Air Force technology. They say this IL-76MD-90A can carry 126 parachutists or 145 troops in a single-deck arrangement or 225 in a double-deck arrangement. So if that's the one, I don't know if that's the one. That's a IL-76 plane. Global Security says the IL-76MD-90A can carry 126 paratroopers. So if there's 18 of them heading, I don't know if there are, but if there's 18 of them, that could hold, like 2,000 troops or something. Oh, is Biden speaking? Hang on. No, I don't see him speaking yet. It says, we will begin shortly. I don't know if he's going to start on time. Don't know if he's starting on time. President Biden delivers remarks on Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine. It is 1:31 p.m. He was supposed to start at 1:30. Give me one moment here. We are waiting for this to start. I don't have my eyes on the podium right now, so I don't know. Sometimes it starts late. But give me 1 minute. Let me see if I can get my eyes on the podium and get an update on when it's starting, because I don't want to go away for it and miss the start of it. But it's not being televised anywhere yet. Hang on a second here. Give me 1 moment. Let me do this as well. Okay. Give me 1 second. He hasn't started yet. I'm just going to check and see if I can get any updates about the time. Conflict News says heavy fighting reportedly can be heard in Odessa, a major port on Ukraine's Black Sea coast. This is unconfirmed. A. Yuzakov, unconfirmed report of fighting in Odessa. Unconfirmed.
Где-то со стороны порта стреляют. Слышишь?
That almost sounds like a helicopter gun. That rapid gun, it sounds maybe like helicopter gunfire. Again, I can't confirm the video. I can't confirm the video. President Biden has not started yet, guys. Look at Nolan Peterson 3 hours ago. I'm getting updates from Ukrainian troops in combat right now on the west side of Kyiv under relentless airstrikes. One soldier texted, no one hurt and I'm fine, just pretty sure I'm going to die, not worried or anything, just an honest assessment. Unbelievable. Thoughts with everybody in Ukraine. The president has not started yet. One of the viewers said the video was from yesterday. I don't know. I said I can't confirm the video, so it's a report. I can't confirm it. Still waiting for President Biden to speak. Oh, the podium is there. It looks, I believe he's about to start because I think they just put his like notebook thing or speech on the podium. Oh, but they're not showing the podium. All right, it's almost started. It's almost, it's not started yet, actually. It's not about to start yet. I have my eyes on it. We will show it in a second. Sorry. So in the meantime, let me just check for some more updates here while we're waiting for President Biden to speak. Moshe Schwartz just posted this. He's been posting a lot of videos. He says Russian forces are reportedly in Melitopol in the Zaporizhia region of Ukraine. This is unconfirmed.
Танки российские, выезд из города на Кирилловку. Все машины разворачиваются, из города в ту сторону не выехать.
That's an unconfirmed report that soldiers are in Melitopol, which would be down here. Maybe they came from Crimea. That'd be down here. They have been working their way in today, reportedly, soldiers coming in, 3 main thrusts, according to the Pentagon, coming in from here, from down here in Crimea, from Belarus south. 3 main thrusts we've heard from the Pentagon. Oh, more apparent footage from Chernobyl. Russia has taken control. Oh, hold on a second. White House has not started yet. Again, Ukrainian government official says Russia has taken control of Chernobyl power plant.
Не, ну если коротко, то вот мама БК, а вот и танки. Не, ну если коротко, то...
So unconfirmed video from Chernobyl. That's from Moshe Schwartz. Here's another unconfirmed video Moshe found. Video reportedly shows Russian tanks in the streets of Kharkiv. Oh, somebody said in the comments they might be Ukrainian. So again, they might be Ukrainian tanks. It looks like they could be tanks in the streets of Kharkiv. I don't know if that's Russian or Ukrainian. Again, I can't confirm the video. I do not know either way. All right. Waiting for President Biden to speak. Paula Chertok commented on this Melitopol video. She said, cars forced to turn around as Russia's tanks look to be blocking the road in Melitopol in Zaporizhia, about 60 miles north of Crimea. Yeah, guys, sometimes when I show footage, I mean, I think there was a timestamp on the tweet that said hours old. Sometimes I show footage, like somebody was just like, that footage, dude, that it's daytime, the footage is old. I didn't say it was live. I don't know why people do that. Did I say it was a live shot of Kharkiv? No, I said it was footage of Kharkiv. I'm certainly not portraying everything I show as a live video. Another update about Chernobyl. Reuters, Phil Stewart, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant has been captured by Russian forces, an advisor to Ukrainian presidential office says. It is impossible to say the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is safe after a totally pointless attack. Reuters also reports, Phil Stewart, a residential area of Mariupol in southeastern Ukraine was hit by shelling on Thursday. Local authorities said 26 people were being treated for wounds in the hospital. So we're waiting for President Biden to speak. Oh, guys, look at this. Hold on. Scoop. Biden has been presented with options for massive unprecedented cyber attacks against Russia. Well, it doesn't mean he'll use them. Biden has been presented for options for massive cyber attacks against Russia. The options presented include disrupting the internet across Russia, shutting off power, and stopping trains in their tracks. Well, the thing is that, just to be clear though, I'm sure he has all kinds of options. The problem is that if he did this, you could have Russia do that to the U.S. So I don't know that he's going to jump at doing this stuff. President Biden has been presented with a menu of options, says NBC News, for the U.S. to carry massive cyber attacks designed to disrupt the Russia's ability to sustain its military operations. That's what it would be designed to do. 4 people familiar tell NBC News. No final decisions have reportedly been made. The U.S. intelligence and military cyber warriors are proposing the use of American cyber weapons on a scale never before contemplated. Among the options, disrupting internet connectivity across Russia, shutting off electric power, and tampering with railroad switches to hamper Russia's ability to resupply its forces, 3 of the sources said. You could do everything from slow the trains down to have them fall off the tracks, one person said. These sources said the options presented include preemptive responses to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, irrespective of whether Russia launches its own cyber attacks on the UN. I don't understand that. They said most of the potential cyber attacks under consideration are designed to disrupt but not destroy, and therefore fall short of an act of war by the United States against Russia. Now, who knows how Putin would take this? They say the idea is to harm networks, not people. Officials are debating the legal authorities under which the attacks would take place, whether they would be covert action or clandestine military activity. Either way, the U.S. would not publicly acknowledge carrying out the operations, the sources say. Who knows if you'd even hear about this happening? Who knows if Russia would publicize it if it happened? The person briefed on the matter said there was a significant divide within the U.S. government, with one camp fearful of escalating and another urging a strong cyber response. Any use of cyber weapons to retaliate for the Russian invasion of Ukraine would be a turning point for U.S. cyber operations, which have largely been focused on intelligence gathering, information operations, and targeted strikes, many of them for counterterrorism purposes. But the U.S. has been laying groundwork for years for possible cyber operations against Russia, China, and other adversaries, experts say. Those countries have done the same on American infrastructure networks. Officials stressed the options being presented to Biden cover a broad range from fairly modest to drastic. U.S. officials anticipate that Russia will retaliate, the sources say, likely with colonial pipeline-style attacks that seek to hurt American consumers. Anything we can do to them, they can do to us, one U.S. official said. Some experts say the risk of... Oh, Biden's speaking. Hold on. Biden's about to speak. He's coming out right now, folks. Hang on. Let me do this. You will see him in a second. You will see him appear in a second.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Good afternoon. The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment, and positions along the Ukrainian border. He moved blood supplies into position and built a field hospital, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks, we have been warning that this would happen. And now it's unfolding largely as we predicted. In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, a region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide. Without any evidence, we saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create two new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russia stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that we're sanctioning as well. As I said on Tuesday, these are people who personally gain from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It'll strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It'll degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It'll hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And the good news is, NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland, as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized and activated an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal, to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden their cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown, time and again, how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends. The next few weeks and months will be hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them, but the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence. They have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now, the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary, by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. but it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. And Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased by from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine. May God protect our troops.
Mr. President.
Associated Press, Zeke.
With President Putin at this point, and what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point, and what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Well, it's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of NATO. NATO is more united than it's ever been, and I have no plans to talk with Putin. Wall Street Journal, Tarina.
Mr. President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be a part of it?
The sanctions that we have proposed on all their banks have of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT, number one. Number two, it is always an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine? And a second question I'll just give to you now. This statement that he gave last night, the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve. So he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming. I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together. And we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going beyond?
Yes.
Two topics, just really quick. First, markets are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond, and markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that, number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's the next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin And would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, he was, I made it clear, as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read? I shouldn't, I'm not being a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speeches, why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
You're confident that these devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks?
Yes, Russian bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden. If sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can?
I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him.
You've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks now.
Yes, but the threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of the sanctions are two different things. They're two different things. And he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
And what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's
because
attacking
it will so
Ukraine as we
weaken his
speak?
country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choices of whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if not,
it's not a bluff, it's on the table.
Sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President?
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal, respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir.
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. Wait, no. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries, and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. And look, you know, well, anyway.
Can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly today?
Defense partner for the sir.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States?
Sir, India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
we're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, that was President Biden announcing some new sanctions. Maybe in a little while we'll look at an article with some of the specific details about that. I want to get back to giving more updates on the situation in Ukraine, and I thank you for your patience. Hey, a really quick heads up. There's where my studio is. There's some alarm testing going on today, so you might hear some loud horn come on for a couple seconds. Hopefully it's done, but just a heads up, you might hear a loud alarm. There's nothing wrong. It's like the alarm testing day today. So again, I apologize if it happens. It might be pretty loud, but it shouldn't happen that much. It should be almost done. Happened a little bit while Biden was speaking, but you couldn't hear it because it was muted. Let's get back into what's going on with Ukraine. And as I mentioned, we were talking about before President Biden spoke, one big development, a couple big things in Ukraine. Well, we mentioned to you that multiple reports say that Russia has taken the Chernobyl power plant in the surrounding area from Ukraine. And also, we've heard multiple reports suggesting that Ukraine might be launching some sort of operation to decapitate the government and make some sort of move on the capital, Kyiv. So we have been following this, and just to show you some of the stuff we have seen here. For example, Jennifer Griffin from Fox News, Gostomel Air Base, a cargo airport 45 minutes out of the center of Kyiv, the scene of a Russian airborne attack. As many as 20 Russian helicopters, part of the assault, reports that Russian soldiers on the ground have taken the airbase. 18 Russian cargo planes are apparently headed towards Kyiv. So, is Russia trying to land some troops quickly in Kyiv in order to decapitate the government, take the government, and do something in the city? I don't know, but I'll show you some stuff we showed you earlier. Here's something from a U.S. government official. Here, look. Dan Lamothe, senior defense official, says it appears Russia is moving to take control of Kyiv and other cities next. More than 100 missiles launched at Ukrainian targets last night. They came from Belarus, Russia, and the sea. Airports and other military targets were the primary emphasis last night. But it appears Russia is moving to take control of Kyiv and other cities next, official says. That's very, very dangerous. We would describe what you are seeing as an initial phase of a large-scale invasion, senior U.S. defense official says. Cautions U.S. will not have perfect visibility of what is happening. No U.S. aircraft overhead. They are making a move on Kyiv, a senior U.S. defense official says. What they're doing with Kyiv is hard to say. So this is something we're keeping an eye on. You know, last night was really bad, but last night was a lot of long-range fires, long-range attacks on mostly, apparently, military targets. This is just the beginning, and I believe, and a number of analysts believe, that what Putin is doing is he fundamentally, the U.S. government, the Pentagon believes they want to change the government. But changing the government doesn't just mean saying this person's the new president. Remember, when the Pentagon says, you can see here, I'll show you this. Hold on a second. Let me just show you this. Just to show you what I'm talking about. Senator Rubio, who's on the Intelligence Committee, Vice Chair of the Intelligence Committee, Senate Intelligence Committee, also talked about regime change. So the UK government has talked about Putin wanting regime change, And let me show you the thing about regime change here, though, from this quote from the U.S. Hang on. Before I get to my point about that, this is from earlier today. I think it's this thread right here. Jeff Selden. Russia op clearly designed to take key population centers per senior U.S. defense officials. They have every intention of decapitating the Ukrainian government. But if Putin wants to change the government of Ukraine, that doesn't mean he just wants to have troops go in and then kidnap Zelensky and say, this person's president now. The reason to change the government is to change people's behavior. Changing the government isn't any good if people won't go along with it. If Putin sent his forces in to install a new government and then the forces left, the people would just be like, we're not listening to you. You're not our government. So changing the country, making the country be the kind of country they don't want to be, will presumably require using force on the population to make them submit to the new government. This is very, very concerning. This is why I said for weeks now, I think this is going to be unthinkable horror when all is said and done, because it appears that President Putin is moving to fundamentally change the nature of Ukraine as a country. It has been a pro-Western, pro-European developing democracy that wants to join NATO. Putin apparently hates that. He doesn't think it should be a country, which he's made very clear 3 days ago. So this is just getting started, and unfortunately, I am very, very concerned. Concerned isn't even the right word, but terrified for the people of Ukraine. But we're bringing you the latest updates, but lots of ground troops moving in, and just to emphasize, apparently this is just getting started. This whole thing is just getting started for Putin. He has some kind of plan here. What is this? I haven't seen this. Investing.com. Where did they get this from? Pentagon orders additional deployment of about 7,000 troops to Europe. Let me see if I can find this somewhere else. I don't know where they got that from. Breaking news, Pentagon, 7,000 U.S. troops deploying to Germany in coming days. I'm guessing those might end up in various NATO countries threatened by Russia, close to Russia. So 7,000 U.S. troops, now new troops, 7,000 new troops deploying to Germany in coming days. That's from Lucas Tomlinson with Fox News. I have about a half a sandwich here. I was trying to eat during President Biden's speech just to do it. I sometimes have to eat on the air because we stay on the air for hours. So I apologize for eating some on the air. Oh. Some people are saying Biden said this. So during the speech, there was some parts of it I didn't hear. One, because I was dealing with the alarms going off, and two, because I was grabbing some food to come in here. So I apologize if I missed that during the speech. I don't know I don't know if it was said during the speech. I just don't know. I heard most of the speech, but I apologize if I didn't see, if it wasn't. I don't know if it was in the speech or not. Somebody in the chat said something like, something like Ukraine has recovered that airport that was reportedly taken by Russia near Kyiv. Now, I saw just a rumor about that online, but I haven't seen any reliable source said that. You got to be really careful with the rumors and stuff because it's warfare. It's unclear what's going on. There'll be stuff that's not true, but I have not seen any reliable source say that. So I will certainly pass it along if I hear it. Here, look at this. Ukrainian presidential advisor said Hostomel airport was recaptured, but then deleted his post. So let's wait for confirmation or not. And let me say this, let me repeat this again. The Russian military is far superior to the Ukrainian military. So every expert I've heard basically says they believe Russia will be able to do what it wants militarily. That's not... So you know, I have to imagine that if Russia wants to take that airport, they will take that airport. That's not... I can't imagine the Ukraine forces will indefinitely hold them off from the airport. So, you know, the Ukrainian strategy would almost certainly not involve being based on directly trying to confront the Russian military. You have to assume that the Russian military will basically have a free hand in Ukraine. U.S. expels Russia's second-ranking diplomat in Washington, AP, from BNO News. Okay, so let me, I want to check up and see some updates that I might have missed during the speech. Give me a moment here. Oh, breaking news. John Ostrower, FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, just gave journalists a heads up to expect news at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, almost certainly related to Russia and Ukraine. The UK did some sort of ban on Russian-owned or connected airplanes from its airspace, so Aeroflot, the Russian airline, will not be able to fly to UK right now. We heard that earlier today, so we'll see what this ends up being. People keep mentioning the story about Chinese planes in Taiwan airspace. That kind of stuff happens pretty regularly. So it's not, I don't know that there's anything, I haven't heard there's anything new going on. This happens fairly regularly. It's provocative, but I haven't heard any kind of story about China, Taiwan, where it's like, whoa, China did this thing that they haven't done before. So I'm going to assume, unless I hear it, it's a similar thing to what's been done before. If you have some news story that says China did this new thing that's very, very different than what they've done before, please send that to me, because I haven't seen that yet. Okay. Here's a photo from protests. Photo from Moscow, a lot of youth that stands against the war. I retweeted a report that over 1,400 people in Russia have been arrested at protests in various cities in Russia today, anti-war protests. Protests not really allowed in Russia, not allowed. You can get arrested. They're arresting lots of people. You can get you can get severely punished for it. So it's interesting to see that and various people are, in spite of that risk, going out to protest in Russia. That's from Anton Barbashin. Here's that statement about the new troops. Caitlin Dornbos, Stars and Stripes, Dornbos. U.S. will soon deploy 7,000 more troops to Europe, including an armored brigade combat team with associated capabilities and enablers. They will deploy to Germany to reassure NATO allies, deter Russian aggression, be prepared to support a range of requirements in the region. Yeah, we're not sure about this. I don't know if this is true. We don't know if this is true. Here, look. See? An advisor to the president, not the armed forces, had claimed that Ukraine's armed forces had reclaimed the Hostomel airport near Kyiv. He has deleted his initial report and said the fighting is continuing in Hostomel. That's from the Kyiv Independent. But again, so if I would fully anticipate that if Russia wants that airport, they will take that airport. Russia's military capability is far superior to Ukraine's. Doesn't mean Ukraine doesn't have a capable military, but I assume if Russia wants it, they'll eventually get it. Maybe there's a temporary delay that could be beneficial in some military way. I'm not sure. But I just want to be clear that that's the case. It's very lopsided. I'm going to post that post from Michael Horowitz, I think it was. Look, Ukrainian presidential advisor corrects his statement, says that Ukrainian forces have not retaken the airport near Kyiv, and says the battle in Hostomel is still ongoing, artillery and tanks involved. Again, this is a key battle in this conflict. But at the same time, big picture here, Russian military far superior. I apologize for eating on the air. I have about a quarter of my sandwich left. Now, what is this? Aurora Intel says Russian TV channels, including RT, have reportedly been banned in Poland. RT would be like I've watched it. It's government propaganda. It's government-run channel that posts a lot of propaganda. Not all propaganda, but a lot of propaganda. They'll sometimes have live streams from places that can be useful to watch, can be newsworthy, but there's a lot of propaganda on there. Well, that happened. They said, here's the official document. Apparently. So a report that's happened from Aurora Intel. See, this is here's an unconfirmed report. Unconfirmed report from Live UA Map that the AN-26 aircraft of the Russian Air Forces crashed in the Voronezh region. The crew died. But the link doesn't work. What happened to the link? I'm going to let them know their link doesn't work. I don't know if they know that. I just messaged them. Oh, BNO is reporting it too. Guys, I think it's supposed to be a Russian plane. Military transport plane crashes in, oh, all right. Military transport plane crashes in Russia's Voronezh region near Ukraine, Defense Ministry. That would be a Russian plane. So BNO News is hearing that. That's the report that Live UAMAP was posting. Let me see if I can find anything else about this. Hang on one second. Here's something about it by this account, Artem. I guess, again, I can't confirm this. It sounds like they're saying they get it from Russian Defense Ministry. So a bunch of people I follow this person. They say they're hearing, according to preliminary information, the failure of equipment became the cause of the crash of the AN-26 aircraft. The Russian Defense Ministry said. Hang on, let me show you what kind of aircraft it is. Wow, that's a pretty big plane. That's a pretty big plane there. Look at that. Wow. Thoughts with the people who are on it. That's I don't know how many people it holds. Do we have specs down here? Here, capacity 40, holds 40 passengers max and 5 crew. 40 passengers and 5 crew, it says. Let me see if I can find you anything more about that report. Oh, I have another report for you too from BNO News. International Atomic Energy Agency says confirms Chernobyl nuclear power plant seized by Russian forces, says it's of vital importance that safe and secure operations are not disrupted in any way. Let me also see if they've put out a statement on this. IAEA. Do they have a statement? Latest news, nothing there. Do they have a Twitter? Here it is. The IAEA is following Ukraine situation with grave concern, appeals for maximum restraint to avoid any action that may put nuclear facilities at risk. General statement on direction and situation in Ukraine. The IAEA, regarding the situation at Chernobyl nuclear power plant, they say, Ukraine has informed the IAEA that unidentified armed forces, presumably Russian, have taken control of all facilities of the State Specialized Enterprise Chernobyl NPP located within the exclusion zone. The counterpart added there has been no casualties nor destruction at the industrial site. Director General Grossi says it's of vital importance that the safe and secure operations of the nuclear facilities in that zone should not be affected or disrupted in any way. I'm just taking another bite of my sandwich. I have like a quarter of a sandwich here to finish. I apologize. I'm trying to get you more on that plane crash, on the reported Russian plane crash. So give me one moment. Let me see if I can find something more on that. Woofer has posted this. Russian media confirms a Russian transport plane transporting military equipment, so maybe it had more equipment and less people, has crashed in the Voronezh region with all crew dead. Give me one moment, trying to get you the latest updates here. I'm not gonna post it. I'm seeing a video of what is claimed to be an interrogation of a captured Russian military member. I'm not going to show that on the air. I can't confirm it, but I'm watching it right now. So I don't know if it's real. If I hear more news about it, I'll let you know. But I just saw that. Look at this. Look at this. Leonid Rogozin. Residents of Melitopol, which is in southern Ukraine, are posting videos of Russian troops controlling the roads on the town's outskirts. Melitopol stands on a major highway connecting Crimea to Kharkiv in Russia. If Russian troops seize the entire length of this highway, Ukraine will be cut in two. So this is I'll show you the video in a second. Melitopol, here's Ukraine. Melitopol is here. There's Melitopol. So I guess the highway, well, there's a highway that runs east-west. There's a highway that runs north-south. Oh, I'm confused. Why is it cut in two? Does he mean like the bottom part would be cut off? Because this is Crimea, which Russia occupies, but. So I'm a little confused by that. Because, I mean, there's different highways here. So I don't know which specific highway he's talking about. But anyways, I'll show you the video.
Танки, прикинь. Да. Я его даже признал. А знаешь, что мне говорит, брат, тебе жизнь дороже. Я говорю, брат.
South, he means north to south. Yeah, but I mean, like, so if he means north to south, I mean, because there are bridges. Oh, I see. Well, if you mean this whole highway, I mean, that's hundreds of miles. That's hundreds of miles, north to south. So I don't know, you know, that's 250 miles. So that's, I understand what you're saying in the chat. My point is, them having troops There's a big difference between them directing traffic in Melitopol and then taking an entire 250-mile highway. So I haven't seen updates that they're planning on taking that highway and just cutting it off. I have no evidence that they're planning on doing that. I don't know. But it is 9:37 p.m. Ukraine time. 9:37 p.m. Olive says Russian SureBank shares are down 36%, I guess because of the sanctions. Oh, SureBank stock. What is this? Market summary. Is the market open? Yes. It says down 60. Yes, this is SureBank Russia. Where does it trade? What stock exchange is this? London Stock Exchange. SureBank of Russia, according to this, it's down 46%. Is this the same stock market? I don't even know. I don't know which market I'm looking at. Why does that say 61? This would be this wouldn't be London. London stock market would be closed. This looks like it's SureBank. I don't know. That could be something else. This is getting too complex for me. Maybe there's different shares on different markets. Stock price quote, let's see. Here, SureBank of Russia, minus 46. Where is this trading though? I don't know. Different stock markets, again, I'm not gonna worry about it. It's not worth worrying about. We'll maybe talk about it later. I don't wanna get all into it. We have other things to talk about. Woofers also reports, I don't know where he's getting this information, violent grad and artillery barrage ongoing against Mariupol right now. Now, I don't know where this information is coming from that Woofers is getting. They post a bunch of new stuff. It's an OSINT account. I usually do serious stuff. I like Asia and North Africa. So Woofers is saying, again, hang on. And I don't know where the information is coming from. So I'll call this an unconfirmed report. Unconfirmed report of a violent grad, rocket, and artillery barrage going on against Mariupol right now. And that would be down here. That's a city of about 500,000 people. Southeast Ukraine. So that's something to keep an eye on. But again, I don't have more information. Thinks that Ukrainians may end up having to abandon Mariupol if the forces to the west can't hold in order to avoid getting encircled. Russian forces are fighting with Ukrainian units at Melitopol. If there is not a counterattack here, there may be a breakthrough. Look, and overall, the Russian military, as I was saying, the Russian military is vastly superior to Ukrainian military, and they also should have complete control of the skies. So you would think that eventually the Russian military will be able to do what it wants. What's going to happen in the cities, though? This is just the beginning of the plan. What does Putin have planned for the cities? What does he have planned for the government? What does he have planned for the people of Ukraine? That we don't know yet. Sean Gregior sent me this. Anastasia Lapatina, who I've been following, she says she's a journalist. My mother is this. Now, this was an hour ago. My mother is 10 kilometers away from Antonov Airport. Now seized by Russia. She's hiding with her friends and counting strikes, 13 in the last 15 minutes. Ukrainians will never forgive this. That's her mother. That was an hour ago. Oh, I wanted to show you the picture of the downed plane that came out earlier. A downed Ukrainian plane. I'll show you a couple of videos from earlier too today. Here, Rob Lee. A Ukrainian A-26 transport aircraft was reportedly shot down in Kyiv. Look at this picture. Hang on. I don't have details on it. Some other stuff from earlier today. Oh, there was a really striking video, a couple of striking videos. Where's the one of the missile? This one here. Look at this one. Video of Russian cruise missile reportedly striking airfield in Ivano-Frankivsk. I don't know if we showed this last night. But anyways, it's really horrible. Elint News posted it. Let me play it again. It was originally posted by this account here. Just crazy. Igor says Sberbank is trading on Moscow Exchange and London Exchange. Rob Lee also posted this about 11 hours ago. Reportedly video of multiple launch rocket strikes in Kharkiv Oblast.
Народ, это пиздец, прямо возле нас, блядь! Ух, ебать! По нам, блядь! По нам! Ваня, по нам, блядь! По нам!
Scary. Hold on a second here. Here's another video from 10 hours ago, which you may not have seen. Michael Horowitz, another surreal video, fighting near Kharkiv in the middle of civilian traffic.
Вот, ребята, российские танки стоят на окружной, а наши херячат по ним. Стреляют и людей стреляют, всех. Никого не выпускают, никого не пропускают.
Мало, блядь, танков.
Вот такой пиздец, ребят. Поехали отсюда.
Thank you, Daniel Self. Daniel, there is a join button. There's a join button on the channel page. Hey, I want to thank our moderators. I really appreciate it. They are all volunteers, our moderators. Give a shout to them. Linda Belk has been moderating. Thank you so much, Linda. And Lexa Fulmer and Angel Shark and Cynthia Moon. And also our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body, Roxanne Betke, and thanks, Amy Hannes, I appreciate it, and also for the stars, and our Twitch, our Twitter mods, our Twitch mods. Hang on. I have too many things open here again, and I'm confusing myself. Our Twitter mods, Bash and Girl, Cerrero, Duxor, Mark and NC, Muse, Papa Bear, Shellthigh, Smoke, and Tariq, and Toby. And I do want to say a quick thank you. I do appreciate the people who've donated to the channel. I'm not doing the thing where I stop and do the individual acknowledgements because it would kind of like stall the stream, and it's not a great stream to be doing that. So I apologize for not doing that because I normally would. But at the same time, I really do appreciate it because that is what allows me to do this full time. So all of them are appreciated. I really do appreciate it. I just want to say that. So thank you very much for supporting and allowing me to do the channel full time. So thank you. Okay, so let's get back to updates. And it is 9:47 p.m. Ukraine time. And I'm checking some of your messages. A lot of people are sending me stuff, so I apologize if I don't catch something. Here's a new video right here. Sean mentioned this one. Elint News just posted this. They say it's a reported... the multiple launch rockets are scary. Video reportedly showing multiple launch rocket systems, likely BM-21 Grad, impacting near to Kharkiv tonight, probably targeting forward Ukrainian positions. Unbelievable. Thoughts with all of the Ukrainian armed forces. That is scary. That's from Elint News. Sorry. Thank you, Kevin Ericart. Look, Kyiv Post posted this. Hang on. The Ukrainian city of Mariupol is under heavy fire with reports of hundreds of explosions. The city is one of the biggest Ukrainian ports on the Azov Sea. Taking Mariupol would help Russia secure a direct land route to Crimea, the Ukrainian peninsula annexed by Russia in 2014. So this is another report of the shelling in Mariupol. Around 500,000 people live there, southeast Crimea. Here. Hang on a moment here. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Hang on one moment. Sorry, give me one moment here. Sorry. I just need to do something real quick. Something was not working right. Let's do this here, put that there, there, good. Good. Sorry, I just had to fix something real quick. Oh, thanks. I missed that. Sean Grigori, thanks for... I didn't miss that B&O tweet about the airlines. I mean, it's not... The Ukrainian airspace is closed anyway. B&O said that the FAA bans U.S. airlines from flying over Ukraine, Belarus, and parts of Western Russia. Well, Ukraine had closed their airspace, but... so I don't know if U.S. airlines were going to fly over these places anyway, but that's an official for U.S. airlines. But the Ukraine airspace has been closed since last night, I believe. I'll show you the flight radar. We haven't even looked at it. Look at this. Flight radar, you are now in line. I'm in line for flight radar. I guess it's popular now. 13 minutes? I wonder if they posted about this before I post this. Let me see if they posted about it. Let me see first if they posted about this. 13-minute wait to get into Flight Radar 24? Wait, what? Are they having issues? They don't say anything about it. It was over 30 this AM. Look at this. I guess people have had this wait. It wasn't like that last night. I have premium. I subscribe. I'm a paid subscriber. I'm a paid subscriber. Oh, I'm in. No, I'm in now. I'm in now. I'm in now. For some reason, I'm in. I hadn't seen it before. Gregor Martin says, so far, official Ukrainian army report says they have 57 dead and almost 200 wounded in action today. The actual number must be much higher. And Will Vernon says, a couple of figures tonight. At least 57 Ukrainians killed so far in the fighting. Figure almost certainly will rise. And over 1,200 Russians detained across the country for holding anti-war protests. Again, we expect that to increase. All right, hang on. We're checking for updates here. Trying to get you the latest developments. Max Seddon says of the U.S. new sanctions, he says, U.S. sanctions on dollar transactions for SureBank, Russia's largest bank by a long way, are a big deal and will be painful in the short term for the Russian financial system. But those sanctions aren't as tough as those on VTB, which cut it out of the financial system entirely. Maybe we'll talk about the sanctions a little later, but I'm more focused right now on the getting you the latest updates here. Let me know what you're hearing at Lookner on Twitter. Breaking news. Oh, this isn't really breaking. I missed this before. Alex Ward with Politico a couple hours ago posted, European official I just spoke with said somberly, expect a rapid fall of Kyiv, the capital. That was 2 hours ago. Oh, Mark says, multiple distant explosions audible on the live feed from Kyiv. Which feed is this? Because the EarthCam one wasn't working. Is it Fox feed? There's a feed from Fox. Are people watching the Fox News feed? There's a Fox News feed. 2,100 people are watching it. I can't have the sound on, though. Just saw explosion on Kharkiv live stream. I'm looking at the Kharkiv live stream right now. The Maidan Square one? Anyways. Reuters has a live feed from Maidan Square. Okay. That people are watching that. Reuters live feed of Maidan Square. Okay. Okay. Michael Kaufman says, seeing reports that Russian forces are at Melitopol in southern Ukraine, consistent with the map I put out earlier. Yeah, we showed you some of those reports earlier. Hang on. I want to hear this. Freedom News TV, she has been in Ukraine making videos, and it looks like she may be getting out. Let's see what she says. She says, driving away from Kyiv towards Poland. Let's see what she has to. She's a Scooter Caster NY.
I am driving from Kiev towards Poland through Bila Tserkav because of the army fighting lines being on the usual way towards Poland. Really extremely hard to find gas, and they at one point started to only give gas to first responders and military. They were using some sort of like words like you can only use coupons, which didn't make any sense. And when I asked them what that is, they couldn't explain. And then I finally got the answer that they are rationing it, and it's only for military and first responders such as police and fire and ambulance. Thankfully, I was able to explain to them that our press card is given out by government as well, and we're also first responders, and they were kind enough to help. But as I'm driving away, I'm seeing like people on the side of the roads with bags. Some people are walking away with like camping equipment. It's very eerie. The gas attendant told me that they just had a missile fly over them today.
Anyways, if you want to see more of her reports, she's been doing reports from the area. She is at Scooter Caster NY, at Scooter Caster NY. Hope she stays safe. Okay. You can write to me on Twitter at Lookner. I've been checking some of the messages you guys have been sending me. Oh, here it is. Due to extremely heavy load, some users may experience slowness or temporary connection issues accessing Flight Radar 24. We're working on increasing available performance now. Okay, I didn't know. Unfortunately, at this time, it is not possible to provide a separate track for subscribers. I ended up getting in pretty fast. Thank you, Spencer Cairo. I didn't realize it had been going on this long. Thanks for letting me know. What is this? Unconfirmed video from Moshe Schwartz. He says purportedly what this is, this is a CCTV footage of an explosion impact from Russian bombardment in Odessa, reportedly from earlier today. I don't know if that's true. I know he tries to be legit. He tries to show legit stuff, but I can't confirm the video, but I'll show it anyway. Very well could be legit. I do not know. Hansy says, Steve not helping Ukraine by saying how fast they will lose. I'm not saying how fast they will lose. This is common knowledge. If you actually go watch, what I told you was Ukraine's military is vastly inferior to Russia's, and that Ukraine would not defeat Russia in a head-on military fight, and that Russia would pretty much is expected to just basically have their way in Ukraine if they whatever they want to do. That's common knowledge. Go read various analysts. Go watch the UK Parliament Defence Ministry hearing they had 3 weeks ago, where they discussed this in UK Parliament Defence Ministry. The idea is, what various analysts have said is, that doesn't mean Ukraine will lose. What it means is Ukraine needs to adjust their strategy based on that. So if Ukraine's military is vastly inferior to Russia's, what Ukraine is not going to do is they're not going to literally just try to defeat Russia in head-on battles all the time. What they would do is things, which is what analysts say and experts say, like hide forces in cities, try to drag out the time of the conflict. So maybe people in Russia start having less and less support for it. So again, the only way to win a battle, to win a war, is not literally to take on the other military head on. What you have to do is be realistic about your capabilities and say, given our capabilities and the opponent's capabilities, what is best for us to do? So when I say that Ukraine's military is inferior, it's a well-known fact. I'm not denigrating them. I'm not giving out secret information. It's just being realistic. And this is not a secret. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to convey to you that it's actually trying to convey to you that you shouldn't think that if you hear Russia's military is taking over the country, you shouldn't think, oh, well, then Ukraine has failed in what they want to do. Because my assumption would be that Ukraine's plan is not going to be defeat the Russian military on the battlefield. I'm trying to inform you as to what the actual strategic situation is. Here is the flight radar. Yeah, guys, people keep talking about explosions on streams. I'm looking at various streams. I might miss it. I can't have my eyes on every stream, every second of the day. So I'll check. But again, I have streams on. I'm periodically looking at them. When I turn my head, it seems quiet. I might miss an explosion. So anyways, I'll let you know if I see anything while I'm watching. I appreciate the heads up, but if it's a quick thing, I'm probably not going to see it. This is the airspace in Ukraine. Nothing. I don't see anything. Empty. But there is a U.S. drone. Oh, there's a U.S. drone in the Black Sea. I'm sorry, it's not empty. Well, U.S. drone in the Black Sea. Maybe there's other surveillance aircraft we can't see. U.S. drone in the Black Sea. Oh, I just saw an explosion on, yes. I just saw an explosion on the Kharkiv video. Yes. People say they were seeing explosions on the Kharkiv video. I did just see an explosion on the Kharkiv video. There is a Kharkiv live stream on YouTube, and it is posted by EA Integration Group. EA Integration Group on YouTube. And I am seeing explosions right now. I'm going to post about it. Thank you for the heads up. Explosions visible. Yes, so it's. I did just see several explosions in the distance in the Kharkiv live stream. I also posted the link to the stream if you want to watch it. Are we seeing more airstrikes now? It's 10:09 p.m. local time. Hang on. March says you don't have to fight a superior force to make it costly enough to say it's not worth it. Exactly. He says just like the VC Cong in Vietnam and Taliban in Afghanistan. All right, here's what I need to do. Oh, hold on a second. Doge says Ukraine's defense minister warns Russia is preparing a new wave of attacks, including airstrikes. All right, give me 1 minute here. Give me 1 minute. Here's what I need to do. Here's what I need to do. We are continuing our live coverage. It is 10:10 p.m. Ukraine time. We are bringing you live coverage. Some people are saying there were a few explosions on the Kyiv stream. I need to take a 2-minute break. Give me 2 minutes. I'm coming right back in 2 minutes, and we'll continue in 2 minutes our live coverage.
How's everyone doing today? Just kind of curious what your guys' thoughts are on all this. It's pretty sad. Pretty scary, too. And I don't think a lot of people are really paying attention nor care, so... This is just kind of stressful. And sad. I'm shocked, actually. I'm quite shocked, so... I don't even know what to say. If there's another stream that you guys would like me to put up on one of these cameras, I surely can. So feel free to let me know. But I'll be here. I'm just putting my cat on the stream. I haven't done anything with myself today, so I'm sure my cat's a lot cuter.
Thanks for your patience. That was probably 4 minutes, not 2 minutes. But we are back. Give me a second here. Let me get settled in and catch up. All right, let me catch up here. Hang on a moment. Where is this coming from? Doge says the Ukrainian Interior Ministry says Ukrainian forces on Snake Island in the Black Sea have been overrun. They've lost connection with border guards fighting the troops there. So where is this? Ukrainian Interior, are they on Facebook or something? Let me see if I can get the original post for you. Here's this. Press Center. I might have to message Intel Doge about this. I'll get you more on that in a second. What I'm trying to do is find out I keep seeing these reports from the Ukrainian Interior Ministry that people have, and I can't find, like, what is their site? Oh, it's on Facebook? Maybe it's Facebook. Hang on, I might have found it. I might have maybe they're posting on Facebook. Let's see. Oops. No posts. Ministry, that's not it. Reuters Kyiv cam. I got to do this. One moment. Sorry. Let me just get organized here. Put that there. We'll put that here. It's annoying though, because I keep seeing these reports and I'm like, I want to see the reports themselves. And I don't know where they are. So I'm going to try to find them. Okay. So there's that report from DOJ where, again, I haven't seen it myself, where he says, Ukrainian Interior Ministry says Ukrainian forces on Snake Island in the Black Sea have been overrun. They've lost connection with the border guards fighting there. I haven't seen the report myself. Snake Island, Black Sea. An island belonging to Ukraine in the Black Sea with an important role in delimiting Ukrainian territorial waters. The island is populated, reported to have under 30 people in 2012. I'm guessing maybe they have some military there. About 100 inhabitants live on the island. There's a lighthouse there, apparently. And I'll show you where it is on a map. So there's the Black Sea. So it looks to be about, like 20 miles off the coast, actually. It's a pretty long way off the coast. Measure distance. No, forget it. There it is there. Rocky, grass-covered island. Oh, I got it. I got the link. There we go. Okay. I got the link. This is the Facebook for the Ministry of Internal Ministry. I think it's called. Here's the report. This is very helpful. Thank you to DOJ for sending me that. DOJ helped me out. Okay, let's look at this. This is the Facebook Internal Ministry. The situation regarding the Russian invasion. 11 minutes ago. After the shelling of Snake Island of ship weapons and combat aviation of the occupiers, infrastructure on the island was destroyed. In addition, connection with the, I guess, soldiers maybe, who are on the island, the blank who are on the island with the soldiers of the Zizu is lost. Sounds like, as DOJ says, means maybe connection with the island is lost. According to available information, the island is captured. That's scary. We remind you that the enemy today repeatedly tried in vain to intimidate Ukrainian defenders on the island with demands to surrender. Border guards and ZSU bravely held the defense. I don't even know if the people survived, who were the forces who were on the island survived. That's really scary. See, that's from Internal Ministry. Hang on a second here. I'm going to retweet that. Intel Doge says, unconfirmed video circulating reporting to show Ukrainian armed forces detonating a bridge over the river Oskol in Senkovo, allegedly to prevent Russian armed forces from encircling Kharkiv. This is interesting. It has a timestamp on it. That timestamp is today, and it says 9:10, which would be about an hour ago. Bash Karma posted this. This is unconfirmed video. But the time code would be about 9 hours ago. Sorry, not 9 hours ago, about an hour ago. Because this would be 9:10 p.m. local time today, and right now it's 10:24, unless the time zone's off. But that'd be recent. That's it. She's gone. Gone. Banned. Enough. Oh, there's a longer video with a car on it. Let me see the Bash Karma one. Bash Karma posted this. Unconfirmed video of a bridge being blown up. Hey, we should be able to geolocate this, shouldn't we? Look at that. We should be able to I bet somebody else has geolocated it already. I bet one of these OSINT people has geolocated it. Give me a moment. No one, I'm not seeing, so let's go there. It's supposed to be, well, I don't know if you can well, somebody could do it. Senkovo, River Oskol in Senkovo. So where that would be this. Senkovo. Is there a Senkovo in Ukraine? What if there's no Senkovo in Ukraine? Isn't that a problem for the hypothesis? The town of Senkovo, the River Oskol, because I just Googled it, I couldn't find Senkovo, Ukraine. Oh, maybe it's a different spelling. Oskil River? Maybe it's the Oskil River. Where's that at? I don't know. Maybe it's just not a real video. Maybe it's not from today. Senkovo, Ukraine. That says Senkovo, Ukraine. Look, Senkovo, Ukraine. There's a real place, Senkovo. No, it doesn't say anything there. Senkovo, Ukraine. Where is it? Senkovo in Kharkiv Oblast. Oh, look. Senkovo, Ukraine, Kharkiv Oblast. Again, I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe Senkovo, Russia's on the border. So maybe it's the other side of that. Let's see. Let's try that. Senkovo, Russia. No, that's all the way up here. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about it. Let's move on. It's time to move on. It's time to move on. If somebody finds a actual person who's geolocated it, I will, if I get a hold of it, I'll let you know. Hey, let me go back to the Ukraine site. What is the Ukraine military site? This is Ukraine Interior Ministry. Okay, that's an hour ago. Okay, blah 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 blah. Send apostrophe. All right, people are posting. Hold on, hang on, everybody, just hang on. There's too much going on. I'm doing two things at once. Are they posting anything here? No. There's just too much going on. All right, let's do this. Some people in the chat posted some sort of coordinates of the bridge, I guess. So let me just see if I can get this. Because some people posted these coordinates. I now have way too much open on my desktop. Okay, one of the viewers sent me this, whoever sent me this, thank you. We'll see if it works. I don't, all right, so somebody sent me this. There is the Oskil River. Okay, that sounds right. Okay, and then that is a river. It's inside Ukraine. So let's put the guy down. Well, that didn't work. So the idea is it would be, oh, I can't look at it. So the viewers think it's here. The viewers think it's like here, or one viewer thinks it's here. This says Senkivska. Oh, Senkov, Kharkiv. Maybe it's this bridge. Maybe it's this bridge here. I don't know. It might be this bridge. That looks like it's the right river and it's the right town. And this would be, again, we're talking about near Kharkiv. So what would the idea, I guess the idea would be, it would maybe just be a key area to cross or something. I mean, I don't know why that particular bridge would be of big importance, but maybe, well, there's a river crossing there. There's one down here. Maybe there's a bunch of bridges being blown up. So just to sum up, the reason I'm discussing that is that there's a number of accounts posting this video of purportedly a bridge being blown up. Here's Bash Karma. CCTV footage of Ukraine forces blowing up a bridge over River Oskil in the town of Senkovo to prevent Russia from putting the full encirclement of Kharkiv in place. I'm going to retweet this and say unconfirmed. It's not going to work because I bet it won't show the video. If I say unconfirmed ... will it show it? Because I like. Here it is. Oh, I'll post Doge's one. Here we go. Fine, done. Okay. Okay. Did the car make it over in the video? I didn't even see. I'm not going to worry about it. All right. Sorry, guys. I I'm checking like 10 things at once, and I need to just get organized here. So give me 1 second. There's too much stuff going on. Okay, let me get back into it. Oh, hold on. I know what happened. Crap. Hold on. Hey, Twitch people watching on Twitch, the stream is going to stop for about 15 seconds on Twitch. Twitch, you'll see the stream stop and come right back. We should be on the air on Twitch again. Let's see. There we go. We're back. Sorry, Twitch. Okay. This might be an old report. I don't know about this report. Deborah Haynes says, I think she might have old information. She says Ukrainian forces have recaptured an airfield in the northwest suburbs of Kyiv. No. I think this is old because he deleted his tweet. I think she's working on old information. I might message her. She says Reuters is reporting it? Because a presidential advisor said they'd recaptured that airport and then he deleted his tweet and then he corrected himself. Here, I have some other updates too. Hang on. Okay, sorry. Michael Horowitz said about an hour ago, security analyst, Russian forces appear to have launched a two-pronged assault to link the separatist-held areas with Crimea as they entered Melitopol and are now launching an attack on the outskirts of Mariupol. So I don't know. I mean, he's saying that Russia is maybe trying to link the separatist areas are over here. And Russia, which Russia occupied since 2014. Well, they didn't occupy it, but they basically controlled it because they backed these Russian separatists, pro-Russian separatists. And Russia occupied this in 2014. And so he says, well, maybe there's been this idea that Russia would try to create a land bridge to connect the separatist areas over here with the Crimea here. But at this point, they might be trying to take over the whole country in some sort of form. So we don't really know what they're trying to do at this point. There's a lot of military forces all over. Yeah, we'll check. People are saying check snap maps. I'll check snap maps in a little bit. It's just I'm really trying to get a handle on the latest updates here. So it's just there's so much information out there. So give me a moment. We'll check that in a little bit. But let me just get caught up on the other updates and look around and see what's out there. Because I'm seeing there's a bunch of different stuff. unconfirmed report from Artem. It says Registry Office, Industrial Region on Kirov in the northwest of the city. I don't even, there's something on fire somewhere. Maybe?
Пизда, блядь. Ебать.
Hey, you guys, whoever's watching,
What
if you
this
don't
is.
mind,
This was just posted by
liking or sharing the video, that would really, really help me out, and I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. And if you don't want to, that's fine too. Don't worry about it.
We'll be able to figure out where that's from. Because I don't really know.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for following Wonderland. You met my goal for followers, actually. I thank you so much.
This Euromaidan press said Anton Heroshenko reporting Ukraine managed to win back Hostomel Airport after paratroop landing. Claims Russians scattered and all scattered and official info to come. I just don't know. There's been stories going back and forth about this airport today. It's an airport fairly close to Kyiv, about 15 miles away, I think. So I just don't know what the latest is on this. There's conflicting claims. We'll just have to wait and see. Marx heard this. Russian troops have gotten closer to Kyiv in recent hours, senior U.S. defense official. I'm not sure where he heard that report. Indications of active fighting in Kharkiv and arrival of more Russian troops there, senior U.S. defense official. Where is he getting this? Maybe I can find where he got that from. I'm sure it's somewhere. I don't know if the Reuters report is correct. There's so much information coming out. Here it is. Jeff Selden. Here it is. Russian troops have gotten closer to the capital Kyiv over the last few hours, a senior defense official says. Indications of active fighting in Kharkiv and arrival of more Russian airborne troops there. We have seen indications some Ukrainian units are fighting back. Most Russian forces surrounding Ukraine appear to be on standby and have not yet moved on Ukraine, per a senior U.S. defense official. Official cautions Russian operations still in initial phases. The Kharkiv camp. People keep yelling about the Kharkiv camp. I'm looking at it right now. I guess I missed an explosion. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. White House is having a press briefing, says growing apprehension. Maybe we'll watch some of that. Maybe we'll watch some of the White House press briefing. I have other stuff I want to show you too. People said there were big explosions. I guess I missed it. I saw some earlier. The White House is having a press briefing. We'll tune into some of that when it starts. I know Reuters says their airport's taken back. What I'm saying is I don't know if that's correct information. It's a war. It's a war. This stuff can be wrong. This is something that there's been back and forth about all day. So I just don't know what the situation is at the airport. We don't know. Oh, see what happened? Oh, okay. I have an update for you. So, a reporter for Sky News, she had posted the story, and she just posted it now. She said, like, oh, it's confirmed. And then I messaged her and I said, oh, did you see these other reports? That the official posted and then took it down, and now she's deleted her tweet. She said she just spotted it. So she's not sure, apparently, what's going on with that airport. So again, I'm not going to start saying it. I have no idea what's going on with the situation at the airport. It's up in the air right now. Oh, hold on a second. Look at this. Mark says, more from Sumy. I don't know when this was. Is this today? I don't know. More from Sumy, supposedly tonight. It looks like there's a Ukrainian counterattack going. Let's see what the original post is. Thomas Van Linge. Multiple reports of renewed fighting in Sumy. If true, it would mean the Ukrainians are conducting a counterattack. I don't know that. I don't know if this is a counterattack. I don't know if it's from tonight. No idea. What can I say? I just don't know. I just do not know. Jeff Sedlin, senior U.S. defense official. Communications in Ukraine still appear operational. Not exactly clear why Russia has not deployed full scope of its electronic warfare capabilities, per a senior U.S. defense official. So they have not cut off the phone service. They have not cut off the internet. I don't know if that will happen. It was thought they might do that when they invaded. Hey, look, see, guys? This is what I told you about. Now somebody, so there's all these. She had originally said she says an advisor to the president. No, this tweet was deleted by the tweet author. I'm sorry. So she said, I deleted previous tweet based on comments by a presidential advisor, hat tip Reuters, claiming that Ukrainian forces had recaptured a key airfield after he clarified them. So it's just not clear. I'll let you know if I have a bunch more information. Neil Howard says the fog of war, folks. It's just not clear. We don't know exactly what's going on at that airfield. This is an interesting analysis from Paul Son. Paul Son thinks Putin is likely counting on quick surrender by Ukrainian forces, allowing Russian military to grab control without the sort of urban fighting that would cause grave civilian casualties. I don't know if that's true. I mean, it would seem he might think that they would like hide in the cities and wait there. So I'm not sure about that. I don't know. Also, I don't even know, if the Ukrainian government has a reason to make positive statements. So they might say they've recaptured it, and I don't even know if it's true. I'm not even going to post about that. I've had it with that. I'm going to wait. Oh, what is this? Oh, look, I never saw this. Look at this. I never saw this. Oh, maybe I did see this. This was earlier. This was like 9 hours ago this was posted. I think I might have posted Rob Lee's post about this. In a large air assault operation, this was earlier. A large air assault operation with Mi-8 helicopters on Antonov International Airport in Hostomel. Interior Ministry says Russia has seized control. Now, this was hours ago. This was like 9 hours ago. Very dangerous. It's just 15 minutes west of the Capital Ring Road. But it sounds like there's being intense fighting over this airport.
Вже штук 20 пролетіло. Не видно українського герба. Точно російські. Прямо над хатами. Прямо ось над хатами літають, падли. Полетіли в сторону аеропорта, бомблять аеропорт. Чути, що йде бій. Вже штук 30 нарахував точно.
It's just an incredible video. It's an incredible video. That's posted by Christopher Miller. I think Rob Lee originally posted it. And yeah, so that's that airport not far from Kyiv, and we keep hearing conflicting information today about whether it's been recaptured or not. It sounds like it'd be a very important airport for Russia to have if they want to bring in troops and material and land it right near Kyiv. Now, this is interesting. This is interesting analysis from Clint Watts. Clint Watts says he's a military analyst. 12 hours in, I think Putin should be worried. Ukrainian military underestimated. Russian army will to fight overestimated. Russian people support of an invasion nil. Impressed by Ukrainians. Let's help them hold. Now, I don't know what Putin's timeline and plan is. Like, I can't speak about this at all. I have no idea what the plan was, how it's going, how fast everything's going, stuff we haven't heard about. So now maybe he knows a lot more. I mean, he certainly is more qualified to speak on this than me. But at the same time, I assume he has a military background or something, Clint Watts. But anyways, my point is this. Maybe he doesn't. But let's say even if he does, my point is there's so much we don't know right now. There's so much we don't know, so. Yes, he is with Foreign Policy Research Institute. He's a foreign policy person. So I presume he has some knowledge of which he speaks. And I think it's an interesting opinion. I respect his opinion. All I'm saying is, who knows? We don't know what the plan is. And it has not been a long time. It's only been, how many hours has it been? They invaded, at like 10 p.m. It's been like 18 hours or something like that, I think. So, Matt, breaking news. Putin and Macron just spoke. Sounds like it got heated, says Max Seddon. They had a serious and frank exchange of views about the Ukraine situation, the Kremlin says. Vladimir Putin gave extensive explanations of why a decision was taken to launch a special military operation. That's from Max Seddon. People said they heard an explosion near Kyiv on the stream, I guess. The White House hasn't started the press briefing yet. Oh, hang on. Look, this is unconfirmed. Julian Ropke says heavy urban fighting in the town of Sumy. Seems some Ukrainian partisans are fighting the Russian occupiers. I don't know if this is true. Kushor posted this.
Пизда, блядь. Ебать. Пизда, блядь.
So, Sumy. And again, I can't confirm this stuff. Thomas Lynch said multiple reports of renewed fighting in Sumy tonight. He says, Thomas Van Lynch, if true, it would mean the Ukrainians are conducting a counterattack. What can I say? Maybe it's happening, maybe it's not. I don't know. Let me show you where Sumy is. Is it the case, you know, that look, we also don't know. I have no idea if there was some sort of, there might have been some strategy in Ukraine. They had some sort of strategy. Maybe they had some sort of strategy coming in to attack the Russian troops in certain ways, and we don't know about it, so we just don't know right now. We'll have to see. Sumy is a city in northeastern Ukraine. Sumy is not far from Kharkiv. Sumy is not that far over the border, maybe about 20 miles from the border or less. There's Kharkiv in northeast Ukraine. There's Sumy. There's Sumy here. See? Sumy. What is the population of Sumy? $260,000. So we have some renewed fighting apparently in Sumy. And I'll try to find you some more information on what's going on there. Oh, look, Aurora Intel, more footage of the ongoing battle in Sumy. I'll retweet this. That's fair. We showed you that before, but he's not saying what's specifically happening. They're saying ongoing battle in Sumy. We showed you this before with a lot of gunshots on it and stuff. And then there's this. More from Sumy tonight, heavy battle ongoing. So there are some videos which appear to be from Sumy of fighting. I can't tell you exactly what's happening there. This one's Aurora Intel posted, you know. This question as to Are things going as planned for the Russian forces? Worse? It's obviously a very interesting question. And I can't get, if I find someone who can give you analysis who I think is reliable, I'll let you know. I can't look at this and tell you what's going on. Someone said search Telegram. But if I search Telegram, aren't I just gonna find like random people posting things and I don't know if it's legit or not or when it's from? I mean, the stuff I'm showing you stuff posted by people who I know what they're doing and try really their best to be reliable. You know, if I just grab stuff here and there, it's, you know, if there's this particular Telegram channel you think is very reliable, you can let me know, but it's just, there's all kinds of stuff that says it's from wherever. All right, hang on. I'm checking various things here. Okay, Woofers posted this. Thanks to our viewer. Woofers sent me this. Not Woofers. Our viewer, John Luca sent me this. Woofers says, advisor to the Ukrainian president now claims the airport is captured for real this time. Okay. Woofers says victory at Hostomel Airport would mean the annihilation of a Russia Airborne and Special Forces unit, which would be a massive propaganda victory. I'm sure footage will be released. So, again, we've been talking about this airport near Kyiv. There's been battles going on there all day. There's an unconfirmed report that it's been taken back from the Russians by Ukrainian forces. I don't know if that's true. There's no way for me to know if that's true. I will just keep reporting what I can see and pass it along. But again, fog of war, you just don't really know what's going on. Oh, what's this one? Hold on. Oh, Mud Puppy sent me this. Defense of Ukraine. Active actions of the armed forces of Ukraine did not allow the main forces of the enemy to land at Hostomel Airport. The battle continues with the advanced group, with suffered losses after the fire. Oh, okay. This says the battle continues. This says the battle continues for Hostomel Airport 5 minutes ago from Ukrainian Defense Forces. Okay, well, hang on then. I just saw that myself. So the battle continues. Here it is, right here. Clarification, Ukrainian Ministry of Defense says fighting is ongoing at Hostomel Airport. However, Ukrainian forces managed to prevent a larger Russian landing. Exactly, that's conflict news. We just read it from the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Let me say thank you to our moderators. Let me say thank you to our moderators. Linda Belk has been moderating. Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate it. Sarah is moderating. Thank you, Sarah, for modding there. AJ, thank you, AJ. Lexa Fulmer is moderating. Thank you. Thank you to Bud Green, K. Lowry Body. Thank you so much. Hey, thanks Charles Paris too for the stars. Margaret Riley is moderating. Thanks again, Amy Hannes, for the stars. Thank you. So thanks to our Facebook moderators and our Twitch moderators. Let me thank our Twitch mods who are over there. We have Bastion Girl, Cerrero, Duxor, Mark and NC, Muse, Nightbot, Papa Pear, Schultheis, Smoke, and Toby. Thanks so much to our moderators. Sorry, I'm just doing a quick check here to see some updates. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, there's that. I got that. Okay. What is this? CIT, which is, they do open source intelligence stuff. Hang on one moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. I want to show you some of the stuff they've been posting
guys,
today.
I'm having a really rough
CIT.
day
They do
today,
open
but I'm
source
trying.
intelligence stuff. Apparently they're in Russia. Okay. They said Russia's forces have also lost helicopters, armored vehicles, and soldiers killed or captured, like, for example, these apparent members of a recon element of the 4th Guards Tank Division seen around Belgorod before the invasion and at the outskirts of Kharkiv earlier today. I don't really want to show pictures of people who've been captured, but I'm gonna. There's pictures of apparent captured Russian soldiers. Well, this isn't. They're not torturing this person or anything. They're taking a picture of them. So let me. Well, anyways, I'm not going to show it, but there's a picture of like, look, this person. They're identifiable. The idea is that they'd be identifiable from their insignia. So I'm not going to show you like hostage videos or anything. They said, this looks to be pictures of people who've been captured. And there's like a burned out tank here. Couple burned out vehicles. It says, the Russian losses could well include conscripts, as Russian independent media report these young men are being sent to Ukraine, with some with hardly any training. Using conscripts in a conflict abroad is unprecedented since the 2008 Georgia War, when Russia's army was poorly staffed. The situation on the ground is fluid, so we are making every effort to verify the various, often conflicting reports, and as always, to monitor the situation closely. Eric Toller with Bellingcat says conscripts weren't used at all in the 2014 to 2015 invasion in Ukraine. They're already being used now, supposedly, with National Guard behind them to man captured territory. I don't know if they're throwing in the kitchen sink with this invasion, but they may be with their manpower.
Thank
Marie
you so
says
much
poor
for
soldiers on
following,
both sides.
Sharsky. Is that how you say it?
I thought
Thank you so much.
I don't know what's going on right now. I couldn't tell you what Putin's plan is. Who knows? It's very possible that the plan is all going as expected. I can't tell you. I don't know. But a thought I had is, what if stuff starts not going as well for Putin as he wanted to? Might he do something else? I don't know, but who knows with his mental state now. TV Rain is a Russian independent channel. I can't imagine there are that many of those. Jane Litvinenko says on TV Rain channel, Russians are struggling to grapple with what Putin has done. A lot of pain and anger. His does not represent his people. Oh, we saw that already. Okay. I want to show you, let me show you the Institute for the Study of War post. Michael McFaul, former ambassador to Russia, says, after a string of communist wins around the world in the 1970s, Brezhnev overreached in Afghanistan. We know how that ended. Putin, too, has had a string of military wins, Chechnya, Georgia, Ukraine, Syria, but this fifth war also seems like an overreach. Just to be clear, though, the plan is not just to bomb Ukraine. The plan would be to somehow transform the government, just subdue the population so they do what this new government says. This is just what you're seeing now, as we've heard a number of U.S. officials say today, is just the start. This would be just the bare start of the plan. Because Putin's not attacking Ukraine to pull out 3Ds later. The idea is he's attacking Ukraine to make some great change in Ukraine. Or else it would just not be worth it for him to do this. It's very interesting to me, though, that I had read a number of analysis of this war before it started, and I saw a number of analysts who said something like that Putin would really quickly try to take out the government. So it's interesting that hasn't happened yet. Like, I don't know. Now, maybe this wasn't part of the plan, but some of the analysts made it sound like Russia might put special forces into Kyiv, as hostilities were starting, and quickly kidnap the government and you know what I'm saying? So I don't know if there was a plan for that, but I saw Zelensky speak today, so he's there. They haven't taken Zelensky, so I'm guessing that the Ukrainians might have thought this might have been coming, but you know. We'll have to see what happens. Right, and exactly, as RV says, it's one day, take it easy, so who knows? But this is as we've been saying, as the officials have been, the Pentagon officials have been saying, defense officials, it's just the first step. Yeah, people keep sending me this. Lacey Armstrong sent me this. Yeah, it is what it is. BNO News, I saw this a bunch of places, more than 10,000 rifles given to civilians to help defend Ukraine's capital. So, you know, is Russia going to try to march in there with troops? I have no idea. We'll have to see. Oh, let me show. I keep meaning to show you this. Institute for the Study of War. They're smart people over there. Where is the Russia-Ukraine warning update? What did they say today? Do they have any new predictions here? This is the Institute for the Study of War. Putin began a large-scale invasion. Okay. It says, now their prediction is Russia will likely defeat Ukrainian regular military forces and secure their territorial objectives at some point in the coming days or weeks if Putin is determined to do so and willing to pay the cost in blood and treasure. Hold on. I do want to say, again, I do appreciate it. Was it Lacey? I think Lacey Armstrong sent me that. So thank you for sending me the tweet. I'm just saying I can't really... I don't really know how important the 10,000 rifles thing is. It could be quite important. It could not be important. I'm not in a position to say. But this is interesting. Look at what they say. I want to show you this again. This is the Institute for the Study of War. Look what they said. Russia will likely defeat Ukrainian regular military forces and secure their territorial objectives at some point in the coming days or weeks. So they're saying they wouldn't be surprised if it took weeks for Russia to defeat the conventional military. If Putin is determined to do so and willing to pay the cost in blood and treasure. Now, if fighting keeps going on for weeks, is the Russian public going to support it? I have no idea. I'm guessing you'll have civilian casualties and photos of that stuff coming out, and you'll have Russian casualties. Can't tell you. Oh, key takeaways. Ukrainian forces are successfully slowing Russian offensives on all axes of advance other than a Russian breakout from the Crimean Peninsula. Russian failure to ground the Ukrainian Air Force or cripple Ukrainian command and control is likely enabling these initial Ukrainian successes. That's very interesting. Very interesting. That's from Institute of Study of War. So they say Ukrainian forces are being successful at slowing Russian offensives. Ukrainian forces are contesting the Hostomel military airport near Kyiv as of 9:30 p.m. local time. That's a few hours ago. It's about 7 hours ago. No, that's about 2 hours ago. Russian airborne troops landed at Hostomel airport and have also failed to capture the Boryspil airport southeast of Kyiv. Ukraine's contestation of the airport deprives Russian forces of any location to airlift forces onto Kyiv's western flank overnight. Russian forces are advancing on Kyiv from Belarus on both sides of the Dnipro River. The Dnieper River, is that Dnieper River? I believe that is. Russian forces secured the Chernobyl exclusion zone at 7:30 p.m. local time, but Ukrainian forces have slowed Russian advances east of the Dnipro at Chernihiv. That would be, hold on. Here. So they're saying Russian forces are coming from both sides at Kyiv, basically. Oops. You know, or whatever, whether it's here, kind of thing. Both sides of the river. But they're saying that Russian forces have been slowed at Cherniv. What else do they say? Russian forces likely seek to cut off Ukrainian troops on the line of contact in Donbass, using an envelopment behind the Ukrainian front lines through the Luhansk Oblast. Russian frontal assaults have taken little territory in Donetsk and Luhansk at this time. So what they mean is, roughly speaking, you're talking about the line of contact is somewhere in here. Hang on here. This is very rough. But they're talking about East Ukraine. So, you know, it might be like here somewhere. Somewhere in here you have Russian forces on one side and then the Ukrainian forces on the other side. And suppose the Ukrainian forces are all like in here. Oops, sorry. Suppose the Ukrainian forces are all like in here. The idea would be to like, for Russia to cut them off from behind. Somewhere back here to cut them off so they can't go west, and you know that they're stuck over here. That would be the basic idea I believe they're talking about. Maybe so that they can't go help Kyiv. Let me show you that again. Yeah, Russian forces likely seek to cut off the Ukrainian troops who are on the line of contact, using an envelopment behind the Ukrainian front lines. Russian military operations began with a short and incomplete air campaign around 4 a.m. local time, targeting Ukrainian air defenses, supply depots, and airfields across unoccupied Ukraine. However, portions of the Ukrainian Air Force do remain operational, and Ukrainian command and control appears intact. U.S. defense officials estimate initial strikes comprised over 100 missiles, including a mix of short and medium-range ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and sea-launched missiles. An estimated 75 Russian bombers participated in the attack. Russia did not successfully ground the Ukrainian Air Force or cripple the Ukrainian armed forces, enabling several Ukrainian successes today. We, they say, incorrectly forecasted that any Russian offensive would begin with a concentrated air and missile campaign to cripple Ukrainian command and control and infrastructure. The Russian failure to comprehensively strike key Ukrainian assets is a surprising break from expected Russian operation and has likely enabled stiffer Ukrainian defense. That's interesting. The Ukrainian military has shot down 7 Russian aircraft and 7 helicopters as of 8 p.m. local time. Russia has not demonstrated its full air and missile capabilities and will likely conduct further waves of strikes in the coming days aimed at degrading Ukraine's command and control and ability to redeploy forces. Again, this is from the Institute for the Study of War, today's update. Ukrainian forces are currently contesting the Hostomel military airport after several unsuccessful counterattacks earlier in the day. Russian airborne forces were additionally unable to secure the Boryspil airport. Ukraine's contestation of the airport prevents Russia from airlifting reinforcements to isolate Kyiv from western Ukraine, as feared earlier in the day. Russian ground forces are advancing on 4 primary areas. All right, I don't want to. I'm not going to read every single word of this. Maybe we'll read a little bit later. Hold on. Donbass axis. Immediate items to watch. By the way, Institute for the Study of War cannot confirm any reports of any amphibious Russian landings in Odessa or Mariupol. Initial reports of such landings appear to be incorrect. Russia may wait until forces from Crimea have secured crossings over the Dnipro River before attempting to seize Odessa by air and sea. Russian forces are making their greatest territorial gains advancing north from Crimea. President Zelensky identified the attack from Crimea as the most problematic situation. Immediate items to watch. Russian naval infantry have not yet conducted amphibious landings, but retain the capability to do so against the Odessa or the Azov Sea coast or both. So Russia has not tried to land troops in from the water over here or over here, but they could. All right. They also say Russian airborne forces may successfully secure the military airport overnight. See this? Enabling Russia to airlift additional forces onto Kyiv's western flank. So will Russia get that airport? We don't know. Russia will likely conduct additional rounds of air and missile strikes in the coming 24 hours. Russian operations will likely steadily wear down Ukrainian air capabilities and eventually take the Ukrainian Air Force out of the fight. Russian forces have not yet attempted the decapitation strike. Several analysts and outlets have forecasted and may attempt to do so in the near future. It remains unclear how much of its total strength the Russian military is committed at its time. Russia has sufficient conventional military power to reinforce each of its current axes of advance and overpower the conventional Ukrainian forces defending them. Okay. It's interesting analysis. I think a really important, two really important things from this are one, which is really interesting, is Ukrainian forces are successfully slowing Russian offensive on all axes of advance other than a Russian breakout from the Crimean Peninsula. That's important. The Russian failure to comprehensively strike key Ukrainian assets, I guess with their airstrikes, is a surprising break from expected Russian operations and has likely enabled stiffer Ukrainian defense. It's interesting. They thought that Russia was going to do a lot more airstrikes. I remember Rob Lee said he thought the airstrikes might be 1 to 2 days, but that's not what happened. The airstrikes were a few hours, and it wasn't like a huge airstrike attack. They thought it was going to be much bigger with missiles, more missiles and airplanes and stuff. So, they thought that the airstrikes would, Institute for Study of War thought that Putin would try to weaken the military more before going in with the ground forces. It was pretty quick compared to some predictions I've seen. But they do also think that Russia has sufficient conventional military power to reinforce each of its current axes of advance and overpower the conventional Russian forces defending them. This is really interesting. They do a great job. This is Institute for the Study of War. You can get these at their website. You can also sign up for email, where they send you it by email. But they're going to, I guess, do one of these every day. But that's super interesting. So that's an assessment. A day. It's an interesting assessment of the first day of fighting. Institute for the Study of War. Somebody mentioned B&O posted something. Samantha thinks Russia has a plan. Seems sus. I don't think the analysis seems sus. What if the analysis, you said seems sus, Russia has a plan, I bet? The analysis literally said they expected conventional military would defeat the Ukrainian military after a while. I don't think the analysis is sus. The analysis didn't say Putin is doomed. Thank you, Samantha. But I think the analysis is not as in disagreement with you as you think. They didn't say Putin's lost the war. Anyways, you can go to Institute for Study of War and read it yourself and decide if you agree with it or not. Ukraine's Interior Ministry says men between ages of 18 and 60 are banned from leaving the country. That's very interesting because there have been people leaving the country. Look, there might be a father. What if there's a father with kids and the family was going to leave the country, right? I'm sure there's people who did that or might have done that. I don't know. But, you know, there could have been somebody who wanted to just flee with for their family. But okay. Let's bring you more updates here. Military Land says, Intel Crab retweeted, local reports suggest Russian forces bypassed Kherson City and reached the outskirts of Mykolaiv. To be confirmed. So the idea would be they're coming from the south and they bypass Kherson here. These are forces coming out of Crimea, I believe, and they're heading towards Mykolaiv. Of course, I can't confirm that. Militaryland.net. The defense minister of Ukraine said, Deputy Defense Minister claimed that the Territorial Defense Force pushes back an attack near the city of Sumy. Look, I don't, you're going to hear stuff coming from both sides, so I can't confirm this stuff. Here's an article about Territorial Defense Force. Is that what the citizens fight in? Starting from 2022, Ukraine's Territorial Defense Force will be a standalone branch of the army. It's calling on all willing volunteers. This would be a volunteer force. The Territorial Defense Force is the volunteer army, the volunteer citizen army, basically. Volunteer civilian army. Don't know if this is true. But the Territorial Defense Force is the volunteer civilian army. Is made up of civilian volunteers. Territorial Defense Force, Ukraine. Actually, I don't want to. I just read you an article about it, but I'm trying to find you something more about it here. Ukraine's new military branch, citizens protecting their neighborhood. See, this is from Politico. Ukraine's new military branch, Territorial Defense Force. The idea is to harness well-trained civilian reservists, led by professional soldiers. It's trained civilian volunteers. An organized that's interesting. It's trained civilian force. I believe they're all volunteers. Oh, I can't tell. I'm not going to post that because I don't know. I can't tell exactly. There's different stuff. I'm not an expert on territorial defense force. It seems like it's a force. It's not. It's like a branch of the Army where like regular people volunteer for it, and then they get training. It's not people who are professional Army people. See, look, it's like, if you look at the article from Kyiv Independent, it says, starting from 2022, Ukraine's territorial defense force will be a standalone branch of the country's armed forces. It's calling on all willing volunteers to defend their own homes as weekend warriors. You working their usual civilian jobs, but doing occasional drills and exercise in their pants. It's the trained civilian volunteer force. All right, I'll say that. Not sure if this is true, but the Territorial Defense Force is made up of trained civilian volunteers. So it would be interesting if the Territorial Defense Force had pushed back an attack of the Russian army near the city of Sumy. But I don't know that that's true. I mean, there would certainly be a motivation. There would be a motivation for the Ukrainian government to put out good news, but I can't confirm this is true. One of our viewers says militia, one of our viewers says National Guard. So again, I don't know the specifics. I showed you the part of the article where they talked about the people like they'd be like weekend warriors and trained to defend their own homes. So I don't know enough about the different systems to say it's exactly like the National Guard or not, or blah, blah, blah. But you get the basic idea of it. They have an article here, which I showed you about it here, in Kyiv Independent. So we've heard they're fighting in Sumy tonight. There's definitely fighting in Sumy. Well, it looks like there's a lot of fighting in Sumy. So maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. Hang on. Destroyed Russian army vehicle near Sumy. Look at this. Michael Horowitz. Destroyed Russian armored vehicle near Sumy.
Сухпайок русский. Вот так вот. Вот она техника стоит.
Oh, I think does it have the circle on it? Look. It has a circle on it, see? I don't know. Is that a drawn circle or is that part of the actual armored vehicle? Because some of these vehicles had like shapes. It looks like a drawn shape. I don't know if it is or not. Anyways, let's show this again.
Паёк русский. Вот так вот. Вот она техника стоит. А вот тут он что-то горит, хавчик какой-то, хрен поймешь. Короче, ушли. Ушли они. Сухпайок.
Hang on. Hang on. give me 1 second here. There's too many things going on. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm just doing something real quick here. Hang on 1 more sec. Okay. Michael Horowitz also says, initial unconfirmed reports that Ukrainian forces may be carrying out a counteroffensive in Kherson. Don't know if that's happening. Oh, look at this. Aftermath of, oh, I can't even show this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey guys, I'm going to post some things. From Michael Horowitz. So, I can't show all the pictures. This is one he posted. Hold on a second. I can't even show this. Michael, yeah, these are too graphic. Michael Horowitz posted a couple tweets. One of them says aftermath. He posted 2 tweets with several pictures that are purportedly from a battle near Sumy, where there's been a bunch of fighting going on today and tonight. And he said Russian forces are said to have fled after suffering losses. I don't know if that's true, but there is some destroyed equipment and some dead bodies in these photos. So I can't show the bodies, obviously. I just posted it on Twitter. It's graphic. It's graphic. And maybe somebody else can look at it and say whether that looks like a Russian truck or whatever. But there's trucks and bodies. Wow. I just posted it on my Twitter. Hang on 1 sec. One of our viewers thought it was a Kamaz truck. That's what one of our viewers thought. It was a Kamaz truck. Anyways, there's clearly, is that what it, like something like this? I don't know who it belonged to. Oh, it is a Russian manufacturer, but my Twitter's @Lookner. @Lookner. It seems like there's a lot of heavy fighting going on. It's not the case that the Russians are just kind of, going through the country with no resistance. It looks like there's some heavy fighting going on in various areas. I think it's safe to say that. there's clearly, I mean, I don't want to say, it really seems like from the initial reports that there's a bunch of heavy fighting going on. Like, anyways. This is from Intel Crab. Intel Crab says, outside of Hostomel Airport, outside of Kyiv, Kherson may become tonight's greatest point of contention. Heavy airstrikes are noted in the area as Russian advances stall. Kherson-Odessa would be the corridor is very strategic. Down here, Kherson-Odessa. Fall of Kherson would put Odessa in imminent risk. But again, it's only been like one day. Okay. Somebody replied to a tweet I retweeted saying, Matt Parker said, will the Russian soldiers have the stomach for a fight? Ukrainians are fighting for their various existence. They'll be ruthless. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Let me do this. The question of like morale and, it's a very interesting question. Hang on one second here. I don't know how much the Russian soldiers knew about what they were going to do. Like, did the Russian soldiers know, like, you're going to be sent to, kill Ukrainians? I don't know, and I don't know if that's an issue for them. And also, who knows, what kind of soldiers have been sent in so far versus what kind of soldiers they have. I mean, that kind of stuff is certainly could be important. I'm not in any position to really talk intelligently about it. It's Tom. See, I posted this before. I said, not sure if this is true. The Territorial Defense Force is made up of trained civilian volunteers. This person, it's Tom Love, says many of them are former military, so most are very well trained. Maybe that's the case. Oh, hold on a second. Who's Ford sent me something? Oh, a couple things here. I want to show you. Hang on. I don't know where that is from. There's so many reports coming out from so many places, it's like overwhelming, trying to kind of sift through. But I did want to show you this. Christo Grozev, he's with Bellingcat, he says, captured reconnaissance petty officer is telling the Ukrainians everything he knows, which is not much, but it does look embarrassing for the Kremlin. That's from Christo Grozev. But yeah, it's, as one of our viewers just said in the chat, and we've been talking about, I mean, it's in both countries' interest to present positive news. So who knows? I'll take everything from both sides with a grain of salt, certainly. Well, definitely the Russian side, obviously, but the same way, Ukrainian military would obviously have a reason to present things going in a good light. All right, here's what I want to do. Here's what I need to do. Guys, I need a 2-minute break. I'm going to come right back in 2 minutes, and we'll continue the live coverage in 2 minutes. We'll continue the live coverage. Let me do it this way. There we go, in 2 minutes.
So, not too much going on right now. I think in a little while it's probably going to get a lot worse. I don't know, at least that's what happened last night. What are you guys' thoughts on all this? Sorry, I look like a wild woman today. It's been a day. But anyways, I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts? I'm just kind of shocked. And in the bottom left screen, I see some flashes every now and then, but I'm not sure what that is. And last night that screen was really lit up, it seems. So now I got 4 of them over in this corner here in the right corner. Kiev, Odessa, Kharkov, I can never say that name, and Dnipro, I don't know. Well, greetings from Spain. Oh, wow. There's quite an amount of panic here in Russia. Continuing into Europe. Oh my gosh. Prayers for you guys. Prayers for everyone. This is really just, I don't know. I don't even have words for this. Yeah, just prayers. I bet you there's quite an amount of panic. I couldn't imagine. Might, I don't know. I'm just praying. And greetings from all the way from Spain. I'm in Minnesota in the United States. That's kind of up by Canada area. So I couldn't believe the amount of panic. I seen some videos yesterday, like people even hauling suitcases down the road and people just lined up. I think they're trying to go to Poland. And I don't know, is that going to be next, Poland? I have no idea. Hopefully not. I mean, from the most Western country in Europe, it's really difficult that the warfare would get to us, but people is still paranoid. They talk about Putin wanting to rebuild the USSR, former territory, and stuff like this. I wonder if the countries surrounding Ukraine will actually let
thanks for your
refugees in.
patience.
That's what I'm wondering, too. That's what I'm wondering.
Give me one moment here. I saw something interesting related to that airport.
I guess we're going to have to find out, huh?
Let me do this real quick.
All right, he's back on.
So
I like watching this guy because
we've been talking about how
all the stuff.
Russia apparently made a move to take an airport by dropping airborne troops in at an airport near Kyiv, and it looks like the Ukrainian soldiers fought off that attack, and there's still battles going on at the airport near Kyiv. But so we talked about that, but I saw an interesting analysis by Rob Lee, who's a military analyst. And he posted this. He said, the Russian air assault on Hostomel Airport near Kyiv was a risky move, but if it had succeeded, it would have allowed Russian forces to move into Kyiv more rapidly before significant resistance could be organized in the capital. But Russian ground forces are still moving towards Kyiv. So the forces, the forces that tried to take that airport today were paratroopers. I guess they were dropped in. They weren't ground forces. The ground forces hadn't gotten there yet. The ground forces are coming from up here. The ground forces, for example, are coming this way. So they haven't gotten there yet, and coming here. They haven't gotten there yet. So, but I guess what Russia did is they flew some people in, and they dropped them. And they tried to take the airport, and they haven't been successful. But what Rob Lee's saying is their ground forces are still on the way. Look what he says here. Again, he says, the air assault operation on Hostomel was a risky move, but if it had succeeded, it would have allowed Russian forces to move into Kyiv more rapidly before significant resistance could be organized in the capital. But Russian ground forces are still moving towards Kyiv. He also says, perhaps Russia thought if it moved fast enough, Ukraine would not be able to mount an effective resistance, but this was not Russia's only option for surrounding or seizing Kyiv. It just delayed the operation while tank and motorized rifle units continue their advance. T. Clements, our viewer, says the loss of a VDV and SOS of an airborne and special forces unit, if that's indeed what happened, he said that'd be a bad loss for Russia. What is this here? This says, excuse me, Michael Horowitz said this is supposedly an S-300 unit, that would be air defense, burning near Kherson Airport. Would that be a Ukrainian unit or a Russian unit? I don't know. He says, Russian forces appear to have launched a two-pronged assault to link the separatist-held areas with Crimea as they entered Melitopol and are now launching an attack on the outskirts of Mariupol. So far, the Ukrainian lines in the Donbass have held very well, but Russian attacks are likely meant to isolate Ukrainian forces dug up along the line of contact. Yes, anyways. Mateo says that S-300 would be a Ukrainian one, but somebody else says Russian. We have a disagreement in our chat. A number of people are saying Ukrainian. So I was trying to get you some updates here. Oh, I wanted to check anything else Rob Lee posted. I'm so behind. There's so many updates coming out today. I hadn't seen this video. 37 minutes ago, Rob Lee. Su-25 Russian attack aircraft popping flares and flying over Kherson.
Да, вот два самолета. Вот эти, поняла, светофорные. Да, бомбят. Бомбят, да? Бомбят. А, Кацап, Паша, бомбят.
I'm assuming they pop flares to mess up anti-aircraft. Is that what they would do it? Maybe? Kathy says, oh, the firefight by airport, that's from earlier. Oh, is that the same airport? Maybe that's the same one. There's video of a firefight by air. CNN witnesses intense firefight at airport outside Kyiv. CNN is, that was during the day. People are saying yes. People are saying that's why the plane would pop the flares. Okay, thank you, chat. Heat-seeking weapons, people say. It's quite a video. Look at this one, 10 hours ago. Russian 1080 BVM turret was blown off the tank. In this. Hold on, I think the video might have a body in it. Does it? I'm not seeing a body in that one. Oh, that one doesn't have a body. Yeah, here's the video from Igor Girkin. It says that was in Kharkiv. Kharkiv VSRF losses. VSRF would be, I don't even know if that'd be a bad translation. I don't know. Anyways, I believe this is supposed to be Russian losses in Kharkiv. But again, the turret would be blown off the tank. Hold on. I haven't seen it yet. Hold on. This is a Ukrainian armored vehicle which was destroyed. Oh, look at this. Wow. Man, some heavy fighting. It says a Ukrainian armored vehicle destroyed on the left, I guess this, and a Russian MTLB with a Z on it destroyed on the right. Oh, there's the Z. See, there's the Z right there. Wow. Yeah, I'm just going, I hadn't gone through his stuff today, so I missed some of it. Then he posted this. There's another one with a Z. Another Russian TIGR-M vehicle was knocked out of action in Kharkiv. Look at this. Oh, I don't know what that is. Okay. Hold on. I didn't see this one either. Another video from that fight outside. Look at this. This is like really intense. Another video from that fight outside of Kharkiv from this morning with an MTLB on fire, damaged BTR-4 and decapitated T-80. I'm guessing these are all Russian vehicles here? Look at this.
Это наш уже танк. Хороший танк. А вот это где-то БТР они бросили. БТР. Вон БТР. БТР валяется. Никому.
Yeah, I mean, I was asleep for a while and then I came on the air, so I didn't really catch up on everything. Somebody said they both use Russian equipment. I don't know. So I don't know who the in that shot with all three of them. I don't know. I can't confirm who it belonged to. I know Russia has T-80 tanks, but I don't know if any. You know, I won't get all into it now. All right, give me a moment here. There haven't been many, I mean, well, there's been some airstrikes tonight. It doesn't seem like as many as last night. So far, at least what we can see. Who knows? What is this? Look at this. Ministry, this is a Ukrainian Pravda newspaper. Places where you can get weapons. Defense of Ukraine. Ukraine Defense Force. Attention, additional weapons are being brought to Kyiv. This tells you where you can, look at this. This is weapons being distributed in Kyiv. Attention, additional weapons are being brought to Kyiv. Then it lists the weapons, places where you can get weapons. They're really arming the citizenry. Oh, breaking news. BNO just put, thanks to one of our viewers, President Zelensky orders general mobilization. Is that like everybody? Breaking news. Breaking news. President Zelensky orders general mobilization. That's from BNO News. So I'm assuming that's something like literally everybody who's like a male from 18 to 60 or something has to fight or something? I don't know. Yes, I mean, so well, I'll have to see if I can find. I bet it's in the Ukrainian. I bet it's in the Ukrainian media. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Let me check a couple places. One moment. They don't even have it posted here yet on Ukrainian Pravda. Let me find something more about it, guys. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I see the decree. So I see the decree. There's the decree on general mobilization, but I don't have a translation yet. Does he have a website, President Zelensky? Did he post it? President Zelensky. Well, hang on, I'll find it. I don't have the actual document. I found it. I got it. FJ posted it. President.gov.ua. Here it is. I found it. Here it is. Here's the decree. Let me just mark this site off, by the way. Give me 1 second here. Give me one moment. Let me just mark the site so next time I need it, I have it. Okay. Here is the decree. Decree of the President of Ukraine. In connection with the military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine and in order to ensure the defense of the state. Maintaining blah, 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 blah. I decree a general mobilization. Mobilization shall be carried out within 90 days from the date of entry. Conscription of conscripts, reservists, and involvement of vehicles to meet the needs of the armed forces. Okay. This doesn't give the specifics about the age and everybody. So I don't have all those details. Yeah, look, to the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine to determine the order and amounts of conscription of conscripts, reservists, and vehicles. So they haven't decided how many people they need yet. See? That's what that says. Hold on a second. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, as one of our viewers said, I mean, we did report this earlier. They said no man from 18 to 60 can leave the country. Let's see here. Mark McKinnon says the Ukrainian military says it's preparing for the defense of Kyiv. So look, Russian troops are advancing on Kyiv. I know the U.S. defense. We've heard defense officials today say they think it's that Russia's going to attack Kyiv. It's widely thought. I would say it's widely thought that Russia's going to make some sort of move on Kyiv. Certain forces and means were transferred to the defense of the city of Kyiv. They posted that. All right, hang on a second. Hey, thanks to all of our YouTube members and also our new members like Casey Promise and Oh Look Another Chris. Thanks to all of our YouTube members. And hang on a second here. And look, I just showed you a post from the Defense Ministry where they basically said, we're bringing a bunch of weapons to Kyiv. If you want to come pick them up, they're going to be at these locations. So they're really arming the citizenry and, you know. There's just so much information. Oh, I didn't see this. Nicolette Geese sent me this. Thanks, Nicolette. Neil Hauer says, reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kyiv at 3 a.m., heading to shelter. Now, it is currently 2:16 a.m. That would be in 44 minutes. That's from Neil Hauer. Thank you for sending me that. Yeah, I'm trying to check for some of the message here. I appreciate you guys writing in with stuff. I try to check it as much as I can. What is this? DJ Zim sent me this from CNW, who I follow, but I didn't see this. It says, Russian vehicles abandoned today, including a Kamaz Typhoon. No information on the Russian soldiers from the vehicles. Look at this. What is this about? CNW says, I think they were attacked at some point. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. My brain doesn't work. It is 12:17 in Kyiv. Just to be clear, it is 12:17 right now in Kyiv. My fault. This is what happens when I get tired. I haven't slept well. I have not slept much or well lately. Then last night I was going to sleep more, and they were testing the alarms in the building. So I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night. So. My brain just wasn't working. Yes, it is currently 12:17 Kyiv time. I apologize. Thank you, Kim A from South Korea. Yeah, and thank you, Kim A. And thanks again. Just to repeat, I do appreciate everybody who donated. It's very kind of you. I normally, like on a normal stream, would be kind of individually shouting people out, but the stream was so busy and it would get in the way and be kind of weird. So, but I do very much appreciate it, and it's just in case people don't know, I do this myself, and so the donations are just, this is what lets me do this full time. I mean, it is a weekday today, right? I don't even know. Yeah, it's Thursday today. So obviously, I couldn't have been if I had a regular job, I couldn't have been all day doing this. So I do very much appreciate it, and I appreciate the Facebook stars too. So I apologize for not shouting out every single one. But believe me, it's couldn't be more appreciated because it's what lets me do this. Kim A, that's very kind of you from South Korea. So thank you, Kim A. I appreciate it. Anyway, so I do want to say that. I very much appreciate it. Let me go back, though, to CNW on this video. Says, I think they were, it says Russian vehicles abandoned today, including a Kamaz Typhoon, no information on the Russian soldiers from the vehicles. I think they were attacked at some point, lots of bullet holes on the front windows of the Typhoon MRAP, like they were captured or they ran away. Unfortunately, not enough information to say for certain. Let's look at the video.
Босяка даже побіг, он, блядь.
Один, блядь, вообще без обувь.
That's three. We just saw 3 vehicles, right? Look at this. 1, 2, and then 3. If these, assuming these are Russian, CNW, I mean, they do a really good job. So I'm assuming this is legit and it's accurate because they posted it. But I don't understand the language, so.
Це що таке? Шапка, блядь. Шапки. Це шапки, Сергій Іванович. КамАЗ, блядь. Світер, блядь. Це мамка дала нам. Що, дала мамка вам кацати, їбать? А так хто ж ти мене підберете, так?
Someone said first is a trailer. Was it just one vehicle carrying another, with another vehicle behind it? Maybe it's 2 vehicles. I don't know. People are saying it's 2 vehicles, not 3. Okay.
Щоб ніхто не сумнівався, чи є вони. Ібін.
Strange. Strange. Thank you, by the way. Just a couple quick thanks. Rusty Eli, Andrew Bordage, Paul Walker, Molly Pitcher, Rising Gamers, Ben Riss, Starship Captain, thank you. And everybody else, thank you. All right, let's get you more updates here. When is the White House was supposed to have a press briefing? Their stream has been on for a while. But I don't know when time it is. Hold on. Maybe we can show you that when it happens. 5:30. Oh, and guys, we'll show the White House press briefing. In like 7 minutes, the White House has a press briefing. So we'll show that to you. We'll show that to you. That's coming up. Okay, Instant News Alerts says that Secretary of State Blinken told CNN all evidence suggests that Russia intends to encircle and threaten the capital, Kyiv. And we believe Moscow has developed plans to inflict widespread human rights abuses and potentially worse on the Ukrainian people. So I follow them. I'm guessing this is an accurate quote. I follow Instant News Alerts. So apparently Secretary of State Blinken said that to CNN. And then this is interesting here. Deborah Haynes said, Ukraine's armed forces believe more than 60 Russian battalion tactical groups, the equivalent of between 30,000 to 60,000 troops, have been deployed on Ukrainian territory, according to an update on the invasion. It claimed the enemy has extremely low morale. Now, who knows? I mean, it's in Ukraine's interest to put that out there. Rob Lee says that means half of Russia's battalion tactical groups near Ukraine have not yet been committed. That would be about half the forces. Half the ground combat forces that were surrounding are now in Ukraine, and around half are still outside. Here's another update. Ukrainian President Zelensky decrees mandatory enlistment, number of conscripts yet to be determined. It's interesting. Remember I showed you that Institute for the Study of War. The Institute for the Study of War paper, I showed you the assessment today, and they said that it was interesting to them that Russia had not destroyed the command and control structure. There was some thought that, like from Institute for the Study of War, that Russia would initially basically kill the communications. Institute for the Study of War thought that Russia was going to do these airstrikes and also special forces ops and electronic warfare and cyber warfare. And they thought what was going to happen is Russia was basically going to just totally destroy the communications capability, command and control capability. I'm guessing. I think they might have said take down the phone service, take down internet service, and just make it so that make it so that. And I don't know if they mentioned anything about maybe decapitating the government, but the idea would be before the invasion, before the ground invasion, just making it so that there was, one of the things they would do is make it so that there was no effective command and control structure. And they said that Russia has not done that. That might have not been Russia's plan. I've seen others like Richard Engel from NBC today said he was surprised. He was wondering why the internet and phone service was still working. So it's interesting that was not affected so far that we've heard. And look, the government is able to put out a conscription order. We see the government, putting out like the government's using mass media, the government's using Twitter and Facebook, and people can go on Facebook and Twitter and find where to get weapons and everything, and read about the mobilization. It's interesting to see that this is. I'm not saying I'm guessing this might be totally their plan, but given that some were saying that they thought that they would just destroy the communications and create an atmosphere of chaos, and also prevent the soldiers from communicating to each other and communicating with their superiors, that has not been done yet in Russia and Ukraine. Sorry. Is the White House live yet? They're supposed to go live soon. They're not live yet. Any moment now, the White House is supposed to go live.
If you guys are liking this stream, if you guys could share or like it, I would really appreciate it. It would really help me out. Thank you so much. And if not, that's fine too.
Sorry, I'm just checking for some updates here. You can write to me on Twitter @Lookner. Dara Massacote posts this. She says she's focuses on Russia. She's a policy researcher at RAND Corporation. She says there are now 2 different reports from the Committee of Soldiers' Mothers that Russian conscripts are being forced to sign contracts on the border. Is Russia really doing this again on day one? Watch this space. The personnel side has fumbles. I'm really confused about this. Oh, hold on. All right, we're gonna play this. This is the White House press briefing. We will play this for you.
And to those that have, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. I'm gonna go with a 50 this time. Okay. Cut it a little. I like it.
Did you check out this one?
That way.
Right at the top of the 6. And then boom. And one thing we got earlier.
I assume it's starting now because they normally don't go to the this shot until they're about to start.
Yeah, they always take their sweet little time. So it seems. I wonder what Peppermint Patty has to say today.
That's exactly what people said. That's literally exactly.
Thanks again to all of our moderators. Really appreciate all of our moderators in our chat rooms. Thank you so much. They are all volunteers. They're the best. It really should not be a long time. They would not go to the actual shot.
Okay, back by popular demand. If he decides he's not going to be an economic expert anymore, he might have a future in our business, or in the press office. So Dilip is back. He's going to give some brief comments at the top, take a few questions, then we'll do some briefing after then, and I'll just say at the top for anyone who needs to leave for TV, feel free to go. It's all fine. I will turn it over to Dilip now.
Thank you, Jen. Good to see all of you again, but this is a briefing I never wanted to give. I'd like to start by saying the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine today as they suffer an unjustified, unprovoked, and premeditated attack by the Russian military forces. President Biden has said from the start of this crisis, if Putin chooses to invade, the cost to Russia will be immediate and profound, to its financial system, to its economy, to its technology base, and to its strategic position in the world. As the world has now witnessed, Putin has made his choice. He rejected diplomacy and chose war. And today, the president has announced our response. Because of Putin's choices, his flagrant violation of international law, and his utter disregard for the principles that underpin peace and security across the world, we will now ensure his decision is remembered as a strategic failure. Today, we impose an unprecedented package of financial sanctions and export restrictions in lockstep with our allies and partners that will isolate Russia from the global financial system, shut down its access to cutting-edge technology, and undercut Putin's strategic ambitions to diversify and modernize his economy. Let me walk you through a few specifics, and I'll be happy to take questions. On financial sanctions, I stood at this podium on Tuesday and said, we would impose the most severe sanctions ever levied on Russia if Putin proceeded with the invasion. Today, we're following through. We will impose sanctions on Russia's two largest financial institutions, Sberbank and VTB, which together hold more than half of the Russian banking system's assets, over $750 billion in total. For VTB, we will freeze all of its assets touching the U.S. financial system and prohibit U.S. persons from doing any business with the bank. For Sberbank, we will sever its access to the U.S. financial system. We'll also freeze the assets of and prohibit any business dealings with 3 additional Russian banks with combined assets of over $70 billion. We'll also restrict U.S. investors from providing debt or equity financing for 13 of the most critical Russian state-owned enterprises, which combined have estimated assets nearing $1.5 trillion. And finally, we'll also impose sanctions on the executives at these state-owned institutions, as well as additional Russian elites who are complicit in Putin's kleptocracy, and their family members. Those who've shared in the Kremlin's corrupt gains and stored their wealth in yachts and luxury condos and fancy cars will now share in the pain of these measures. In terms of the financial impact, as I said, these are the most impactful and significant sanctions the U.S. has ever taken. But financial sanctions are just one part of our response. We're also unveiling today an expansive and unprecedented set of export restrictions developed in historically close coordination with the European Union, Australia, Japan, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and Taiwan. These new measures include sweeping restrictions on Russian military end users to impair Putin's military capabilities, and will also deny exports across Russia to sensitive cutting-edge technology, primarily targeting Russia's defense, aerospace, and maritime sectors. In total, the United States and our partners will effectively be cutting off more than half of all high-tech imports going into Russia. This includes curbing Russia's access to advanced semiconductors and other foundational technologies that Russia needs to diversify and modernize its economy. Working in tandem, these financial sanctions and the export controls will undercut Putin's aspirations to project power on the world stage. And those impacts intensified dramatically just today. The Russian stock market plunged over 30% at one point before being halted by local regulators. Russia's currency, the ruble, weakened to its weakest value on record against the dollar before the central bank intervened. And the price the market is charging the Russian government to borrow is now above 15%. These impacts over time will translate into higher inflation, higher interest rates, lower purchasing power, lower investment, lower productive capacity, lower growth, and lower living standards in Russia. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. It's both a tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a very raw deal for the Russian people. But Putin's war of choice has required that we do what we said, and to ensure this will be a strategic failure. Finally, let me just say a few words about the impact of Russia's choices on the U.S. We've intentionally scoped our sanctions to deliver severe impact on the Russian economy while minimizing the cost to the U.S. as well as our allies and partners. To be clear, our sanctions are not designed to cause any disruption to the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. We've carved out energy payments on a time-bound basis to allow for an orderly transition of these flows away from sanctioned institutions, and we provided other licenses to provide for an orderly wind down of business. Let me just stop there and take your questions.
I just had a real quick question. You said it would take some time before it affects the economy and inflation. What's the timetable? How long do you think it will take until you have demonstrable results?
Well, look, these are costs that build over time. And as I mentioned, I think last Friday, any leader, whether you're an autocrat or a small d Democrat, has to pay attention to the living standards of your country. And already we're seeing the effects of these measures and the signaling that we provided over the last 3 months. Before these sanctions were implemented, inflation in Russia was 8.7%. The government's borrowing costs had spiked above 10%. The ruble had lost almost 15% of its value. And today, those costs escalated dramatically. Now, it's going to be up to President Putin to decide, ultimately, how much cost he's willing to bear. But what we control is to make sure this will be a strategic failure, not just because of the sanctions, but also because of the export controls, because of Europe's accelerated diversification away from Russia in terms of its energy supply, due to our fortification of NATO's eastern flank, and due to the renewed energy and unity and determination by the West to stand up for our values and advance our principles.
But to confirm, you're in it for the long haul, right? You're until you see the results that you want.
We understand that these costs will accumulate over time.
You've just laid out all of the actions that the U.S. that our allies have taken at this point. As you understand, the questions, though, at this point are about the actions you have not yet chosen to take at this point, specifically the SWIFT system and sanctioning President Putin specifically himself. What are the triggers at this point? Are there actions that President Putin might still take you're expecting that would trigger those sanctions? Or what are the potential complications, especially about sanctioning Putin personally?
So I understand a lot of questions about SWIFT and about sanctioning President Putin and lots of other measures that could be mentioned. But let me say this. I think today was a demonstration that we mean what we say. We delivered on what we said we would do in terms of imposing costs. So when we say all options are on the table and that we're prepared to continue to ratchet costs higher, it would be a mistake to doubt that resolve. But let me also step back and say that when we consider which sanctions to apply, we're not cowboys and cowgirls pressing a button to impose costs. We follow a set of principles. We want the sanctions to be impactful enough to demonstrate our resolve and to show that we have the capacity to deliver overwhelming costs to Russia. That's one. Number two, we want them to be responsible, to avoid even the perception of targeting the average Russian civilian, and of course, unwanted spillovers back to the US or the global economy. Number three, we want to stay coordinated. And so we calibrate our sanctions to maximize the chance that we move in lockstep with our allies and partners. Number four, they should be flexible so that we can escalate or de-escalate depending on facts on the ground. And lastly, as I mentioned before, they have to be sustainable. These sanctions work over the long term. That's what will guide our design.
In light of the sanctions that were announced against individuals and entities in Belarus, can you tell us whether there are sanctions against any other countries that are being seriously considered at the moment? And what is the line that a nation would need to cross in this conflict for them to be on the receiving end of sanctions from the U.S.?
Well, the Belarus measures were about delivering cost to a country that aided and abetted what we saw yesterday and overnight. But I have nothing else for you in terms of other countries being targeted.
JJ. Oh, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I know, I didn't mean, I was confusing the arms here. You want to go in the middle?
Thank you, Philly.
We'll come back to you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the carve-outs. There are general licenses for more than a dozen areas, agriculture, energy, and you just said that the importance is to limit the impact on Americans. But I was hoping that you could say, is there a percentage that you can share of the number of exemptions that make up the overall transactions? So the general licenses, what percentage of the transactions are under those licenses?
I would refer you to Treasury and OFAC for the details on what exactly is being exempted and the percentage of business that would be included.
I mean, could you say, is it a third? Is it a half? I mean, is it a small percentage? Is it a high percentage?
I would go back to the principles of our design. The measures themselves and the exemptions are balanced so that we can deliver overwhelming costs while not having unintended consequences. And so that's the principle. But as to the specifics, I'd refer you to Treasury.
Wouldn't the oil be a large percentage? I mean, considering how important it is to Russia's bottom line?
Well, look, where we have an asymmetric advantage is in foreign capital and cutting-edge technology. So that's where we're delivering the most concentrated impact. When it comes to energy, this is the one area where Russia has systemic importance in the global economy. We know it's the second largest natural gas producer in the world. It's also the second largest crude oil producer in the world. That's not to say that we have a dependence on Russia. Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
Thanks. Two quick questions, actually. One, if Putin takes Kyiv, does that trigger additional sanctions, specifically that scenario?
Not going to speculate on particular hypotheticals.
And you mentioned the timeline. You've been asked about the timeline. The president said in one of the answers to his questions today, he said, let's have a conversation in a month to see if these sanctions are working. But my question is, what happens in the meantime? Russia is taking over parts of Ukraine, major parts of Ukraine, as we speak. So the world just sits back and watches that happen until these sanctions take effect.
Look, we can't dictate Putin's actions. What we can do is what's within our control, and to make sure this is going to be a strategic failure for Russia. And so over the course of the next month, what you can expect is that we'll see an intensifying negative feedback loop in Russian markets. And I've described the elements of that. You'll see record capital outflows. You'll see a weaker currency. You'll see higher inflation. You'll see lower purchasing power. You'll see lower investment. And that negative feedback loop, the velocity of it, is going to be determined by Putin's own actions. And so that's what you should expect on the financial sanctions front. On export controls, what you can see is that over time, this is going to atrophy Russia's capacity to diversify outside of just oil and gas and to modernize the strategic sectors that Putin himself has said he wants to develop: aerospace, defense, IT, lasers, sensors. These sectors all depend on foundational technologies designed and produced by the West. You will begin to see a chilling effect take hold in Russia as those inputs are denied.
Thank you. For weeks now, administration officials have repeatedly said, yourself included, that these sanctions are meant to deter and prevent Putin from moving forward, from acting. Can you help us understand why the president said today that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening? And then secondly, on a quick one on Putin sanctions, without talking about when you might trigger them, can you help us understand what harm they would do to him personally if you were to sanction Putin?
Look, on your first question, we don't usually engage in hypotheticals up here at this podium, but let's play this out. Had we unleashed our entire package of financial sanctions preemptively, I think a couple of things might have happened. Number one, President Putin might have said, look, these people are not serious about diplomacy. They're not engaging in a good faith effort to promote peace. Instead, they're escalating. And that could provide a justification for him to escalate and invade. Secondly, he could look at it as a sunk cost. In other words, President Putin could think, I've already paid the price. Why don't I actually take what I paid for, which is Ukraine's freedom? So that's what we wanted to avoid. Look, ultimately, the goal of our sanctions is to make this a strategic failure for Russia. And let's define a little bit of what that means. Strategic success in the 21st century is not about a physical land grab of territory. That's what Putin has done. In this century, strategic power is increasingly measured and exercised by economic strength, by technological sophistication, and your story, who you are, what your values are. Can you attract ideas and talent and goodwill? And on each of those measures, this will be a failure for Russia.
I keep asking you these same questions. I don't think
She's not done yet. Let me just finish. Go ahead.
I'm President Putin.
But is it fair to say no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything? You certainly expected that, right?
Look, we signaled as clearly as we could what was coming if Russia proceeded with an invasion. As I mentioned before, economic costs of this severity generally matter.
In the left-hand bottom screen, do you guys see the lights flickering in the background? I wonder what that is.
JJ's asking a question. Go ahead, JJ.
One more on SWIFT, please. The UK has been pressuring allies to still reject Russia from the SWIFT system. Can you say if the US is still intensely working to pressure allies to do the same? How intensely are you guys pursuing
I can't comment on what the UK's position is. I'm not going to speak to that. But what I'll say is the sanctions measures we imposed today, I think without question, were the most consequential ever levied on Russia, and arguably the most consequential ever levied in history, if you look at the aggregate financial impact on Russia. So that's why we took the measures that we did. And we did so because we could move in lockstep with our allies and partners, and because we think the spillover effects will be manageable.
I'm trying to figure out if this is still a realistic live round. Is the U.S. really still making an intense effort for this, or is it essentially...
This being SWIFT? Well, look, again, I'm just going to repeat, all options are on the table, and we're prepared to ratchet costs higher at a time and place of our choosing. And, President Putin should take that seriously after what he saw today.
Michael?
How do you ensure that these sanctions don't
Let Michael ask his question. Go ahead, Michael.
Same question.
Just two questions. First, if you were to sanction Vladimir Putin, do you know where his money is?
Not going to comment on that.
And secondly, what is the message to Russia at this point on what it would take to roll back, relieve some of the sanctions that you put in place today?
Look, the road to diplomacy is always open. Diplomacy is never dead. But in the current circumstance, in the immediate aftermath of an invasion, that option is not available. Right now, we're imposing severe consequences on Russia for its decisions. If there were to be a shift in Russia's strategic choices that upheld core principles of respecting your neighbor's borders, respecting your neighbor's sovereignty, allowing countries to have the freedom to set their own course and their own destiny, that would be a different situation, but that's not where we are.
Tyler?
You suggested that there's things that still remain on the table, but as you walk through the hypothetical scenarios of trying to keep diplomacy open, you said that they have now crossed the line. But if you're saying there's still more on the table, do you expect things to get worse in the coming days, that Russia will continue to move forward? Is that the intelligence? I know you guys have been quite transparent about the intelligence you have. Are you keeping things back because you think the situation is going to get worse?
I think we've been transparent to a remarkable degree. One aspect of that transparency is by saying we can't get into President Putin's head. And so your question requires me to speculate on how he's thinking about next steps, and I simply can't do that.
But just in terms of U.S. intelligence and the way that you are planning out the different sanctions you have and keeping things on the table, is that a sense that it will get worse because you want to hold things back?
Look, our job is to be prepared and manage risks, all manner of risks. And that's what we've been doing over the past 3 months as this crisis intensified. We'll continue doing that.
Last one from Steve. Go
These
ahead.
sanctions
Just to follow
don't
up,
affect ordinary people in Russia.
The targeting the Russian energy industry is totally off the table. Is that what you're saying, Khalid?
What I'm saying is that our measures were not designed to disrupt in any way the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. Now, we have also said we are going to cut off Russia's access to cutting-edge technology. That technology can be used across many sectors. And so as it relates to Russia's long-term productive capacity, we are seeking to degrade that capacity, but nothing in the short term as it relates to energy.
Thank you so much, Khalid. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay, I know it's late, but we will get to as many people as possible. I just wanted to note a couple of things at the top for all of you. One, USAID put out an announcement that they've deployed a DART, or Disaster Assistance Response Team, to respond to humanitarian needs in Ukraine. This DART team, which is currently based in Poland, is working closely with European allies and partners who will be on the front lines of the response. The team will lead the U.S. government's humanitarian response to help address critical needs caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The DART comprises 17 disaster experts from USAID who are assessing the situation, identifying priority needs to scale up assistance inside Ukraine, and working with partners to provide rapidly needed assistance to communities affected by the conflict. I know a number of you have also asked me, and we've tried to provide as much detail as possible about how the president has spent his time over the last period since last evening. I think we put out a few details, but just to reiterate for all of you, he closely monitored the events on the ground from both the Oval Office and then back in the residence over the course of last evening. We put out a few details last night, including the fact that he spoke repeatedly with his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. He also spoke with his U.S. UN ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, before she gave that powerful speech at the UN last night. He received a briefing from Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, Secretary Blinken, and his national security advisor around 11 p.m. approximately last evening as well. And as you know, he also spoke with President Zelensky. He continued to monitor closely into the wee hours last night. This morning, as you all know, he met for just about an hour with his national security team, which included both a full table in the room and full members from the cabinet, from the national security team on the screen. During that meeting, as is standard, he received an update from, of course, Defense, Intel, his diplomatic team about the status on the ground, and he has, of course, remained closely engaged with them through the course of the day. As you know, he also had a G7 meeting that lasted a couple of hours this morning, and he also spent an hour this afternoon on the phone with the leaders in Congress, Democratic and Republican leaders in Congress, briefing them on the situation on a secure call, briefing them on the situation on the ground, answering questions they had as well. So that has been his day to date, and he is continuing, of course, to focus on other priorities as president. But why don't we go to you, Zeke?
Thanks, Jen. Just picking up on that, has the president made any additional foreign leader calls today? Has he spoken to President Zelensky since their call last evening?
There's not been another call to President Zelensky. I expect, as you have seen over the past several days, he will continue to have calls with leaders. We will keep you abreast as those happen.
And with the U.S. government saying that it believes that the Russian objective right now is to decapitate the Ukrainian government, does the U.S. believe that President Zelensky at this moment is safe?
We're not going to get into security questions, but we are in touch with President Zelensky, and we are working to provide him a range of support.
And President Zelensky, in addition to calling for the West to cut Russia off from SWIFT, also proposed or called for, demanded, I think was the word he used in a tweet, that the U.S. and its allies impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. I know the president has said that he won't put U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine to fight Russia. Is Ukrainian airspace in play? Is that something that is subject to any discussions?
We've certainly seen his tweet or his request via tweet, but I don't have an update on that request.
Is that that's not off the table? No-fly zone's not off the table.
Again, I don't have any update on this point in time
or status of the discussions. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a follow-up on troops fast and a few cyber questions. Do you expect NATO to call up a major response force, and how many U.S. troops could be called to help in that effort?
That's really up to NATO. As you know, we have a number of troops, thousands of troops that are on call, but that is a decision to be made by the NATO alliance.
And the president said, if Putin pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. So just clarifying, does that first mean that there has not been any evidence of any cyber attack from Russia against any American companies at this point?
Not that we have identified or attributed at this point in time.
And can you
I mean,
explain-
aside from past ones that you were fully tracking.
Yeah, I guess I mean in the last
Yes,
24 hours.
I understand.
And can you explain more of the White House's thinking on kind of this debate in Washington about whether a cyber attack against a NATO ally would trigger an Article 5 response, a response from the alliance?
Well, that again is up to the NATO alliance to determine, but obviously a cyber attack does constitute an attack, so that would certainly be a point of discussion among the NATO members.
Okay, one more really fast. On the USAID disaster response that you just mentioned, a 17-person team, is that enough? I mean, we're talking about, we've heard you guys talk about the potential of hundreds of thousands of
You're
refugees.
absolutely right, and I think that's an important point. But what we're trying to do here is provide any incremental update on the status of what our work is. And I'll just note, and you may be fully aware of this, but in terms of humanitarian assistance, we have been the biggest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. We've provided over $52 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the past year. Over the past few weeks, we've committed additional funding and supplies to humanitarian organizations. There's been a specific need and therefore a focus on support services, food, clean water, hygiene, shelter, trauma, primary health care, and we're prepared to certainly provide a significant amount more. So this is just one step, obviously less than 24 hours after the events of last night, and we will continue to plus up from here. Go ahead.
Jen, there are a number of protests within Russia itself. Are you monitoring this? What's your message to them?
Well, there certainly are, and I know with everything going on, this may not have caught everybody's attention, but let me just note that, today we're seeing Russian people in the streets, open letters from leading Russian journalists and cultural figures denouncing President Putin's war of choice, and reports of Russian mothers concerned about the reckless deployment of their sons to this fratricidal war. I think it's important to remember back in 2014 when they didn't even acknowledge that they were sending Russian soldiers. They didn't even acknowledge when there were body bags coming back from Ukraine into Russia. And there is an outcry in the streets by Russian people, by more Russian people than I think many would expect. So despite Putin's crackdown at home, dissenting views remain. And I think that's important to note. To publicly protest against President Putin and his war is a deeply courageous act. Their actions show the world that despite the Kremlin's propaganda, there are Russian people who profoundly disagree with what he is doing in Ukraine.
One more. Speaker Pelosi's talking about sending $600 million in lethal aid to Ukraine. Is this something you support?
We are in conversations with Congress, and I mentioned the president spoke with leaders just earlier this afternoon. I don't have an exact number, but those are ongoing conversations about what needs the Ukrainians have on the ground in a variety of categories: security, humanitarian, other economic assistance. Go ahead.
Does the U.S. have any analysis to indicate that there is dissent or division within Putin's government, or is it your understanding that Putin's government is united in this war?
It's an interesting question, and Jamie, without getting into intelligence, which obviously we look at, I mentioned obviously Russians protesting in the streets. That's not exactly what you asked about, but if you watched the meeting the President Putin had with members of his national security team the other day, it was quite striking, the back and forth he had with his intel chief in that meeting. The analysis of that certainly can be done in an open source manner, given it was quite public, but I will leave outside analysis to give further assessment of that.
And as you know, we are seeing Ukrainians start to flee the country.
Yeah.
Is the U.S. prepared to accept Ukrainian refugees?
We are, but we certainly expect that most, if not the majority, will want to go to Europe in neighboring countries. So we are also working with European countries on what the needs are, where there is capacity. Poland, for example, where we are seeing an increasing flow of refugees over the last 24 hours, or flow of individuals, I should say, out of Ukraine, what their needs are, and we've been talking and engaging with Europeans about that for some time now.
Part of what you're doing is to prepare for the United States to accept.
The president is certainly prepared for that, but I would just note that because there are a number of European countries neighboring Ukraine who have expressed an openness to it, we would anticipate many of them would want to go to European countries.
And just one more quick question. The president, of course, has repeatedly said that American troops will not enter Ukraine.
Yeah.
Is there any scenario that's been discussed where that decision might be reconsidered?
The president has no intention of sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. That has not changed. Go ahead.
This was asked of the president earlier, but I don't think we got a full answer. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin said that he warned if others got involved of such consequences that you have never encountered in your history. Does the U.S. understand that as a threat of using nuclear weapons?
Well, we can't obviously get into the mind of President Putin as much as he said that, nor do we know all the specific details about his strategic posture, but we don't see any increased threat in that regard at this point in time. Go ahead.
Just follow up on some of the cyber questions.
Sure.
I know that you and others have talked about how the government is on alert for the potential of a cyber attack, but can you share, are there any specific steps that are being taken that you can share that the U.S. is doing to protect the infrastructure, power grid, U.S. banks?
Well, I would say, one, there's been efforts that have been ongoing for some time, since the beginning of the administration, to harden the private sector, or work with the private sector in partnership to harden their cybersecurity protections. We've actually seen a great deal of progress made in the financial sector. It's one of the stronger sectors in terms of protections from a cyber front that we see out there. So it's been ongoing for several months. Obviously, when there are moments like this where we continue to watch and look for what the potential is, we continue to engage closely with a range of industries about what they need to do, about the potential threats, and that's something that happens obviously privately and through a range of agencies. I can see if there's anything more specific that we can read out to all of you.
Just real quick, one follow-up. President Biden said that the U.S. is prepared if an attack comes there. He said prepared to respond. Would that response be a
cyber attack?
A cyber attack, yes. Would that be an equivalent cyber attack against Russia?
Well, I would say that the president reserves the option to respond in any manner of his choosing, overt or covert, seen or unseen, as we like to say in more available English. But I'm not going to get into specifics of what that looks like. He has a range of options. Go ahead.
Thanks. On oil prices and the SPR, does the administration have an oil price in mind that would trigger another release from the SPR?
I think not that we're going to get into detail or from here, JJ. I understand certainly the question. What you heard the president talk about today, and I can just reiterate a little bit, is that what has been ongoing, both from the president, who's been very engaged in this, having conversations with leaders in the Middle East and other parts of the world, as well as many members of his national security team, taking whatever steps we can to mitigate the impact on the global oil markets. And obviously that means increasing supply. Obviously a coordinated release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve would be part of that. But in terms of what that looks like or the specifics, I'm just not in a position to get into more details at this point.
Thanks. If the worst happens and Russia either reduces the flow of natural gas or cuts off energy altogether to Europe, does the administration have a good idea for how long households in Europe could last under that kind of circumstance?
I don't have an assessment of that from here. I can certainly check with our economic team. One thing I will say that one of the steps we've been taking, obviously natural gas shortages and supply is an enormous regional issue, one that would hugely impact Europe more than here, of course. One of the steps we've been focused on and been taking is engaging with partners who may have excess LNG supply, like countries in Europe, Japan, for example, where we were planning to give them some, and now they're going to divert it to Europe. So we've been working to help mitigate any impact of a further invasion and a shortage in Europe. Go ahead.
Some of the activity that we've seen today in Ukraine, some of the clashes have been in and around Chernobyl. Does the United States have an assessment of the risk of a radioactive release?
So I do have one actual update on that as well. There was also a report out. So let me speak to this first, just so I don't forget, about hostages around there as well. So let me speak to that first. We are outraged by credible reports that Russian soldiers are currently holding the staff of the Chernobyl facilities hostage. This unlawful and dangerous hostage taking, which could upend the routine civil service efforts required to maintain and protect the nuclear waste facilities, is obviously incredibly alarming and greatly concerning. We condemn it and we request their release. In terms of a further assessment, I don't have anything more on that from here.
You gave a readout of how the president spent the past 24 hours or so. First, I wanted to ask about his call with President Zelensky. Did he indicate if he was still in Kyiv? Did he identify his location at this point?
We are aware of where he is located, and we are in touch with him. I would say on that call, what they discussed is President Zelensky's request for the president to condemn the actions of President Putin and the Russians and to engage with other global leaders about it, and that's exactly what he's done.
We've seen a number of statements today from former presidents, President Obama, President Bush, and also saw former President Trump on television talking about this. Has the president, you mentioned during the Afghanistan drawdown, he had been in contact with his predecessors. Has he been in touch with any of his predecessors during this?
He has not been today.
And then in terms of another domestic priority that was potentially included in his meetings today, given the situation, his time and focus and attention on the Supreme Court, on Ukraine, will this affect the timing of his Supreme Court announcement?
We are still on track to make an announcement before the end of the month. We have to do a lot of things around here at the same time. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on the cyber attacks and Article 5 question, I know you said that it's up to NATO to decide, but from a U.S. perspective, would any cyber attack against a NATO ally trigger Article 5, or would there be a measure for what counts?
Again, this is a conversation we would have with our NATO allies and partners. I don't have anything in addition to add to it.
And just to follow up on the Supreme Court, I know you said you're on track, but has he made a final decision given there are basically 2 days left for the end of the month?
Not a final, and no job offer has been made. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a couple. Are there any concerns or indications at this point that Russia had prepared for the sanctions that you're putting in place and kind of developed preemptively ways to blunt that impact?
Well, it's an interesting question, and some of it is hard because it's hard to get into the minds of President Putin and the oligarchs around him. One of the steps we tried to take is to, as we were contemplating the individuals we were going to sanction, we sanctioned family members as well, because what we've seen the tactics they've used in the past is they've moved money around and resources around to family members, and we tried to address that on the front end. In terms of the banking and the financial sector, I mean, it accounts for such a large percentage of how they do business that would be a difficult thing for them to plan and plot against. And if you look to just even the anticipation of the potential sanctions, as Dilip was mentioning, the ruble is the worst performing currency in the world right now. Their inflation has skyrocketed. So we're even seeing in their markets the anticipated impact even before today, and that's even before the actual squeeze on the financial sector and so it feels to me it would be a little hard to plan around and plot around given the significance of what was done today and the fact that when we sanctioning 10 of Russia's financial institutions and these export control measures, which essentially cuts President Putin off from semiconductors and access to a range of technology he wants for the future. Those are difficult things to plan ahead for.
I guess secondly, does the administration have any assessment for how China is reacting to this at this point? Whether they are willing to provide support to Russia, how much, and has there been any kind of contact there to kind of attempt to move them off of any support?
Well, in terms of what impact they can have, I mean, China only accounts for about 15% of China and Russia. I'm not sure. You can double check me on this. About 15% of the global economy. If you look at G7 partners in the U.S. and Europe, it's about 50%, right? So they cannot cover what the impact of the sanctions that have been announced in coordination with Europe, how they would impact Russia. I think from our perspective as it relates to China, well, I can't get into the heads of what their thinking is. This is a moment for China, for any country, to think about what side of history they want to stand on here. And that is certainly the case that we would make publicly and privately. I think you saw that Secretary Blinken spoke with his counterpart just a couple of days ago. The president's certainly open to speaking with his counterpart, but I don't have any prediction of that at this point in time or a timeline. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Over the past couple of weeks, as you've been sounding the alarm on this, you've put the sanctions package together, conducted diplomacy with the Russians and the rest of the world. How did the Ukrainian government use that time, since they've been initially warned that this was a likelihood? Did they use that time wisely to prepare?
Tell me more about what you mean exactly.
Well, you're seeing reports from the streets in Russia in Ukraine of people being surprised. You had obviously local and national leadership in Ukraine telling people to stay calm, to go to work, even the day before the invasion began. So, were they properly prepared, and was there more that they could have done in the lead-up?
Look, I think it's not particularly constructive for us to give an assessment of that. What I can tell you is that our focus has been on providing up-to-date, what has turned out to be quite accurate and transparent information about what the President Putin was preparing to do, which was invade Ukraine. And we have been very clear with American citizens who are there. We have been clear with our European partners 4 months now, including Ukrainian leadership. So that has been what our focus has been. And we will remain a strong supporter and partner of President Zelensky in Ukraine moving forward. Go ahead.
Following up on the sanction question, we have heard for weeks that these sanctions were, at least in part, a part of a strategy that was based on deterrence as well as prevention. Today, with the president's comment that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening, moving forward, do you expect this slate of sanctions to prevent any further advancement or aggression from Russia?
Well, I would say that later in the back and forth or the press avail, he also said when asked if sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can? And he said, I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him, which leads me to believe that's not exactly what he meant. He also went on to say the threat of sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of sanctions are two different things. And the way we look at this, broadly speaking, and Dilip touched on this a little bit, is that we do see them as having a deterrent impact, right? It doesn't mean they're 100% foolproof. But if there's a 95% chance of Russia invading without the threat of sanctions, and there's I'm making up these percentages just to make a point, but and a 65% chance that they will with them, you're obviously going to go with the threat of sanctions because you want to reduce the threat of an invasion. So there is a deterrent, and we've seen the deterrent impact work at times, right? I'd also note that we are very clear-eyed about the fact that President Putin, not just a few days ago, he gave a speech a few days ago where he questioned the legitimacy of Ukraine as a sovereign country. He's also talked about how the breakup of the Soviet Union was the worst thing that's happened, that's a paraphrase, in recent, in decades of history. So we are clear-eyed about his ambition, but what the other part of it that we are quite focused on is the consequences. And the way we see it is, as we've touched on a little bit, inflation skyrocketing, the ruble is the worst performing currency in the world. It was his decision to go to war. It's our choice to make him pay a price, same with the global community. And we believe these consequences are also going to have an impact.
Just at the risk of repeating the question as well, the president did also say, let's check in a month, and there has been some questions about time here. It seems like this is a strategy to use these sanctions to put pressure on Russia to eventually discourage them to pull out, or to force them to pull out this advance. So what is the timetable here, you think, for when the Russian government will start actually feeling the impact of these sanctions and possibly pull out?
Well, in many senses, they're already feeling the impact. Look at where the ruble is. Look at where inflation is. Look at where the markets are in Russia. In terms of how Putin will feel the impact, we just sanctioned a range of oligarchs around him. We sanctioned 10 financial institutions. These are all significant significant, enormous steps that are going to have an impact on him. But in terms of the moment by moment, I can't give you an assessment of that.
Just off
Go ahead.
topic, just there's been a lot of questions about refugees in the region.
Yeah.
For Ukrainians that are in the country,
Yeah.
is the U.S., especially after yesterday, considering TPS or any sort of protection?
Sure. As you know, that's a decision that would be made through an interagency process led by the Department of Homeland Security, and I don't have any prediction of that. I mean, I don't have any kind of prediction of that at this point in time. Obviously, these events are just unfolding as we speak.
That process hasn't started, that conversation?
I'm not going to give you any specifics on an internal process, but I would just say, again, it's an interagency process, and right now we're, of course, in the middle of an invasion and a war in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Earlier you had said you have to do a lot of things at the same time. One of those things, of course, is the State of the Union next week.
Yes.
Can you tell us how the president this week has been preparing for that, how much time he spent on this speech, and how he's juggling that with this very busy schedule that you laid out earlier tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. So in addition to obviously being very closely engaged and leading the effort on the U.S. response to the Russian military invasion of Ukraine, the president has been working with speechwriters, working with members of his policy team to finalize details of his State of the Union, starting to do some read-throughs, not too many yet. I expect those will increase in the days ahead. I expect we won't have too much of a preview for you, maybe tomorrow, but maybe more likely this weekend. He's also been engaging with his COVID team, talking about where we are in the state of the pandemic, what's next in the pandemic. He's been working closely with his economic team on and receiving updates on the supply chain, the implementation of the infrastructure bill. So even as we have all been understandably focused on the conflict in Ukraine, the president has been very hard at work on a range of issues that are vital to the American people.
You touched on my follow-up. ABC is reporting that the White House is revamping the COVID strategy now that hospitalizations are on the decline. Should we expect the president to roll that out in the speech next Tuesday?
I don't have any preview for you on timeline or format, but the president has been working and engaged with his COVID team for some time now, and we're making strong progress on moving toward a time when COVID is no longer a crisis. The COVID team has been spending a lot of time and energy, including with the president, working with experts inside and outside government, local public health officials and governors, and this work is broader than one piece of guidance. How we look at it is we're preparing to stay ahead of the virus, protecting our most vulnerable, keeping our country open, and that is going to look at everything from the CDC is obviously reviewing mask guidance, but also how we're going to ensure that vaccines, boosters, tests, treatments, and other important components of our medicine cabinet are available to the American people. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
I had a couple of questions.
Sure, and then I'll go to you next. Go ahead.
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. First, a follow-up about some of the humanitarian needs you've been talking about.
Sure.
You talked about how much money and supplies are going to be going, but how are you going to ensure that those supplies get to the Ukraine?
Yeah.
Is there going to be some sort of airdrop? And would the president consider putting U.S. boots on the ground for humanitarian needs to make sure they get to the people that need them?
Well, we do have, fortunately or unfortunately, a fair amount of experience on providing humanitarian assistance in conflict zones, and we typically work, and USAID specifically has a great deal of experience with that, working with trusted third-party entities, obviously the government, which remains in power. So there's a range of ways that we would provide assistance. In terms of other mechanisms, I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
And then another question for you, and this has been happening while you've been up at the podium.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to ambush you, but I
Sure.
wanted to give you a chance to respond. Senator Ted Cruz is speaking at CPAC, and you came up. He called you "quote unquote" peppermint patty and has encouraged people to boo you. So I wanted to.
Don't tell him I like peppermint patty. So I'm not going to take it too offensively. Senator Cruz, I like peppermint patty. I'm a little tougher than that, but there you go. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, so back to the president's comments earlier today. So he did say to give it a month to see if these sanctions work.
Yeah.
However, under Russia's current assault, Ukraine clearly might not have a month or even weeks. So is it fair to say that he is conceding Ukraine to Putin?
There's nothing about the president's strategy or approach or leadership in the world, building a coalition of the majority of countries, in the Western world, to stand against the actions of President Putin, that suggests that he is ceding anything. You saw him lay out a set of historic sanctions today that will maximize pain on Russia. Yes, as we've conveyed, they're meant to have a squeeze over the course of time, but we're already seeing an impact on the financial markets, on the currency, on inflation in Russia, and there are unfortunately the Russian people are going to feel the pain of that. So I would say the president is going to continue, as he has for weeks now, to work in close lockstep with European partners to continue to press from the global community for de-escalation as it relates to the events in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. If President Zelensky is in danger of being killed or captured and put on some sort of a show trial, would President Biden send U.S. troops in on a rescue mission to get him out?
Again, we are in touch with President Zelensky, who is an important partner. We support him, he's the leader of Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, but I'm not going to get into security steps.
Okay. There's this talk about a possible forecast for financial pain, particularly at the gas pump for Americans. The president said today the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely. Would he try to ensure that by lifting some of the restrictions that he's put in place on the energy industry, or rethinking some projects like the Keystone Pipeline?
Well, first of all, the Keystone Pipeline is not flowing, so I'm not sure how that would solve anything. There's also plenty of oil leases that are not being tapped into by oil companies, so you should talk to them about that and why. But what the president's talking about is we certainly understand, and he said this today, right? May have been in response to your question, I don't remember, but if there's an invasion of another country by a big country, there's going to be impacts on the markets, right? And we certainly anticipated that, and we anticipate that as it relates to the global oil market as well. So that's why the president for weeks now has been engaging with a range of big global suppliers, some in the Middle East, others, to see what we can do to ensure there's supply out there in the market to reduce the impact on the American people.
And the U.S. is one of the Russian oil industry's best customers, hundreds of thousands of barrels per day. Would the president ever consider ordering U.S. companies to stop importing Russian oil?
I don't have any prediction of that at this point, Peter. We announced some significant sanctions today. Our objective is to ensure there is the greatest economic pain on Russia, and not on the Russian people, but on President Putin, and to minimize the impact on the American people, including companies here in the United States. All right, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow.
You said that he thinks that Putin's going to go and try to expand back the Soviet Union. So is this? Do you all think this is Act One in a multiple country invasion?
Well, I'm not going to make a prediction of that, but we certainly think he has grander ambitions in Ukraine.
To clarify that same point, does he believe that President Putin is going to absorb Ukraine into Russia when he says that President Putin wants to reestablish the Soviet Union? Is that what he's saying?
I think he believes that, as we all do, that President Putin has grander ambitions in Ukraine. Hence, the military campaign is continuing. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
All of us from now on.
We'll do this more tomorrow.
Okay, that was the White House press briefing. We are back live. Excuse me, I have some updates for you that I want to show you. Okay, so first, there's a very concerning update I have. This one. By the way, this is being reported multiple places. I know Parallel Universe, so I'm going to show you his, and also he gives the time, so I'm going to show you this one. So on multiple people I follow are saying that on CNN it was said that Putin regime will carry out massive military bombardment in Kyiv at 3 a.m., says CNN, citing a U.S. intelligence official. This is the second report like this we've heard today, because the other one today I heard came from Neil Howard, who I follow, and he said if I can find it here. Reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kyiv at 3 a.m. So it's kind of weird to see, he's not, Neil Hauer's in Ukraine. So he said he's hearing it from Ukrainian defense officials. And then I guess on CNN they said a U.S. official said this. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. That would be in an hour and a half. That would be an hour and a half. Hold on. So I'm quite concerned about this. I want to explain why I'm concerned about this. So I was telling you before that a number of analysts, so pretty much every expert I saw before the attack said that Russia would be expected to, before putting in ground forces, do the following: do air attacks, cyber attacks, and electronic warfare. And the idea of doing that is to basically prepare to degrade the Ukrainian military before Russia sent its troops in and sent its tanks in. And you would do things like, you'd basically devastate, and among the things you would do to the Ukrainian military is you'd devastate their command and control, you'd devastate their communications, you'd produce chaos, and that really didn't happen. So the airstrikes that were done, it was not a very big airstrike campaign with the missiles and the rockets, and the planes. Like I saw multiple analysts say they thought it was going to be like maybe multiple days worth of airstrikes or even weeks worth of airstrikes before ground forces went in. And then also a number of reporters and analysts have been saying today, why it's so weird that the cell phone service still works and the electricity still works. That was another thing that I would say many experts thought that would happen, is that Russia would cut off the electricity. The electricity still works, the cell phone service still works, and the internet still works. So it's very interesting that there was not a big air campaign. And it doesn't seem like the electronic warfare stuff has been used that much. There was not a big cyber campaign that we know of at all. That was another thing. Again, the idea of this, a big idea of the cyber and the electronic warfare and the airstrikes would be to really degrade the ability of the military and the government to function. I was telling you before, the Ukrainian government is going online today. They're posting stuff about like where to get weapons in Kyiv and news about the mobilization, the general mobilization, and so everything's working. And maybe Russia, I'm guessing Russia has their reasons for this, but here's my concern. My concern is that hang on a second. Hang on. Hang on one moment here. My concern is that just because it didn't happen last night doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Just because the big airstrikes that a lot of analysts expected didn't happen last night doesn't mean they're not going to happen. And I'm concerned that tonight, if this is true, I don't know if it's true, but if it's true, there could be the bigger airstrikes and maybe some of the cyber and electronic stuff, warfare stuff, and the kind of stuff that a lot of experts thought would be happening before an initial ground invasion maybe would happen now. I don't know, but I'm very concerned about this. I'm very concerned about this because it seemed like the ground forces went in so fast. And I'll show you so fast after, it was only like a couple hours, I think, after the initial airstrikes. Let me also show you from the Institute for the Study of War. They had something about this today. So they're really good. They're a research group. I've been reading their analysis for weeks now, but they came out with a daily update today. But something they pointed out is, look at this. Russian military operations began with a short and incomplete air campaign. Short and incomplete air campaign. Russia's air campaign last night did not successfully ground the Ukrainian Air Force or cripple the Ukrainian armed forces, enabling several Ukrainian successes today. We, they say, incorrectly forecasted that any Russian offensive would begin with a concentrated air and missile campaign to cripple Ukrainian command and control and infrastructure. So I'm worried about this. That didn't happen last night. And I'm worried that maybe it's not that it's not going to happen. Maybe it's going to happen. So when I hear that Kyiv, it's just the weird thing where a U.S. defense official says that Kyiv is going to get heavily bombarded at 3 a.m. and then the Ukrainian officials reportedly are saying this. I hope it doesn't happen, but I'm nervous about it. Let's see here. Look at this. The Russian failure to comprehensively airstrike key Ukrainian assets is a surprising break from expected Russian operations and has likely enabled stiffer Ukrainian defense. Russia has not demonstrated its full air and missile capabilities and will likely conduct further waves of strikes in the coming days aimed at degrading Ukraine's command and control and ability to redeploy forces. So that is very worrying to me. GT and some of our viewers claim it might be a cost-saving measure, but you never know. Maybe they try to do it with less, and then if they want to, they can ramp it up. I'm not sure. Yes, that would be the reports, which are of course not confirmed, would be 3 a.m. Ukraine time, which would be in 1 hour and 25 minutes. Hang on a second here. Cloud Striker says shock and awe is what you call it. Well, another aspect of an air campaign that I've seen some experts suggest, is that it would also be something that would terrorize the civilian population and reduce morale. So that's a whole other thing. Is let's hope it doesn't happen. But if this is what he's planning on doing, again, I've seen apparently CNN said a defense official said this, and then it was also said by Neil Hauer, who I follow, said that. Said it was said by Ukrainian officials. Look, reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kyiv at 3 a.m. heading to the shelter. So I just wonder, I hope it's not the case that it's like last night the airstrikes was just, as I showed you, it was surprisingly small. So that's one update. Something to keep in mind. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But I'm very concerned about this. Our viewer, Weston, had written to me and said, what was the question? He said, I think something like, what is the analyst opinion about whether, let's see, hold on. Is there a sense from analysts that this isn't going well from Russia in some respects? Well, I've seen some analysts say a couple things like, the Ukrainian military has slowed some of the Russian advances, for example. But I haven't seen any analysts say, but it's going to be decisive. I mean, Institute for the Study of War said something to the effect of, well, they've slowed the Russian advances, but we would expect Russia's superior military to eventually, if they just keep going for it, defeat the Ukrainian military. And Rob Lee said something similar. So there's been some Ukrainian slowing of Russian advances, but I haven't seen any analysts say like that suggests there's some kind of serious issue for the Russian military. The Russian military is much superior to Ukraine. The capabilities are much superior to Ukraine's. So again, it's early. It's only been one day. But let me just say again, there was a surprisingly small amount of airstrikes before the ground offensive. So I'm quite concerned about this report, but we'll see what happens. Also, let's see here. Oh, some people mentioned Chernobyl. So we've been reporting earlier today, Russia has captured the Chernobyl nuclear plant and the area around it. I haven't seen the radiation report people are making. I saw one very unconfirmed thing about radiation levels. I've seen nothing confirmed at all. So I don't know. I haven't seen any kind of good sourcing for this. I see like rumors online. I'll try to show you like the one post I saw from it, but I haven't seen any kind of, at least yet, authoritative source say that, oh, it's like, yeah, here it is. This says Euromaidan PR. That's the one I see. So that's not a news, it's like a news aggregator, but they don't do reporting, really, from what I understand. They say hi, it's a good account for Ukraine stuff, but it's a pro-Ukraine, it's like a news account. But this isn't like, I'm guessing they heard this somewhere or something. They say unconfirmed. They're not declaring that they have. They're saying unconfirmed high radiation levels. So they're not telling you this is confirmed. They're saying it's unconfirmed. I don't know where the information is coming from. So what can I tell you? If I hear of an authoritative source, I'll let you know.
Thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it.
I want to talk about the stuff Zelensky said as well.
Many, many prayers. I'll be praying for you, all you guys. This is scary. I'm so sorry.
What is this? Oh, somebody sent me something and it didn't open. I'm guessing, look, people are sending me like a screenshot of something or a document. I am guessing that 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 if there is, I am sure, if there's a significant radiation increase, you will see some kind of regulatory body put out a statement about it, or some major news outlet do a story about it, or some scientists post an analysis of it. I've seen nothing of that. So I'm not going to start sitting here playing armchair nuclear physicist and start analyzing stuff on my own. I'll keep an eye on it.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I want to show you the stuff also said by, speaking of Kyiv. So, look, U.S. government officials have said that they believe Russia's gonna bring troops to Kyiv, the capital, and try to decapitate the government. There are troops apparently moving from both the south and the north towards Kyiv, and
I'm so sorry.
So, what does, I've said this a million times, the scariest part of this whole thing is Putin.
Oh my God.
This is just the beginning.
I hope you got everything
I've told you before,
need.
U.S. defense officials are saying this is just the beginning so far of a multi-phase plan, and presumably Putin wants to somehow fundamentally change the country. He doesn't like the kind of country it is. He wants the country to be the kind of country he wants it to be, which would presumably require using military force and killing and torture and imprisoning people so that they would behave the way he wants them to behave. So the really scary part is when you get to what is Putin going to attempt to do to this country to make the country over in the image he wants it to be like, not like it currently is. We don't know that yet. We don't know what happens when troops start imposing their will on the cities. I don't think Putin's going to go do an invasion and then name a new president and then have all the troops pull out. That's not going to happen. He wants to impose some kind of very significant change on this country, and he's going to have to do it by force because they're not going to want to do it. And I think it's going to be unthinkably horrible for the people there. This thing is just getting started. But, anyways. Right, that all the stuff right now has been like, prep. There's been fighting, definitely. There's certainly been fighting, but we haven't gotten to the point. We haven't gotten to the real thing that Putin wants to do, which is fundamentally change the country. And that will bring Putin's force against the average citizens of the country. So I'm very concerned about this. Anyways, though, with this Kyiv stuff, I wanted to mention President Zelensky. So you can see here, Elint News, Ukrainian President Zelensky, the enemy's sabotage forces have entered the capital. Me and my family are remaining. So that would suggest that this is not regular forces, that he thinks that there's some sort of maybe agents, which would, from what I've read, would not be surprising that there would be pre-placed agents in different places in Ukraine. So it sounds like he thinks there's already Russian special forces or cells or whatever it is in the capital. He says, me and my family are remaining. Now, I don't know what's going to happen here. Look, I said this before today. I said, part of me was surprised. I had seen a number of analysts say something like, we think that, like in the first night of the invasion, the Russia will try to decapitate the leadership. So the fact that he was on TV today and stuff, I was like, oh, that's good. But, certainly he would know he's a target. And he said that, actually. I would think, and the U.S. would know that, and other NATO governments would know that. I don't know if there's some sort of plan to evacuate him. That was actually asked during the press conference today, and they're not going to say. It was asked during the White House press briefing. But I don't know. If there's a plan, he's got to agree to participate in it. So I don't know what's going on with this. But there's been lots of analysts who said they thought, and we have governmental officials, U.S. government officials saying they think there's going to be an attempt to decapitate the government. So there's that. And that's another way in which something, everything's been. So that's the thing which could have, like the airstrikes, the much shorter airstrikes than some experts thought last night. Some thought that they would make a move, Russia would make a move with like special forces or something on the government quickly. So that's something to keep in mind. He also said something else, I think. Hold on a second. Yeah, we don't do that conspiracy stuff here. Hang on a second here. See, this is interesting too. Look at this. Rob Lee says, I was saying how the airstrikes were smaller last night than many expected. Rob Lee says, compared to its intervention in Syria, the Russian military appears to be taking more efforts to avoid civilian casualties, which tells us something about its ultimate goals. Russia lacks stockpiles of precision-guided missiles, though, and if they go into cities, civilian casualties will increase. The thing is, though, it's only been one day, and remember, we'll see what happens tonight, but there's reports suggesting that, unconfirmed reports, suggesting that Russia's planning a big bombardment of Kyiv tonight. So, maybe that and it was thought they would do much bigger airstrikes. So, I don't have a sense that like this is how they've been today is how things are going to keep going. I just don't know. Rob Lee's a very smart guy, by the way. So, but I just. The stuff about avoiding civilian casualties could all go out the window if you have a night of big airstrikes. Rob Lee says, obviously Russia hopes that Ukraine or Zelensky will surrender without employing maximum force. The question is, what would Russia be willing to do if Ukrainians continue to resist and start an insurgency in cities? But the thing is, Zelensky surrendering. So even if Zelensky, suppose Zelensky makes a video and he says, I am surrendering to the Russians. I don't think the rest of the Ukrainians are going to be like, okay, we surrender too. They're going to be like, we don't want them here. Then you surrender, but we don't want them here. There's no easy way out of this. Sadly. It's terrible. I really think it's going to be just unthinkably horrible. By the way, Rob Lee is a really good military analyst. He's excellent. At RA Lee 85. Yeah, it's 1:50 Ukraine time, 1:50. Maybe there won't be big airstrikes tonight. I mean, it's 1:50. We haven't seen them so far. Although last night, when did they happen? Like 4 a.m.? So, also, if it did so happen that there was a big aerial bombardment of Kyiv, would it be in other places in the country too? Don't know. Hold on a second. Oh, as Power Mad let me know, if you're watching on Facebook, we're going to hit 8 hours and a half an hour. So if you're watching on Facebook, in a half an hour, the stream will end, and I'll just start it again. That's for the people watching on Facebook. Again, if you're watching on Facebook, in a half an hour, the stream's going to end, but I'll just start a new one. I'll start a new one in half an hour. I want to say thank you to our moderators. By the way, our viewer Andy says, thankfully, Ukraine survived day one. Every hour counts. We have had Linda Belk moderating. We have had Cynthia Moon. Thank you. And also, let's see, Sarah's been there. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Kay Lowry Body, Roxanne Becky over there on Facebook. Thanks, Alicia Rivera, for the stars, too. Our Twitch mods, too. Thanks, Twitch mods. Bastion Girl, Soriro, Duxor, Mark and NC, Muse, Papa Bear, Shoalthice, Toby. Something else I wanted to mention too, which happened during the press briefing, I think. Let's see. Yeah, and in case you missed it, President Zelensky decrees mandatory enlistment. Number of conscripts yet to be determined. Also, Ukraine today said if you're a male between 18 and 60, you cannot leave the country. So it is 1:53. 1:53 a.m. Ukraine time. All right, we're going to catch up on some more stuff. At Lookner on Twitter is where you can reach me. Nora O'Donnell had this. She says, when asked if Kyiv could soon fall to Russian forces, Secretary of State Blinken said, it's certainly under threat and it could well be under siege. This is the opening salvo of a massive invasion, and we see this continuing and threatening other major cities in Ukraine. This is going to get much worse, much, much worse. Here's a story from Nexta. See, there's no, I need analysis of this. Nexta says anomalous jumps in radiation levels occurring in the Kyiv region near Chernobyl. All right, did a scientist look at this? If a nuclear radiation specialist looked at this, would they be like, oh? Would they be like, oh, well, that's pretty normal for there, or that's not really a worrisome jump? Again, I can't look at this. I don't know what this. I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to sit here and start drawing major conclusions from a graph, from a bar graph. That's not someone who, I mean, if they have somebody there who really understands the data and can explain why this graph is so worrisome, I would love to hear it. Maybe they do. Maybe they'll come out with an article. That'd be fantastic. But a bar chart with no context, I don't find particularly compelling in terms of making me think one thing or the other. Take some more of your comments too. @LukeNor on Twitter is where you can reach me. Jen sent me this article. Hang on. From WBRC. This is an article by AP. AP, it's Associated Press article. It says, an official familiar with current assessments said Russian shelling hit a radioactive waste repository at Chernobyl and an increase in radiation levels was reported. The increase could not be immediately corroborated. Even if the increase happened, was it a dangerous increase? Is it still happening? I have no idea. Russian forces took control of the site after a fierce battle with Ukrainian National Guards, according to Ukraine's presidential advisor. The condition of the plant's facilities, a confinement shelter, and a repository for nuclear waste is unknown. A senior American intelligence official said the U.S. believes Russian forces at Chernobyl are aiming to push toward Kyiv to try to link with other forces throughout Ukraine. Ukrainian Interior Minister said any attack on the waste repository at Chernobyl could send radioactive dust over the territory of Ukraine, Belarus, and the countries of the EU. I am guessing if there's a major radiation spike, we will hear about it. Edwin Lyman, director of nuclear power safety at the Union of Concerned Scientists in Washington, said, I can't imagine how it would be in Russia's interest to allow any facilities at Chernobyl to be damaged. Because I would assume that's because radiation could travel to Russia. I would assume. In an interview, he said he is most worried about the spent fuel stored at the site, which has not been active since 2000. If the power to cooling pumps is disrupted or fuel storage tanks are damaged, the results could be catastrophic. That's interesting. That'd be a reason you'd want to keep the power on there. That's from Associated Press. Thank you for sending that. Sync don't work sent me this. I haven't heard anything about this. Oh, I heard about some Russian websites going down today, actually. Anonymous says, hacking group Anonymous launches full-scale cyber attacks on Russian government websites. In retaliation for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, websites of Kremlin and the Russian Defense Ministry are down. That was earlier today. I don't know if they're still down. Okay. Hang on, I'm checking a few more other messages too. Lots of messages. Fuppo Headhunter says tanks driving through the forest will cause spike. Yeah, I have seen, I don't know the details. There's an article we read a couple weeks ago that talked about how heavy trucks or tanks or whatever could stir up radiation by driving over the ground. I don't really know the situation there. I can't speak on the specifics that have happened today. Simon Cesario sent me a live radiation map. Not sure. Again, I would trust I wouldn't be confident in my ability to look at this and know what I'm looking at. So I would just, again, I'm not going to put on my nuclear physicist hat because I'm not a nuclear physicist. I am sure, once again, I am 100% sure that if there's a worrying increase in radiation in Chernobyl, you will start hearing about it from scientists. And you will hear about it in detail. It is 2:02 a.m. In case you missed it, there are some unconfirmed reports that Russia is intending on launching a major airstrike bombardment of the capital, Kyiv, at 3 a.m. Might not be true. I don't even know if, are we even, I feel like the last hour or so, I haven't even heard like more reports of like explosions or anything. Maybe I'm wrong though. Here's something here. Maybe it is, it could be all sorts of stuff going on that I'm not hearing about, obviously. But here's, Elint News posted this. Sergei Sumleny, Eastern Europe expert. In the east, defensive fights at Kharkiv, Sumy, Dovzhanka, Oktyrka. No info who controls Sumy. There's been a lot of videos of apparent fighting at Sumy, which is near Kharkiv. And Oktyrka, next wave of Russians stopped. Also, President Zelensky announced like over 100 Ukrainians, I think, had died already. Where is that? I thought I had it here. Here it is. Elint News. President Zelensky, 137 Ukrainians killed and 306 wounded as a result of Russian invasion so far. I certainly buy that, seeing some of the videos of the, missile strikes and multiple rocket launches and all that. Could be much more. Jet noises in Kyiv cam. I can't listen to the camera while doing this, so. I'm looking at CNN. They're not talking about airstrikes right now. I'm literally watching it right this second. All right, hang on one moment here. I'm going to check some other sources too. There's so much information out there. It's just like, I forget to check one thing, then I forget to check something else. How about this? Did they ever post anything more? The Eternal Ministry? Yeah, and the Eternal Ministry released these numbers. I can't confirm these numbers from Ukraine. They say that estimated losses of the opponent consisted of more than 30 tanks, up to 30, I think that's 130 armored vehicles, 5 planes, and 6 helicopters. I can't confirm those numbers. That's what the Ukrainian military says. What happened to my Twitter feed? It's right here. Thanks to all of our YouTube members as well. Thank you, YouTube members. It's 2:07 a.m. It's 2:07 a.m. Kyiv time. I haven't watched this yet. There's this. We talked about this before. There's an island off the coast of mainland Ukraine called Snake Island, where Russia apparently killed the 13 people guarding the island. Hang on, I'll show you something about that.
I appreciate everyone who's liked and subscribed. I really do. If you can also share it if you are able to, I would appreciate that. And thank you to everyone who's followed.
The ministry of the Interior Ministry, I believe, actually posted about it over here.
You don't feel like you have to.
After the shelling of the Snake Island, infrastructure on the island was destroyed. The connection with the people on the island is lost. According to available information, the island is captured. I believe that the Ukrainian government announced that I think Zelensky announced that the people on the island had been killed. But let me show you something about that. There's a video that came out which I hadn't seen. You can see here. Here, look. Right here. This is BNO News. Ukrainian Snake Island in the Black Sea told Russian warship to go F yourself after being told to surrender. The 13 service members were apparently killed. It is scary sounding. One of our viewers said it was scary sounding. I agree. Here's a translation. Global military info. They say the translation is, this is a Russian warship. Oops. This is a Russian warship. I suggest you lay down your arms and surrender to avoid bloodshed. Otherwise, we will open fire on you. Russian warship, go blank yourself. All Ukrainian soldiers were killed. Again, I believe the soldiers were killed. I believe the Ukrainian government said that, but I don't have it handy with me right now. I don't have it handy right here, right now. I don't know where Parallel Universe is hearing this. He says locals in the Ukrainian army are reporting that Putin forces retreated from, I think, Sumy. I don't know if this is true. There's been a lot of fighting in the city of Sumy near Kharkiv today and tonight. Fighting ceased, damage will be assessed with daylight. I want to show you some summary about what's going on here too. Hang on. Yeah, you see Alexander Sherba. Zelensky, today we lost 137 military and civilians, including 10 officers. All defenders of the Snake Island are dead. I haven't heard this. There have been reports about 11 female soldiers who died after Putin's missile hit their barracks. I haven't heard about that. It is 2:13 a.m. 2:13 a.m. A big question is this: are these reports of airstrikes on Kyiv at 3 a.m. true? Is that really going to happen? What is this? I think I saw a little of this before. Yeah, I saw this. It's not... supposedly. I don't know if it's legit. I just don't know. I just don't know. It might be. You can see this here. Reddit combat footage, Tex-Mex sent this to me, has this where it claims that it's a Ukrainian soldier deployed on Snake Island, live stream the moment a Russian warship opened fire. So I can't confirm the video. I don't know. Very well might be. It's a few seconds long. Let me show you this article from Ukrainian Pravda. This is Ukrainian Pravda newspaper. Oh, this is general mobilization. Now, I wanted to see the one about. I thought this was going to be about him talking about Kyiv. Let's see if they have something about that. Hang on. Here it is. This is translated by Google. Sabotage groups entered Kyiv. I was marked as #1 target. President Zelensky. President Zelensky said Russian sabotage groups had entered Kyiv and planned to assassinate the head of state. He said, we have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kyiv. Therefore, I am asking Kyivites very much be careful, follow the rules of the curfew. I think I posted about the curfew earlier today and I can't remember. I remain in the government quarter with everyone who is needed for work of the central government. He said his family remains in Ukraine. My family are not traitors, but citizens of Ukraine. But I have no right to say where they are now, he said. According to our information, the enemy has identified me, he said, as the #1 target. My family is the #2 target. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state, he said. And I'll show you some other updates here. Let me show you some other reporting about the overall situation. Oh, Rob Lee posted something I wanted to mention. I thought he did. Where is it here? Oh, he posted about this. Look at this. We've been talking about the electronic warfare stuff. Of the things that a number of analysts have said this, that they're surprised at the lack of electronic warfare and cyber attacks by Russia. Rob Lee, of the things that have surprised me thus far, I thought we'd see heavier use of electronic warfare and cyber tools to disrupt Ukrainian command, control, and communications. I also feared we'd see a heavier use of fires, including MLRS blanketing areas with cluster munitions. He says, compared with its intervention in Syria, the Russian military appears to be taking more efforts to avoid civilian casualties, which tells us something about its ultimate goals. But it's only been a day so far. We read this tweet already. Oh, he said, one of my big questions is to what extent the Ukrainian military dispersed before this invasion, which made them less vulnerable to multiple launch rocket fire. Multiple launch rockets, it's like the system is like a vehicle with like lots of rockets on the back that can fire all at once or at different times, and they can really blanket an area. He says, I don't know, but that may be part of the reason Ukrainian military was able to avoid catastrophic losses on day one. I mean, the Ukrainian military had to know what was coming. So, given Russia's big air superiority, for example, they wouldn't just want to be out in the open. And also long-range fire superiority. Look, we've been talking about this for weeks, but I was telling you, a number of analysts like Rob Lee said that if they expected Ukrainian forces to actually hide in the cities because Russia had a much better military capacity. Russia would be expected to quickly establish complete control of the skies. So they'd kind of be sitting ducks. So maybe they dispersed earlier. I want to show you something about MLRS. What's this article? ArmyTechnology.com. MLRS, Multiple Launch Rocket System. I was trying to find a description. This kind of gets into the specifics. I wonder if the Wikipedia page talks about the usage of them. You know, something like this. But they can fire this stuff basically all of them at once. I got to restart the Facebook. I got to restart the Facebook stream. Give me one moment. I'm restarting Facebook. The stream ends after 8 hours. So I have to restart it. One moment, please. I was just trying to find you like a summary of like the usage of them, not specific technical stuff about them. All right, I'm just starting the Facebook. Give me one more second. I'm almost done. I am almost done starting up Facebook again. And we're going live now. Going live on Facebook. There, we're live on Facebook once again. Let me just make sure I can see it there. Now what? 2:21 a.m. 2:21 a.m. Oops. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. You can see here it says, in the 1970s, Soviet tactics of bombardment by large numbers of truck-mounted multiple rocket launchers, such as the BM-21, would saturate a target area with thousands of rockets, ensuring some would hit specific targets while delivering a psychological impact. There was a shot, a video we saw earlier today, which I retweeted, which I think was of the multiple launch rocket systems, a bunch of them, because there was so many explosions. If I can find it here, this one here, yeah, BM-21 Grad rockets. These are multiple launch rockets, right? BM-21, the BM-21 Grad system. Something like this, has all those rockets on it. It's from Wikipedia. And it says, if we go to this video here, Elint News says, posted by Hadir Mekwe, video reportedly showing multiple launch rocket systems, likely BM-21 Grad, impacting near Kharkiv tonight, probably targeting forward Ukrainian positions. Look at how much, I bet they had a bunch of these trucks launching these rockets. Look at how many explosions there are in this video.
Вот оно куда упало. Нихуя себе, блядь. Да, сука, там зачистили вообще, блядь, все к ебеням. Дрожат. Ты шо, ты шо?
It's really crazy. Yeah, we read this already. We already read this. We read the AP article. It said an official familiar with current assessments said Russian shelling hit a radioactive waste repository in Chernobyl and an increase in radiation levels was reported. Doesn't say how much the increase was. The increase could not be merely corroborated. What can I say? Again, I'm sure if there's a dangerous increase in radiation, we will hear about it and we'll hear about the details. So just a reminder, it is right now 2:25 a.m. 2:25 a.m. Ukraine time, and there have been a couple unconfirmed reports that Russia is planning a big airstrike attack on Kyiv at 3 a.m. So you can see this, my friend Parallel Universe said, Ignis Fatim said, he had heard on CNN, this other people I follow heard this as well, that CNN said a U.S. intelligence official said that the Putin military regime will carry out a massive bombardment in Kyiv at 3 a.m. And, let's hope that doesn't happen, Neil Hauer, who I follow, who's in Ukraine, I think he's in Kyiv actually, said, reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kyiv at 3 a.m. Heading to shelter. It's weird that it's two different reports, right? This says Ukrainian defense officials, and the other one said we talked to a U.S. official. It's strange that they're both this specific. I mean, now maybe the U.S. told the Ukraine about it or something like that. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it's quite concerning. Jet says could be propaganda. Could. I have some other stuff I want to go over. Oh, I said I was going to show you some of the reporting from today. Let me just do that real quick. Sometimes there's some stuff in these reports, like quotes from officials or stuff. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Fierce fighting appeared to erupt on Thursday night in Sumy, a city in northeastern Ukraine about 30 miles from the Russian border, according to videos. We've shown some of those earlier. The fighting appeared to be taking place near a military complex that included a high school academy for Ukrainian border guards. All right. The Chernobyl plant was reported captured by Russia. What is there? The power plant scene of the worst nuclear accident in history could hardly be considered a valuable asset. The plant hasn't produced electricity in more than 2 decades, and much of the equipment was removed. What remains is a lot of nuclear waste, and the plant's capture is raising concerns about nuclear safety. More than 20,000 highly radioactive fuel assemblies that were removed from the undamaged reactors were slowly being transferred from a facility where they have been stored underwater to a long-term dry storage site that opened in late 2020. There are several other storage facilities in the site as well, for less dangerous and shorter-lived waste. The danger with fighting around any of these facilities, I mean, it is a scary thing. The danger with fighting around any of these facilities is that if they are damaged by shell or other explosive, radioactive material could escape. There's also active nuclear plants in Ukraine too. The biggest concern would be if fighting that affected the lethal remains of Unit 4 itself. Radioactive particles from an estimated 5 tons of the reactor's fuel radioactive particles from an estimated 5 tons of the reactor's fuel were carried into the air during the 1986 explosion and fire, but about 200 tons of fuel remain at the bottom of the destroyed reactor, and it's relatively unprotected. A concrete shelter was built to contain the radiation after the accident, but over time the sarcophagus deteriorated, becoming unstable, and the aging fuel began to crumble. Fearing the sarcophagus might collapse and spew radioactive dust into the air, potentially repeating the widespread contamination, more than 24 nations financed the construction of an arch-shaped steel building that was moved to place over the sarcophagus in 2016. Since the arch was only built for peacetime, any fighting that breached it or worse caused the sarcophagus to collapse could potentially lead to the kind of disaster the arch was built to prevent. Let me show you that. Chernobyl new safe confinement. That's it right there. That's the new arch from a few years ago. It is 2:31 a.m. 2:31 a.m. Ukraine time.
Can you guys hear me okay when I talk?
I want to show you some of the reporting about what U.S. officials are saying about this. (2:32 a.m. right now). Jeff Seldin says, according to a senior defense official, Russia continues to flow in, additional elements and troops. About 4 hours ago, the official said Russia troops have have gotten closer to Kyiv. Senior defense official, most Russian forces surrounding Ukraine appear to be on standby and have not yet moved on Ukraine. Official cautions Russian ops still in initial phases. Another report said about half of the troops had started to participate in the offensive. And hold on, there's more stuff from earlier today I want to show you. That here, where is it here? Where is the thing about the Here, this was 9 hours ago. Earlier today, senior U.S. defense official says Russia's ops in Ukraine just getting started. What we are seeing is the initial phases of a large-scale invasion. They're making a move on Kyiv. Okay, it is now 2:34. Let's hope that let's hope that the unconfirmed that the reports that there might be a 3 a.m. airstrikes in Kyiv are not true. Top Gun says Macron is supposed to speak tonight. I hadn't heard that. Is he not in France? Oh, I'll keep an eye out. Because in France it would be late. Maybe he's not there. Let's see. I am trying to check over some of your messages too. Let's see. Hold on. $2.36. Going over some other things I haven't checked here. Oh, I was going to check Snap Maps too. I don't even know what's there. Oh, look at this. Michael Kaufman. Column advancing south towards Kyiv. This is the western side of the pincer movement. The bigger concern is the lack of reporting on 41st Combined Arms Army and the forces that were deployed by Clincy Northeast. There's another axis of advance here. So he's saying that there's moving south. See, Chris Biggers posted this. It says Belarus Chernobyl exclusion zone. And it's a satellite photo, I guess, this would be of that group of armed forces moving south. So the basic idea is, here, I'll show you Michael Kaufman's map. He says that he believes there's forces coming. Here it is. He says, I made a basic map. See, he has forces coming down towards Kyiv, both from the Belarus area, from Belarus, and from Russia. Russia has forces in Belarus. And he says they're going to try to do a pincer move and go on both, attack Kyiv from both sides. So I think what he's saying is, in that satellite photo, presumably that would be this group here, going towards Kyiv. But he's saying, I think he's saying we haven't really heard about this group. I think he's saying on the east side. That's why he's saying here, column advancing south towards Kyiv. This is the western side of the pincer movement. The bigger concern is lack of reporting on the 41st Combined Arms Army and the forces that were deployed by Clincy Northeast. And let me show you where Clincy is. There's another axis of advance here. Clincy's a town in Russia. See, he's talking about this side of the pincer. So there's this side that went through Chernobyl, but what about this side? He's saying we don't have much reporting about them. Just remember too, so Russia has just started to move a lot of ground forces in today into Ukraine, and it takes them a little while to get anywhere. They can't just show up in the middle of the country. They have to actually travel there. No, TM, I don't believe there's any landing in Odessa. Desolate One says it's all timed out, that the strikes would come before the troops would be in the city. I don't know if they'll get there then. I mean, it's possible though. We keep hearing about how Russia wants to take Kyiv, and we've heard that there's ground forces moving towards Kyiv. Even if they don't get there like tonight, maybe this thing we're hearing, these warnings of airstrikes tonight on Kyiv, might be something as a preparation for invasion. I don't know. A preparation for invasion of the city. It's 20 minutes until 3 a.m. 20 minutes until 3 a.m. Well, we'll watch. Hopefully there'll be nothing to report on then. My hope is that we'll hit 3 a.m. and there'll be nothing to report on. But we're covering it. Hey, really quick, I just All right, we are back. I just wanted to show you something real quick. It is 2:44 a.m. 2:44 a.m. 2:44 a.m. Ukraine time. Again, there are unconfirmed reports. There are reports that I guess a U.S. official and some Ukrainian officials said, hold on a second, said that they expected airstrikes on Kyiv at 3 a.m. Let's hope there's not. Hey, let me show you this, by the way. I just saw this. Just saw this right now. Christoph Koti, he's with New York Times. He says, a lot of activity in Belarus from a few hours ago, close to border with Ukraine, captured by Capella Space in Chernobyl exclusion zone in Belarus, and close to the pontoon bridge that was set up last week. This is from a few hours ago. So it's like more forces massing in Belarus, it looks like. Hang on, I'll show you this to you. What is going on? Hold on, what is this? Why is this like this? What is happening? Oh, this. There, that's what it is. So it looks, I think what he's saying is, in the Chernobyl exclusion zone in Belarus, close to that pontoon bridge that was set up last week. So that would be just north of the Ukraine border. These forces are, I guess, it looks like they're assembling. Maybe they're assembling to go in. That would be right around here, sorry. There's already been Russian forces coming in from Belarus, but it looks like there's more maybe ready to go. That would be like this area here. Maybe they're going to head towards Kyiv. Maybe it's a second to follow the first group of people. Oh, I'm glad CNN has Michael Kaufman on. That's cool. He's great. I know Reuters has a Kyiv stream. By the way, I don't know, what are the streams? Is the Kyiv stream everybody is keeping an eye on? People are saying Macron speaking at 2. At 3 a.m. local time, at 3 a.m. Kyiv time, but I'm going to keep an eye on. I got to keep an eye on Kyiv because of the reports about the possible airstrikes. So, but is the because the EarthCam Kyiv is not working anymore. So I've been keeping an eye on the Reuters one. I think that one of our viewers said live cam of Kyiv is showing no cars. I think there's a curfew there. Maidan Square. People are saying the Maidan Square one. Yeah, so that's... And there's a Kharkiv one and whatever. Yeah, I saw the Caitlin Collins tweet. Yeah, I saw the Caitlin Collins posted. I think I think Secretary Blinken said this earlier today. I believe we discussed it. He said it again. Yeah, there's this. Secretary Blinken tells ABC tonight he's convinced President Putin is going to try to overthrow the Ukrainian government. D-Tice says Kharkiv stream keeps cutting out. Yeah, Kharkiv stream has had that problem sometimes. So again, I'll show you these two warnings again. There was this, where CNN had reported earlier today, a couple hours ago. Ignis Fadum, who I know saw it on CNN, and a bunch of people saw it on CNN. Putin regime military will carry out massive bombardment in Kyiv at 3 a.m., says CNN, citing a U.S. intelligence official. So what they're saying is they heard a U.S. intelligence official told them that, and then somebody else I follow in Kyiv said the Ukrainian government said that. Neil Howard. Reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russian bombing raid will hit Kyiv at 3 a.m., heading to shelter. It's odd to see two different reports like this. And as I said a little earlier, multiple experts have noted that the air campaign last night was surprisingly short. Generally, experts thought there would be a lot more of an air campaign to weaken the Ukrainian military before ground troops rolled in. Another thing that hasn't happened is the phone service is still on, the internet is still on. There's been a lack of electronic warfare and cyber attacks that many experts expected. So maybe that's just the way it's going to go, but I have a concern that maybe that was just the first day and that stuff might start happening. The official says, isn't it dumb to attack at the time that it's gotten out? Yeah, it's weird. It's just strange that it would be so specific. But I'm hoping it doesn't happen. It could, maybe if Russia, I mean, I don't know how much anti-aircraft defense, look, last night, presumably last night during the airstrikes, Russia would have tried to have taken out a bunch of anti-aircraft stuff. I don't know if they did, but that would be something that Russia would be expected to do, is to try to establish complete control of the skies. So I don't know how much the anti-aircraft capacity has been lessened for Ukraine. I mean, if you have complete control of the skies, it doesn't matter. But also, let me say this too. If they're using long-range missiles, then it doesn't matter. If you're using long-range missiles or artillery or something, or rocket, or not even long-range missile, but if you're using missiles or artillery, then you're not, the anti-aircraft is not going to threaten anybody. Although I guess it could shoot down some things actually, but so I don't know how much. It's not going to threaten any people. It might shoot down some of your weapons, but I don't know how much of that was taken care of last night. So I just, again, this is something that both of those things, the airstrikes and also the cyber and the electronic warfare. I've heard multiple experts say they were surprised at how little of that they've seen. G. Urich says Russia doesn't have a large guided missile stockpile. Yeah, I know we read a quote from Rob Lee about that, but I don't again, all I can tell you is that expert after expert predicted way more of airstrikes before they did a ground invasion. The ground invasion came very fast. For example, multiple experts said it could take days or weeks of airstrikes, and within a couple hours after the airstrikes, there were already ground forces rolling in. So let's hope it doesn't happen. Maybe it'll just not happen. That would be fantastic. If it's a false alarm, that would be wonderful. But we'll have to see. It's very scary. CIT posted this analysis. They said, today is the first day of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine. The invading forces have made significant advances in the south and are close to reaching Kyiv in the north. Most axes we have reported here have been activated. What is this they put out here? Like a report or something? They talk about the Belarus axis, the Bryansk axis, Kursk axis. You can read all this. This is at CIT team. CITteam.org, CITteam.org, and CITteam_EN. It is 2:55 a.m. 2:55 a.m. One of our viewers says Fox has reporters on the ground. Fox News says something? Hang on. Hang on one second.
Systems like...
Report strategic bombers are up. Fox says report strategic bombers are up. I didn't hear the report though, but that's what Fox News is saying. Fox has a chyron that says strategic bombers are up. U.S. officials, Russian forces could see. Well, that's different. But the strategic bombers though was the report that they're up like right this second, or was it that they're generally been up today? So again, I just saw on Fox News they had I didn't see what they said, but the chyron said strategic bombers are up. That's all it said. Yeah, it's saying it right now. Report strategic bombers are up. So Fox has somebody. CNN has a person. Aaron Burnett's in Kyiv. So I'm nervous about this, but maybe it won't happen. The thing is, I don't know specifically, I didn't see the report. For all I know, they said something like, well, we have a report that all day strategic bombers have been up. You know, that's different than we just heard that 5 minutes ago they went up. So I don't know what the nature of the report was. I didn't hear it. I just saw the thing at the bottom. So again, I can't really speak to what they specifically said. It is 2:57. It looks like some people online did see that report from Fox News. So it says strategic bombers are up, but hold on, I think I can get it here. I think I can find it. Hang on. I'm seeing if I can find the actual report. No, I can't find it. I don't have it, so we'll see what happens. I have my eyes on a couple of streams. I've just seen it on Fox. They just went up. All right, it is right now, guys. It is 2:59. It is 2:59 a.m. Ukraine time, and again, there's some very concerning reports that there might be, in the coming minutes, some kind of airstrike attack. There's some very concerning reports that there might be, but we'll have to just see what happens. And it just says, report strategic bombers are up. Well, I am watching the streams. Let's hope it's a false alarm. All right, so it is 3 a.m. right now. It's 3 a.m. right now. Let's hope that it is a false alarm. I'm just watching the I'm keeping an eye on the live shots and also seeing if there's any of the reporting here. Maybe it'll turn out to all just be this false rumor. Well, it's more than a rumor. See, this is interesting as we discuss this. So far, Rob Lee says, I haven't seen much evidence of Russian drones playing a key role either. It seems as though Russian forces are operating in a more restrained fashion than I expected. Maybe Putin underestimated Ukrainian resistance or is more concerned with Russian domestic opinion? He says also, the air assault operation also suggests Russia thought it could possibly achieve a fait accompli without killing that many Ukrainian troops or civilians by making a lightning push into Kyiv with light forces. It seems clear now they'll have to use armor to get there. Russia tried to land apparently like paratroopers at an airport near Kyiv today, and the reporting was that they were going to try to take the airport and then fly troops in. But they weren't able to successfully take the airport near Kyiv. But they didn't have armored troops. I don't know if they had any armor with them, but it wasn't a big force. So, hey guys, it's 3:02. So far, I have not seen anything on the Kyiv stream, which is good news. Rubio just tweeted. Hold on. What did he have to say? Oh, look at this. He just tweeted, Marco Rubio just tweeted. I wonder if this is related to the 3 a.m. thing. He says, we have only seen the opening phase of Putin's plan, barbaric plan, but it has been more difficult than he expected. There are now indications that Kyiv may soon be the focus of his rage. And then the entire world would come face to face with depravity not seen in 80 years. And he posted this at 3:01 Kyiv time. So he posted coincidentally, he posted basically right when this airstrike had been rumored to start. And it just makes you wonder It makes you wonder, is he referring to that? It's really weird. It's really weird that it just got posted right then. I think by 80 years he means, well, beginning of World War II, 80 years ago. That is really weird. Just posted it 4 minutes ago. He says there are now indications. That's all he posted. Didn't post anything else besides that. Wow, that's so weird. Let's hope it was just it seems too much of a coincidence that he would post it then. It seems like a really weird coincidence. Remember, CNN reported today, a couple hours ago, that an intelligence official told them there was going to be a 3 a.m. bombing of Kyiv, airstrikes. And then, as Georgie says, it's said on Fox News strategic bombers are up. And then he, at 3:01 a.m. Kyiv time, posts this. And somebody else I follow in Kyiv said that Ukrainian officials said that that they warned of a 3 a.m. Airstrike on Kyiv. And they went to the bomb shelter. Check flight. I'm assuming you're not going to see military aircraft like that on Flight Tracker. There's the U.S. drone is up, I guess, still. U.S. drone still flying around. Where was that? Here. Wow, that's so weird. Plane noises on Kyiv cam? Hang on. I have to turn my sound on because I can't. Let me do this real quick so I can hear it. I put the sound on myself so I can actually hear it. But I'm hearing silence. I'm hearing and seeing silence so far. Let's hope that continues. It is so weird that got posted at that time. Oh, but just to be clear, Marco Rubio has been posting during the hostilities. He's been posting a lot of details about what Russia's going to do, and like their different plans and stuff. And he's the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. So this is, he has heard something specific. That's very specific. You guys are here. I didn't hear anything. I have not heard anything. I haven't heard anything. I'm literally watching the Kyiv stream. I am literally watching it live and listening to it here. I've been watching it and listening to it the whole time. Georgie said blasts are heard in Hostomel. I'm gonna check. I'll check and see if there's other reports of anything. But thanks Georgie. I've been watching and listening to Kyiv, and I'm not hearing anything, which is great. That's good. We want to hear nothing. But that Rubio tweet is worrying. Look at this. Rob Lee. The goals of the operation and the invasion routes are all the ones we expected, but I'm a little surprised about the way the Russian military is executing the plan. This isn't Crimea in 2014, where they basically just walked in, so Russia will likely need to use more force than it expected to achieve its goals. When they've also had sirens in Kyiv before, won't they turn on air raid sirens? Are those plane sounds? I can't tell if that's plane sounds. No, I can't steal the live stream. But okay. our Ignas Fadum, who I follow and I know, he says reports of explosions were heard in Hostomel near Kyiv. That's where Antonov Air Base is located. Now, I don't know where he's getting this from. I don't know where he saw this. He said he's hearing reports of explosions. Guys, Hostomel is the air base that near Kyiv that Russia tried to take apparently with paratroopers today, and they were repelled. And there were multiple reports in the media that Russia was flying like 18 cargo planes, and they wanted to land them there. So in theory, the idea was, the plan was for Russia to take Hostomel today with their paratroopers and then land a bunch of planes just outside of Kyiv, probably with troops and stuff or equipment, and then probably attack Kyiv. But Russia wasn't able to take that airport today. So, but there was a lot of fighting. There's a lot of fighting, a pitched battle with like helicopters and stuff going on at Hostomel Airport. So I'll see if I see any other updates about the Hostomel thing. But that's interesting that he's saying that. Look at this. A source familiar, Natasha Bertrand. A source familiar with tonight's administration briefings to lawmakers tells CNN officials believe Russia has been facing greater resistance from Ukrainian forces than anticipated. But officials did not say whether Kyiv would fall. Still too early to say how it will play out. Georgie says, friends on site says there's fighting. I'll let you know if I hear anything else about Hostomel. The Kyiv live stream it's Reuters live stream. Just type in live Kyiv Reuters on YouTube and you'll find it. Oh, look at this. Nexta posted this. Hang on. Hang on. Nexta posted this. Tomorrow will be the worst. The office of the presidential advisor in Ukraine said tomorrow will be the worst day, more terrifying than today. That post is by Nexta from 4 minutes ago. This is the post that people saw. This was I didn't even hear it. Aaron McLaughlin said first boom of day heard in Kyiv. I wonder if that's from Hostomel. But that was, 8 minutes ago. Hey guys, I follow this account. I don't know why they're saying this. I follow this account. They claim that Russia's launched rocket strikes against Kyiv. I don't know where they're getting this from. Maybe they heard of an explosion or something like that. But I do follow them. I don't know why they posted that 10 minutes ago. I don't know if they know anything that we don't, but I'm not aware of it, so. Here's an update about a lawmaker briefing here. Zachary Cohen. New Biden officials told lawmakers tonight that Kyiv is under attack from north, south, and east, that troops are approaching from various directions, but said it was too early to say whether it would likely fall. Officials also said Russia has faced greater resistance than anticipated. During the call, Secretary of State Blinken said he thinks this will be a bloody mess for Russia, but warned it could take a while. Per a person familiar with the call, this will take a long time to play out, Blinken said, according to the source. Update from Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Oh no, this is British Ministry of Defense. British Ministry of Defense. British Ministry of Defense says Russian forces have highly likely captured Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Workers have reportedly been detained by the Russian troops. The Ukrainian armed forces have reportedly halted Russia's advance towards Chernihiv. Fighting probably continues on the outskirts of the city. That's in northern Ukraine, I believe. It is unlikely that Russia has achieved its planned day one military objectives. Ukrainian forces have presented fierce resistance on all axes of Russia's advance. Look at this, a subway shelter now. A subway shelter now. I think that's in Kyiv. I would assume that's in Kyiv. He just posted this. Oh, look. Ilya Ponomarenko is a reporter in Kyiv. He just posted 5 minutes ago, Kyiv is now expected to sustain a Russian missile assault. Everybody take shelter and hold your fingers crossed for Ukrainian air defense, guys. He just posted this 5 minutes ago. He's a reporter in Kyiv, Ilya Ponomarenko. He posted this 5 minutes ago. Kyiv is now expected to sustain a Russian missile assault. Everybody take shelter and hold your fingers crossed. And then he posted this. He said, this is a picture of people in Kyiv. And right now, by Yana Paramanova. But this was not posted at 2:30 a.m. This was posted 5 minutes ago. And I don't know, you know, if maybe he's responding to the same reports we heard. But it's he is there, and he's a reporter with the Kyiv defense reporter. He's a defense reporter with the Kyiv Independent, and he just posted this. Oh, now it's 13 minutes ago. No, it's 8:23 right now. He posted that 6 minutes ago. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you, moderators, in all of our chat rooms. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, we got this tweet. Marco Rubio tweeted at 3 a.m. saying indications were that, you know, something bad was going to happen in Kyiv, basically. Maybe it'll turn out to all be rumors, untrue reports. Right, hey, I'm going to leave that there for a second. Maybe we'll go back to that. I'll just see if anyone else is posting anything. But that's really scary. Hearing some noise. I hear a plane or something. Hopefully it's not anything big, but I am hearing something more. For a moment I heard something louder. Let's hope turns out to be a false report. Oh, I'm hearing louder things. I'm definitely hearing louder things, but maybe it's not planes. I don't know. Spare a thought for the people in the Ukraine and in Kyiv, who are doing this right now, in a subway. All right, I'm not hearing the loud sound anymore, which is good. I wanted to show you this real quick. Hang on one moment. This is interesting from Neil Hauer, who's actually in Kyiv. So Natasha Bertrand said, a source familiar with tonight's administration briefings to lawmakers tells CNN that officials believe Russia has been facing a greater resistance from Ukrainian forces than anticipated, but officials did not say whether Kyiv would fall. Still too early to say how it would play out. And Neil Hauer says, weather seems like a stark change from previous assessments, most of which predicted Kyiv's fall within days. RT says Ukraine ready to discuss neutrality. I haven't seen that. Georgie says never happening without him getting blanked by a nationalist SVU. I haven't seen that report. I can't. Yeah, from what I understand, that's not something the population would go for. Let's see if there's any other reports here. It would be great if it just didn't happen. It turned out the anticipation was that the reports were wrong. Yeah, RT is Russian government media, by the way, just in case people aren't aware. Aurora Intel says, still quiet in Kyiv at the moment, though there are reports that Russian strategic bombers are in the air. Possible either U.S. intelligence got it wrong or that Russia changed its plans. It is now 3:31 a.m. 3:31 a.m. Very nerve-wracking. Very worrying. And there were multiple people in Kyiv who I've shown you. The defense reporter for the Kyiv, look, he posted this. Ilya Ponomarenko posted this about 15 minutes ago. He said Kyiv is now expected to sustain Russia a missile assault. Everybody take shelter and hold your fingers crossed for Ukrainian air defense. So he just posted that 15 minutes ago. David Tyler says one live feed has sirens. Is that coming from the... Thank you, David Tyler, by the way. I very much appreciate that. That's very kind of you. David, I mean, I don't... Is that because this feed, the Reuters does not have any sirens on it. David said he was watching a feed with sirens. Let me see if I can find any updates here. B&O News actually, they had a good idea. They actually read that statement. I showed you this before. Let's look at the statement. I'm like really scared. This thing here. So Nexta posted this. Alexei Arestovich. Let's see if we can find his social media. Here it is. Here it is. He posted it too. Look, he posted it too. He's Alexei Arestovich is he's an advisor to the president. Look what he posted. He said various sources write that missile strikes are expected at Kyiv at 3 o'clock. According to CNN, it's come out elsewhere too. At the moment, such strikes are considered probably. It should be noted that civilians are threatened with such strikes with very little probability. Okay, look what he said. He said, the heroic defense of our troops, the miracles that our Army, Border Guards, National Guards, and other structures is the main condition and the main reason he says we stopped them today. In general, they are a failure. I think he means the Russian efforts. But then he says, look, therefore tomorrow will be the scariest day ever, scarier than it is today. Tomorrow they will turn on all they can do to break us psychologically and on the battlefield. But on the other hand, it will get easier, he says. There is no effect of sudden, the habit has started to form. You can't scare us with paratroopers anymore. Tomorrow there will be airstrikes, paratroopers, injuries, and half rounds. According to our intelligence, the opponent is stunned by the strength of resistance at a very low pace of his progress. Let's endure tomorrow. It will be significantly easier for the third day. He thinks tomorrow they will turn on all they can to break us psychologically and on the battlefield. Wow. Euromaidan Press. Look. Oh, sorry. We showed you this already. We showed you. Presidential advisor confirms rumors that missile strikes are possible tonight in Kyiv. I think the rumor he was working. CNN had said that an intelligence source said it was going to be at 3 a.m. But that's not the only source of it. Neil Hauer, who I follow in Kyiv, said he heard it from Ukrainian sources. Where is it here? Where is it? I'll find it for you. So it wasn't only CNN saying it. See, Neil Hauer said reports from Ukrainian defense officials that a Russia bombing raid will hit Kyiv at 3 a.m. It's now 3:39 a.m., so good. It hasn't happened yet. But it wasn't just the CNN report. There's this. People keep saying on the Real Pack stream there's sirens, but I'm watching, there can't be citywide sirens if I'm watching, I'm literally watching, they can't be that loud. I'm watching a live stream from Maidan Square and I don't hear any sirens at all. Here, this is where he's in the subway, see? Posted up and ready for my night. This thing was built to withstand a nuclear attack, so we'll be fine. Plenty of people camped out in the metro station here in Kyiv as Russian... See, this was at 2 a.m. As Russian air raids on the city expected in 1 hour's time. But they haven't happened. Which is great. But everybody's very nervous. Neil Hauer posted these photos. People sleeping on the ground. Look at this. Michael, I hadn't heard about the ghost of Kyiv. I'll have to look into that. Somebody heard sirens in Lviv? I'll check it. I'm watching, I found a Lviv feed, it's silent. I don't know if it has sound on it though, but the Lviv feed I'm looking at is silent. Update, look at this, guys. Isabel Kurdishian So people, well, I don't know if this is really new. She says, I'm in Kharkiv and do not appear to have any cell service. Only able to connect the hotel Wi-Fi at the moment. But 12 hours ago, NetBlog said Kharkiv continues to take the brunt of network and telecoms disruptions, leaving many users cut off. Amid scenes of destruction as Russia targets the region, Kyiv is currently less impacted by outage. So I don't know if there's anything new going on with this. Hang on. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Thank you, Georgie. Thank you, Georgie, for messaging me. This was posted 9 minutes ago by Ilya Ponomarenko. He's a defense reporter in Kyiv. The city of Konotop in Sumy Oblast is under siege now. Russian military convoys are moving west towards Kyiv. So there's been a bunch of fighting in Sumy today, which is near Kharkiv. He just posted this at 3 in the morning. It's 3:30 in the morning his time. He just posted this. So I'll show you where Konotop is. He says the city of Konotop is under siege. Konotop is, I mean, that's like hundreds of miles, like a couple hundred miles away from Kyiv, I think. That's up here. That's 100 miles away from Kyiv. So he said that city's under siege. I'm hearing some planes, or maybe, I don't know. 85,000 people live in Konotop in Sumy Oblast. I'm hearing, it sounds like planes or something. Oh no, I'm hearing some loud plane sounds. Is it traffic? I hope it's traffic. That was loud. I got really nervous. Man, I was actually really nervous. It got really loud there. People said it was a truck or a train. It got quite loud. But he says troops are approaching Kyiv from the west, are moving west towards Kyiv. Russian military convoys are moving west towards Kyiv. So I don't know, are they coming? I mean, presumably they'd be coming from up here because Russia has been putting in troops. Well, there's been fighting in Sumy today. So maybe they're going like, sorry. This way? Army truck upper right cam? I didn't see it. Let me see if there's more. Oh, people said there was a truck. Again, I didn't see it. So that's good. I was looking at something else. So that is a concerning report. Again, I don't know. I mean, he just posted it. He said the city of Konotop in Sumy Oblast is under siege now. Russian military convoys are moving west towards Kyiv. He's a defense reporter in Kyiv. I am watching the live Reuters Maidan Square on YouTube. Look at this. Hold on. Look. Guys, breaking news. Kyiv Independent. Breaking news. Russian forces hold 85,000-person city Konotop under siege, moving to Kyiv. Sumy Oblast governor says a lot of the region's cities have been encircled by the enemy. Breaking news, a large military group is moving from occupied Sumy towards Kyiv. And this is very worrying. Thomas Thiener posted this. He says Russia proceeds exactly as in the plan that was publicized in October. That was, I don't know if the CIA intercepted it. He believes so. But I know that it was talked about. Encircle, besiege Ukrainian cities and starve, freeze the people into submission. So this has been talked about, the possibility that Russia could surround cities and then turn off the power, turn off the food. But this is, and that kind of thing, and this is very worrying. The Sumy Oblast governor, Kyiv Independent, says a lot of the region's cities have been encircled by the enemy. In Sumy Oblast, this is really worrying. Wow. That's up here. Sumy Oblast has about 1 million people in it. So that's, you can see it's next to Kharkiv. It's this area of the country right here. So he says a lot of the cities have been surrounded. That's very, very concerning. Unbelievable. No, this isn't occupied, it's surrounded. The idea of surrounding a city is you don't go in the city. You surround it, and then you can cut off the food. You can cut off, in theory, cut off the power, cut off the water. Don't let anyone in or out, and just wait. Now, the power is still working, but as Thomas Thiener said, there was a plan talked about, which was possibly leaked plan in late last year, which said that Russia would encircle, besiege Ukrainian cities and starve, freeze the people into submission. A number of experts I read before the hostilities started said that could definitely happen, because if you want to take a city, you can either go directly in, but that requires a very difficult urban fighting. The other option would be to surround the city and basically starve them out. Starve and freeze them out. This is very scary. This is the first I've heard of this. And this is from the Kyiv Independent. They say the governor of that area says a lot of the region's cities have been encircled by the enemy. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Breaking news. Hans Nichols posted this. Look at this. Axios. Kyiv close to falling. Russian mechanized forces, which came from Belarus, are 20 miles outside of Kyiv, Austin told lawmakers tonight. I mean, if they want to drive there, they could get there, maybe I don't know how fast those vehicles go, but certainly within an hour. Austin told members, Scoop, U.S. eyes training Ukrainian troops remotely. Axios. Secretary of Defense Austin said mechanized forces which came in from Belarus are 20 miles outside of Kyiv. He said that tonight. He said military officials are looking at ways to provide more defense equipment, including ammunition, to Ukrainian forces, but it's more difficult now with Russian troops swarming the country. Secretary of Defense Austin told House lawmakers tonight the Biden administration would support Zelensky's government as long as it remained viable, raising questions about continued U.S. assistance if the president flees the country, is captured, killed in combat. Western officials fear Kyiv could soon fall into Russian hands despite Ukraine's resilient fight. So again, the Secretary of Defense, according to Axios, Austin told lawmakers tonight that Russian mechanized forces, which came from Belarus, are 20 miles outside of Kyiv. That's from Hans Nichols. Some very concerning news just in the last few minutes. Some very concerning news. Very concerning news. I'll go over it in a second. Oops, hold on a second here. I want to thank our moderators. Thanks to our moderators. Linda Belk is there. Thank you, Linda, for moderating. Lexa Fulmer. Cynthia Moon is moderating. Thank you, Cynthia. Also, Kay Lowry Body has been in there. Roxanne Betke, Margaret Riley, Bud Green. And our Twitch mods too. Yeah, I want to go over those two things we just heard. Those are both bad. Bastion Girl, Cerrero, Duxor, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Muse, Papa Bear, Schulthei, Smoke, Toby. Thank you, mods. And thanks, Paul Hamilton, Emma Dowdy, and everybody else for your support. And Katie Singh Armedia, and everybody else for your support. Thank you. Katie is wondering if this might have been done, that Russia might have acted like they were going to do this to panic people. I mean, who knows? We've been kind of on edge here because, pretty on edge, because there were a number of reports suggesting that that Ukraine that Kyiv would be attacked from the air. It has not had tonight. It has not happened yet. So that's from Ilya Ponomarenko. But we showed you, and then, so some reports said that it was expected at 3 a.m. And then at 3:01 a.m., Marco Rubio, right at the time when the attack was supposedly going to happen, right at that time, Marco Rubio posted something, which made it seem like seemed connected, that he knew about it or something. Where is it here? Did he take it down? Is the Marco Rubio tweet not up anymore? Oh, there it is. Right when the rumored missile strike was, or airstrike was on Kyiv, he said, he just posted this right then. He said, "We have only seen the opening phase of Putin's barbaric plan, but it has been more difficult than he expected. There are now indications Kyiv may soon be the focus of his rage, and then the entire world would come to face with a depravity not seen in 80 years. You know, what does that mean? So But the airstrikes have not happened yet, thank goodness. But some very concerning reports. This one here. Look at the Kyiv Independent. Russian forces hold the city of Konotop, 85,000 people under siege. They are moving to Kyiv. Under siege means they've surrounded the city. The Sumy Oblast, that's like, size, think of it as like a state in the U.S. A Sumy governor, Serhiy Zivitsky, says a lot of the region's cities have been encircled by the enemy. A large military group is moving from occupied Sumy towards Kyiv. Thomas Steiner thinks that what's happening is what some experts have expected, that Russia is encircling, besieging Ukrainian cities and plans on starving, freezing the people into submission. So that's very worrying. And also we heard Hans Nichols reports that Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense, told lawmakers tonight Russian mechanized forces, which came from Belarus, are 20 miles outside of Kyiv. Georgie says there's Konotop heavy fighting? I haven't heard that. But to be clear, the report we just read didn't say there was fighting. The report we read said that the troops were surrounding the city. But maybe there was fighting in there too. Update. Russians have established checkpoints on the Sumy to Kyiv highway. Russians have established checkpoints on the Sumy to Kyiv highway. So that would be, there's Sumy there. I don't know if they mean Sumy city. Here's the city of Sumy is here. And that's about, this distance, there's Sumy over here. But Sumy Oblast is like this whole area over here. So I don't know if he means Sumy Oblast or Sumy City. But I guess, what does that mean? What does that mean? Like people aren't going to be allowed, so people can't drive freely in the country? Like if you live in that country, if you live in Ukraine, you can't just start driving on the highway? It doesn't sound good. Are they keeping people from leaving Kyiv? Are they keeping people from coming into Kyiv? That's from Ilya Ponomarenko. He is a defense reporter in Kyiv. I agree with him. I agree with Thomas C. Thiener. I agree with him. He says, today didn't go as Putin expected. Ukrainians didn't welcome. I sadly agree with him. I very, very sadly agree with him. Today didn't go as Putin expected. Ukrainians didn't welcome his murderers as liberators. Therefore, tomorrow will be worse. Putin will unleash his anger on Ukrainians. I have a very bad feeling about it. Jock says it's a no name. Jock, I judge him by what he writes. And I read a number of papers of him. I don't really care I don't care what his name is or how famous he is. What I care about is that he put out a couple papers about the military situation. I thought these papers were well reasoned. And you know what? It turned out he was exactly right so far. He's been exactly right all along. When a lot of people were wrong, he was right. And I agreed with his reasoning, Thomas Thiener. I read some of them on the air. So I don't care if he's not famous. He seems like he has a good... I agree with his overall assessment of the situation. Oh, wow. Hold on a second, guys. I don't know if I can show this. What is this? What is this? They get shot down or something? Hang on. Hang on. All right, people are saying, hold on. Planes? Oh, planes left Lviv. Hey guys, it looks like some planes, Ukraine Air Force. Where did they take off from? There we go. So, thanks for the heads up. Flight radar, that plane is Ukraine Air Force. No, Ukraine Air Force, and another plane. Two Ukraine Air Force planes are leading another plane which is flying out of Ukraine after taking off from Lviv. They have a blocked one too? Is there a blocked one too? Hold on. Oh, there's another one. Oh, blocked. Is that Ukraine? I don't know what that one is. All right, let me just post this one. Let me just make sure I'm not duplicating a post. Hang on. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, I just posted that. Again. So going back to flight radar, we have another plane, and now another plane is flying out. Another plane is flying out. Look, 3 Ukraine Air Force planes. No. Don't post it. Guys, you're saying don't post it. You're saying don't post it. So nobody else in the world has flight radar. This is on publicly available radar. Don't post it. It's literally publicly available radar. It's ridiculous. It's out of the airspace. It's not even in the airspace. Gosh. Covering news. I'm covering news. It's a publicly available radar. Gosh. Anyone can access this. So the idea is that somebody in like the Russian military, they're kind of just going like this, and then they haven't been checking the flight radar, and then they're like, oh my gosh, Lookner tweeted about this. Oh, I didn't know this. Lookner tweeted about it. It's from Flight Radar. This is a news broadcast. We're talking about the news. It's Flight Radar. It's publicly available information. That's the situation. These planes are no longer in airspace. They're no longer in Ukraine airspace. Tell me points out, 50,000 people are tracking these things. 38,000, 39,000, 43,000, 39,000. Michael says the transponders would be turned off if they didn't want us to know. Yeah, they have the transponders on. They have the transponders on. I don't know if somebody... It's weird that the transponders are all on. But 5 planes appear to have left. From Lviv, though, not from Kyiv, from Lviv. So it looks like 5 planes just left and just are going to Warsaw. People in the comments are all posting about the information and extra information. I'm going to update this. I'm going to post something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where did this one come from? I don't know about this one. Bingo! I can't. It's not. People won't understand it without the last one. So, anyways, yeah, Putin is watching. Exactly, he's watching my stream. They don't have flight radar. Russians don't have flight radar. They use Flight Radar 24. So the Russians actually, today it was bad because Flight Radar 24. They had like too many users today. So the Russian government actually had to wait 13 minutes. To log into Flight Radar so they could see what the planes were doing. Sonic said the blocked flight is military ADSB exchange. So it looks like 4 or 5 planes left. Hello to the Russian government who is getting your information from me. It looks like 4 or 5 planes just all of a sudden left Western Ukraine and went to Warsaw. Now, hey, look, maybe there's somebody, a Polish official who had to go there, and they wanted to, and just for safety's sake, they wanted to accompany that person with a bunch of Air Force planes. I don't know. But this is, again, we're talking about here's Ukraine, and these planes just all took off and went to Warsaw. Thanks. Arlen says, tip from the FSB. Georgie, you can message me on Twitter @LookNerd. There's an email, agendafreetv@gmail.com. We did show a couple videos earlier today of fighting in Sumy. Oh, hey guys, by the way, so just if you want to watch it, this supposedly, BNO says, you don't see the crash in it. You don't see the actual impact. Video captures Thursday's crash of a large military plane in Russia's Voronezh region. The number of dead has not been released. So in the video, though, what you see is the plane just kind of falling. So I won't keep showing it. You don't see any gore or anything, but the plane just seems to just be falling out of the sky. So I retweeted it. It's on BNO News. You can go watch it on Twitter @BNO News. But that's not that's in Russia. Yeah, so I don't know what the deal is with these planes. There's this one with no call sign, Ukraine Air Force, No call sign. There's another one, Ukraine Air Force. Wonder, I mean, you have to imagine though, it's like, I'm sure I would think Russia would watch for any planes taking off. It's interesting, I mean, Russia didn't stop them. Russia didn't stop them from flying out. Explosion! Explosion! I just heard an explosion on the Kyiv stream. Explosion on Kyiv stream. Explosions on Kyiv stream. Hearing explosions on Kyiv stream. But it sounded like an explosion. But it's quiet again. Seemed to hear a couple of explosions on Kyiv live stream a minute ago, but quiet again. So I don't know what that was. It did sound like it. Yeah, see? Elin heard it too. But it was loud. It sounded like an explosion, but it only went on for about 20 seconds or something like that. Remember, there's been all these rumors of a missile attack on Kyiv. I don't know what that was. Here, look, Nolan Peterson just heard 2 big explosions here in Kyiv. He's there. Oh, you can see it? You can see it? I wasn't looking. All right, I can't find it right now. I can't find it at the moment. I'm not going to worry about it. Hold on. Flashes on camera, people are saying. Oh, OSIN Technical has a picture of it. Here it is. Look. Here, look. Bright flashes in the sky somewhere close to Kyiv. Oh, let me see. OSIN Technical people said. Sorry, I can't find it. I have it on one of my. I have them on one of my lists. Hang on. Yeah, look, something got hit in Kyiv. OSINT technical. Hang on. Oh, I see. I see what you're looking at. I got it. $420.38. I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. I don't think. Oh. No, fine. Again, a couple loud explosions. Very strange. Just here. You can see it. PM breaking news. Quiet again. Let's go back to Flight Radar. Guys, we saw on Flight Radar there were like 5 planes that appeared to take off, I believe, from Western Ukraine. I'm not sure. Definitely one of them took off from Western Ukraine. See, that one took off from Western Ukraine. And so I think a bunch of planes left Western Ukraine, it looked like. A number of them are Air Force planes. And then they went to Warsaw. So now, you know, I'm assuming Russia knew they were in the air. They didn't shoot them down. It's interesting. Maybe they had like a diplomat on board. I don't know. It's just we saw them flying out of, again, look at this one. It flew right out of Lviv. Now, Lviv is pretty close to the border. Yeah, I know about the 4cam thing some people are watching, Captain of Crows. Thank you. This is what is another report. Natasha Bertrand, a CNN team in the Ukrainian capital, report hearing 2 large blasts in central Kyiv and a 3rd loud explosion in the distance early on Friday local time. Elint News posted this. This is from Ben Palker. He's with Politico. He says, reports are that Russian forces are moving en masse on Kyiv from the north, south, and east. He posted that 19 minutes ago. He is with Politico. Newsweek posted this today. This is from like early from this morning. U.S. expects Kyiv to fall in days as Ukraine source warns of encirclement. 3 U.S. officials have told Newsweek they expect Ukraine's capital to fall to coming forces in days. Although that's this morning, I don't know if their assessment has changed. And the country's resistance to be effectively neutralized soon thereafter. The officials said that Moscow's focus would be to encircle Ukrainian forces and force them to surrender or be destroyed. They expect Kyiv to be taken within 96 hours, and then the leadership of Ukraine to fall in about a week's time. And Russia's thunderous attacks last night with ground personnel operations so far appear to be just the initial phase of what may be a more comprehensive ground campaign. After the air and the artillery end and the ground war really starts, I think Kyiv falls in a few days, said this former U.S. intelligence officer. The military may last slightly longer, but this isn't going to last long. Wow. A source close to President Zelensky's government said Ukraine is holding better than they expected. That does appear to be the case, at least on the first day. I hear some birds singing on the stream. Plane is turning around. Hold on. Phil Stewart from Reuters says a private volunteer said it has launched an attempt to usher about 24 Americans out of Ukraine in the first evacuation of U.S. citizens since the country came under Russian military attack. Group is the Tampa-based nonprofit Project Dynamo. Oh, here's a video. PM breaking news. Video shows large explosion in Kyiv. That was big. Look at that. Look at that. That's a big explosion. I wonder if it was like a weapons dump or something. Look at this. Wow. Look at that. That's huge. Wait, these are buildings. That was enormous. Joseph thinks Ukraine is successfully using drones to target Russian battalions. I've heard nothing about it. I have no idea. Thank you, Joseph. Oh, some people in our chat are wondering. Some people in our chat are wondering if it could have been an air defense intercepting something that exploded. It's an interesting question. It's interesting. Oh, look, guys, this might have been the explosion right here. Look, this might have been the explosion. Reported air defense system interception over Kyiv in the last 15 minutes. Wow. From Elin News, that's probably what the explosion was. Wow. Unbelievable. What was it? That's from Elint News. Crazy. Elint News thinks those planes that were flying out of Ukraine to Poland thinks it's probably resupply of Ukrainian armed forces. Looks like U.S. may give them weapons in Poland and then they'll bring them back themselves. That's interesting. Although, I don't know if Russia knows that, would Russia let the planes come back? I would think if Russia thought that was happening, they might not want the planes in the sky. Breaking news, guys, breaking news, look, he just posted this. He just posted that. Missile strikes on Kyiv again now. He just posted this now. Neil Hauer's there. He just posted this 2 minutes ago. I didn't see anything. Unless the tweet just got out. That can't, I'm going to unretweet it. I think it might have been a delayed tweet or something. He's there. He's in Ukraine. He's in Kyiv. But this is 2 minutes ago, so that's not 10 minutes ago. That's 2 minutes ago. I don't know what he heard. I don't think there's a 2-minute delay in the live stream. I don't think there's a 2-minute delay in the live stream. Live cam went dark. I didn't see that. I'm watching. Yeah, I mean, I'm watching a couple, all right, hang on, folks. Woofer says, I see attacks on Kyiv began again. Oh, no, he's referring to earlier. That's earlier. Oh, guys, look at this. Here, OSINT Technical posted this. Something large, this was that explosion a while ago, like 10 minutes ago. Something large was intercepted by Ukrainian air defenses over Kyiv minutes ago. Posted by OSINT Technical. A plane? A drone? OSINT Technical says whatever was shot down over Kyiv was pretty big. Wonder what it was. Guys, 4 minutes ago, where is he? He says, Terrell Jermaine Starr says, fighter jets zipping by, sirens going off. So five minutes ago, Terrell Jermaine Starr is in Kyiv. And 5 minutes ago, he said, I hear fighter jets zipping by, sirens going off. So I don't know where he is in Kyiv.
Hey everyone, sorry I was freezing. I am still dressed, but I had to get my robe on.
Javier Baez says,
I'm gonna change
European
this Kiev
utilities
stream
are
up
set to
here.
buy more tomorrow,
Kiev
more
stream up
Russian
here.
natural gas from
looks like it's
Gazprom
coming
via
back
Ukraine
in.
pipelines. Yes, you read that right.
But I found also
more
another
natural
good
gas
one.
from Russia via Ukraine tomorrow. Right now, it's 4:45 a.m. So maybe that would be great if they can get through this night without airstrikes there. Though who knows when things happen, what time things happen at. Alexei Sorokin says he's with Kyiv Independent. He says missile strikes on Kyiv confirmed by Interior Ministry. I don't know what missiles they were. TC says bomber down in Kyiv, landed in residential area, pics coming soon. Maybe it was a plane. I don't know. I don't know. Guys, Matthew Chance, is this from 20 minutes ago? What is this? 4 minutes ago, big explosion in Ukraine capital. Is this is 5 minutes ago. I heard nothing 5 minutes ago. Is this a delayed tweet too? Is that like 20 minutes late? I mean, he posted it at 9:42. Maybe his tweet got delayed. I'm confused. No, he's there. He's there. He's not looking at a video. He is there. Oh, Rob Lee posted this. Reportedly video of fighting in Sumy tonight. No one said it was live. It was earlier this evening. No one's saying it's live. Every time I play a video, 50 people say, that was earlier. Right, it was earlier. It's not live. No one's saying it's live. By tonight, he means this past evening. Could have been 8 hours ago. Yesterday night? Oh, people were saying some people were saying it was yesterday night. People are saying from yesterday? Oh, maybe it was. All right, I don't know. But a lot of times people are just like, it's not, it's old. But you know, it's this video. See, New York Times. It says February 24th, New York Times. February 24th. Oh, Evan Hill posted this. Videos verified by the Times showed the first heavy urban... Oh, this is the first heavy urban fighting of the invasion. Oh, I see. Same video. Crazy. Crazy. What, guys, this is so confusing. I'm really confused. So a couple different people, this is from 5 minutes ago. A couple different people 5 minutes ago said Kyiv is under heavy missile attack. But I've been watching multiple live streams and I haven't seen anything. So I don't know why, again, maybe he's hearing something or something like that. Ilya Ponomarenko. But I am watching 2 different live streams. I don't know what said dead strikes are. Fizzy G. But thank you, Fizzy G. Oh, suppression of enemy air defenses? Destruction of enemy air defenses? I don't know. I mean, there hasn't been many explosions that we've heard. Thank you, Fizzy G. Or Fizzy 01, Fizzy 01, I'm sorry. Yet there haven't been many, I mean, there was that period of a couple of explosions, but so I still don't know what that thing shot down was. Maybe it was a plane, I don't know. Mark Herdling says, there are historical examples where a force with superior will can defeat a force with superior resources. Forces with unshakable belief in what they are fighting for, with the right support, can overcome a force that seemingly has superior resources. The Russians have an advantage in resources. The quantity of their force provides a quality on all its own. Their equipment is relatively good, not great. Their artillery and long-range fires are devastating, and they have air superiority. But Russian training sucks. I say this having seen Russians train and how they conduct exercises. Their log and intel is clumsy. Their soldiers are mostly one-year conscripts, not professionals. They have poor NCO corps. Their officers, for the most part, are terrible. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe I'll read the whole thing later. Don't discount the Russian army's increasing unwillingness to fight for Putin. They will see their cause as being suspect if they don't already, and they will experience more battlefield deaths than they anticipated, which will cause even more protests at home. It will likely be a long fight. Putin will be increasingly portrayed as a loser. He's not a risk taker, he's a gambler. You can mitigate risk, but you can't overcome a losing gamble. He thinks Putin will go the way of Stalin, Hitler, Ceausescu, Saddam. Look, we've talked about this on the air. We've talked about how risky this is for him. And I've said on the air many times, I said it could work out that he loses his rule over it. He says Ukraine will be a stronger nation, but only if we continue to stand beside. Though Ukraine's initial defense wasn't great today, it will improve. Whether called an insurgency or a guerrilla war, Ukraine will wear down an enemy that already has low morale and even lower support from their population back in Mother Russia. See protests. That's interesting. Interesting thread from Mark Hertling. He says Putin has turned the Russian effort into one receiving scorn because of the lies and crimes he has committed. That will worsen as Russian forces continue to commit battlefield atrocities, which they will. Ukraine had a tough first day. Tomorrow will be tougher. Combined Russia, conventional, unconventional, cyber air, artillery, and special ops tools will be tough to address. But Russia's on the offensive, so they have to act and must continue to move. They will wear down. Interesting thread. Thomas Thiener alerted. I had missed that today. I have a concern, though. I have a concern that if things aren't going well for Putin, he'll just take it out on the Ukrainian people. Because I think he's just nuts now. Breaking news. Ukrainian Interior Ministry says it shot down a Russian aircraft. Breaking news, Isabel Kurshudjian with Washington Post says Ukrainian Interior Ministry says it shut down another aircraft. She said that's a pretty insane thing to have just happened in a modern European capital. Wow. See, remember I was telling you before, Russia did not really go big on the airstrikes. A number of experts I had seen had thought Russia would go big on the airstrikes initially to just take out, to really degrade Ukraine's military capacity, including their anti-air capacity. But the airstrikes were not that big, and so I wonder, I don't know what the plane was flying up there doing. Maybe what the plane was trying to take out some air defense stuff that one of our viewers said. Oh, what is this, guys? OSINT Defender. Video filmed by someone of the ground of what appears to be a Russian aircraft getting shot down by air defense systems.
Опять вот не, эта машина едет, не летит. А вот сейчас, да, летит уже, слышите, да? Назад летит. Слышите, да? А вот пролетел, видите, вот над нами? Полетел на Борисполь, видели, да? Громко, да. На Борисполь. Я сказал на Борисполь, он не на Борисполь полетел. Надо что-то же говорить. Боже, вот это взрыв только что был. Смотрите, смотрите, ребята, боже. Смотрите, атакуют. Видите, да? Смотрите, ребята, взрывы.
So it's like you heard the plane fly by, and then when it was further past, it got shot down, maybe.
Господи, начали атаковать Киев. Вот, начали бомбить. Боже, поздняки начали бомбить, зайди. Это все-таки был не украинский самолет, это был российский. Ребята, видели, да? Господи. Вот это взрыв был. Вы видели, как ударило?
That's from OSINT Defender. Now, Rob Lee says, not sure what it is, but keep in mind Russia has 5+ Iskander-M brigades. It does look like it was a plane, though, from that video. Anyways, we'll see. Yeah, the Ukraine, we told you this before, Ukraine Interior Ministry, as BNOC News says it shot down a Russian aircraft. I'm guessing there'll be pictures of it. That kind of stuff could be like a big morale boost, I would think, for the Ukrainians. I know it's one plane. I feel bad for the person flying the plane, but might be something which, you know, boosts morale. I don't know I don't know what kind of air defense system shot it down. Already buildings of residential buildings on fire. Is this from last night or is this from tonight? Is this from tonight? I don't even know. Christo Grozev posted this. Maybe, I don't know if that's like from a piece of the building, a piece of the explosion that landed or something. I have no idea. Aurora Intel posted images of impact. Hang on a second, guys. Hang on. Nexta. Rescuers found parts of the object at the crash site. Oh, apparently it fell into this building or something. This is from Nexta. See, it's a fire up here? Look, they're putting out a fire. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Is that a plane? I don't know if that's a plane. Hang on, let me check Aurora Intel. Damage to residential buildings from the impact. Oh, the object could have been from the interceptor, right? So that round thing we just saw on the Nexta post, the debris, that could be from the interceptor. In addition, does it, right? There's the interceptor and then whatever was shot down. I forgot about that. So the missile, it could have been from the missile that shot down the plane. Look at this. Hang on.
Hey everyone, in about
That's from Aurora Intel.
5 minutes, it'll be 10 hours that I've been streaming, so I'm gonna have to restart the stream. I'm not sure
says it was a plane.
on Twitter or YouTube how long you can
but if
go.
it was a plane, you'd expect to see some wreckage. I would think. I don't know. I don't know.
If anyone
I just
knows,
don't know.
can you let me know, please?
DJ Dude says, no way that's a plane. Maybe it wasn't a plane. Maybe it was a missile. CNN says Ukrainian government says it was a missile. We've seen reports that the Ukrainian government said it was a plane. Maybe they've changed the report. Firefights discover wreckage from whatever was shot down. One missile? They just maybe it was a missile heading to that airport or something. Somebody says, is it a drone? Maybe it was a drone. Again, a Washington Post reporter said Ukrainian Interior Ministry said it shot down a Russian aircraft. But maybe that's not true. Look, it was a rocket. Oh no, what is it? No, sorry. This is different. The situation regarding the Russian invasion. At 4:25, the enemy fired a rocket strike at a border unit. As a result of, what is this? This is a new update from Defense Ministry. At 4:25 a.m., like 40 minutes ago, the enemy attacked the border guard unit in Zaporizhia region by rockets. As a result of attack, there are casualties. Okay, so this is an update. Dead and wounded. Among the border guards, there are dead and wounded, it says. Look. So this is a report. This is the Ukraine Defense Ministry. Let me make sure it is. Border guard of Ukraine.
All right, I'm going to stop and then quickly just fire this right back up.